Now, I do have a favor to ask, okay? I mentioned this on tonight's late stream. I'm going to probably be mentioning it on every stream this week. Here's the deal. This week, I have 2 very large bills due. But then, I also have my day off on Wednesday. I'm bringing this up because I need you to refocus your support if you were already planning on supporting me this weekend.
This one's for all my baby girls.
Bill's a joke, Bill's a clown.
Fucking loser.
Bill's this, Bill's that.
He's a loco.
Bill's a beggar. Bill's a beggar. Bill's a joke, Bill's a clown. Bill's this, Bill's that.
Always going broke.
Bill's a beggar.
He's a loco.
Bill's a beggar.
If you think that someone who has to live day to day on tips and shit is funny, oh, so hilarious that this guy has stuff financial.
Oh, so hilarious.
No, it's not fucking funny. Now shut up.
Bill's a joke, Bill's a clown. Bill's this, Bill's that.
He's a loco.
Bill's a beggar.
Begging.
Bill's a beggar. Bill's a joke, Bill's a clown.
Always going broke.
Bill's this, Bill's that.
He's a loco.
Bill's a beggar.
He's a loco.
Bill's a beggar.
Oh, welcome everybody. We're gonna start
Yeah, to be honest,
soon-ish,
it makes me nervous because I've noticed recently there's actually been an uptick in super chats, which is great. It helps the channel long term, and certainly I'm not being ungrateful. And if that's the only way that you can contribute or support the channel, great. If you can help me and tip me, please do. That's what I need help with right now, okay? Again, I'm not asking for anything above and beyond. You know idiots will come out and prayers. Phil's saying he wants you to pay directly.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
Yesterday was a really slow day for me on stream. I didn't make a lot of support yesterday. It's you guys. And you know, how much you're liking the content I'm doing in a given day, how much you can afford to support that content. Can you argue it's a begging model? I mean, I guess.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
I need this money. I get this money. Beg for this money. I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills.
Scumbags and mental cases on the internet still support. I'm a beggar and I'm a loser and I'm on level 1. I agree with you that I can't go on a honeymoon with my wife.
Get a real fucking job.
I'm paycheck to paycheck. I'm on level 1.
Go blow his stuff up.
I need this money. I get this money. Beg for this money. I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills. I need this money. I get this money. Beg for this money. I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills.
Oh, we're gonna watch a lot of Snort and Memology stuff.
If you are
Welcome
watching
everyone,
his
welcome
shows
to
and
this.
you're paying his bills,
Shut up, Keemstar.
you're a fucking you're a fucking loser.
Yeah,
You
welcome
should
to the
not support
stream.
this guy.
We're gonna
He
start
had an
soon.
opportunity
It's
to
a
make
hot day
serious
outside,
money
I guess.
to entertain you,
Probably.
and he wouldn't do it.
And today
But
is
you're
gonna
gonna
be
still
chill
fucking give him
inside.
$200? You're gonna give him $50 to pay his fucking bills? Nah, you got a job. You keep your money. Fuck that guy.
Fuck
I
that
understand
guy.
that people right now are so hyped for the gifted memberships, and I'm very grateful for that. I mean, thank you. But I hope that that doesn't mean that people are going to forgo tipping, because that would put me in a bad situation. And in particular, I don't know why you guys, okay, why are you laughing?
Hey, what's up, Code Hustler? Welcome, dude.
Grocery shopping, tips. Meal with my wife, tips. Coming up, my day off on Tuesday, tips. Nintendo Online, tips. Bills and stuff, tips. Tips are the liquidity of my business. Why are you laughing? Oh, so hilarious that this guy has stuff financially tight. I literally can't afford stuff on Tuesday.
Always going broke.
Oh, it's funny. When you can't go and do something with your family on your day off, your one day off for the week when you're working full-time 6 days a week. That's funny, right? No, it's not fucking funny. Now shut up. Grocery shopping, tips. Meal with my wife, tips. Coming up, my day off on Tuesday, tips, Nintendo Online, tips, bills and stuff, tips. Tips are the liquidity of my business. Grocery shopping, tips. Meal with my wife, tips. Coming up, my day off on Tuesday, tips. Nintendo Online, tips. Bills and stuff, tips. Tips are the liquidity of my business. Huh? Huh? Huh?
This one's for all my baby girls.
Now, what does the sugar do in the sauce?
Adds sweetness, adds a
Hey,
contrast.
big ups
If you don't,
Food
it's all
Hustler
gonna
for the
be
membership,
tartness, and you won't have any
It's going
kind
to be
of
acidity
sweetness.
from tomatoes.
Right, you'll have
Baller.
tart and his acid and nothing else.
It should even pop up on the screen.
All right. So now we gotta stir all that in, and then we add our final ingredients, and then the meat.
This one's for all my baby girls.
Italian wife. Italian wife. Italian bills. Italian dark side flip. Italian wife. Italian wife. Italian chill. Italian can't give her a pill. I'm half kind of European mix. European style, Asian fusion style tips. Greasy hair. Pasta once a week. Authentic style, Asian
This
fusion
song was
style, Italian.
Guess
it
what
was
else
very
we're
fun to make.
Sausage.
It was probably the most
Italian
fun song.
sausage. That's gonna go in here
And a
too.
lot of the clips just kind of fell into place organically, especially this
Many
one.
varieties.
Italian wife. Italian wife. Italian bills.
All right,
Italian dark side flip.
one more song, and then we're gonna recap what we have to recap today.
Italian chill. Italian can't give her a pill. Why do you pretend to be Italian? I don't. I'm not full-blooded Italian. That'd be ridiculous for me to claim. I'm a quarter Italian. I am 1/4 Polish, and then I'm half kind of European mix.
Hey, what's up, Immoral Path of the Gay Banana? Wow, good to see you too, and welcome everybody else in chat. Okay, this is the last song, the last one, I promise.
It complements the flavor perfectly. And it's so weird because it's nothing like any other cuisine. It really isn't. I can't even tell you another cuisine that tastes like that. But it's so good. And what I like about Mediterranean food is usually when you get it, you get such a good variety of stuff. Like I got, so it came with hummus and pitas. You dip the pitas in the hummus, and that was delicious. Robust, insanely flavorful chicken. It's not dry. It's freaking robust. Give me this dipping sauce, garlic infused dipping sauce. Robust. I will tell you guys is thus. Robust. Robust. They came with their rice, which is the seasoned rice. The tastes again. It tastes kind of different from other cultural rices. It has peas and carrots, but it's also got this unique seasoning in it that's really good. And then also a side salad, which was like lettuce, tomato, onion, robust, insanely flavorful chicken. It's not dry. It's freaking robust. Give me this dipping sauce, garlic infused dipping sauce. Robust. I will tell you guys is thus. Robust. 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 We went and got dinner. Now, this was a double-edged sword. We knew that the restaurant we were going to was probably going to be good. It was a very high-end Chinese-style, Asian fusion-style restaurant, okay?
All right, let's get it started. Let's get this actual live stream started.
Now, I do.
No, don't
have
play again.
a favorite ask.
No.
Okay, I mentioned this.
Okay. Now, let's make it clear what are we gonna talk about today. Because there's been a lot of stupid shit and a lot of really repetitive stuff happening with DSP. And it's actually pretty hard to tell which is which. Because a lot of the repetitive stuff are very stupid and kind of entertaining. Let's see, DSP Gaming. Now, several things that I want to talk about for sure today. We got this hot tweet, if I can find it, where he was standing up against the trolls because he was salty that he didn't get likes on Instagram or something. It was really stupid. It was really fucking stupid. Get a load of this, I guess. Here it is. It's time to stop being afraid of my trolls. And he did this for 50 fucking likes. Come on, man. 50 likes. Then what else we got? There's some stuff I saw on Kiwi Farms that was funny. He fell asleep yesterday on a live stream. As you can see, he got his little hat going on and his glasses and his vest. And then it was nap time. He got all his money and then it was nap time. Immediately. Fantastic DSP. Then we got some stuff from Reddit from 7 years ago. It's actually very funny. I don't know what much else. Oh yeah, Rob Warren called him out, which was pretty funny. He called him out for not being a good leader of a community. And then a bunch of channels got taken down by stack of shit asshole. Steve has a new video. And DSP is back on top of Reddit. The super hot Cringe subreddit. DSP made it to the top because he is, I guess, kind of a guy that makes it to the top of Cringe multiple times. But this is not gonna load for some reason. Okay, decided to load. What the fuck is this? Bro. This should work. Alright, there we go. Reddit Cringe. Streamer calls his viewer fucking idiot for explaining why he needs to go out to eat with his wife every week. It's a fantastic title. It got 1.4 thousand and some nice awards, I guess. Congratulations for the 2 silvers. And yeah, this got people talking. And maybe later we're gonna go through the thread more in depth. But now let's start with some Snort Burnell. And no, we're not gonna watch the latest one. We're gonna watch the old ones. Because I haven't been watching them. So I need to know what to say and what's been happening. Okay, so let's start with this one. And I'm gonna watch them based on how egregious the titles are. So this one says, I need tips to pay $850 in the ultra hardcore begging season 2022. So definitely watching this one. That one is definitely going under the bus. So I know about this 850. I know about it, but that's about as much as I know. Hey, big ups Orinoco for being a member. I reverted back to the default pop-ups, so everything should be able to pop up on stream. There's no custom shit.
Holy shit!
So yeah, we're gonna avoid having this as an issue, hopefully.
Dude. I have to warn everyone.
Warning.
What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
But the PC stuff, I don't know if I even said this. The main topic of today, I guess, is the PC stuff. Because he was doing this weird thing, man. When he was trying to raise money for a PC, but also keep it separate from the money that people should already give him for tips. Which is like one of the more despicable DSP things DSP's done this year.
Real talk.
Real talk,
with
let's
all
go.
of you right now.
Let's
all
get
right?
it.
In regards to the coming week, all right? I have 2 very large bills due over the weekend into Monday, but then I also need to have enough funds to have my day off this coming Wednesday with my wife, all right? So that being said, if you are going to contribute to the channel this whole week, 6 streaming days, including today, I would prefer if you could tip me if you can. I'm not asking for anything above and beyond. I'm not even saying, hey, you know, go crazy here. I'm saying if you were already going to contribute, if you had an idea, oh, I'd like to help out Phil this week, and you have the idea that you can choose, right? How can I contribute? What's the best way? Tipping would help a lot, because I have to drop money on these bills and then have enough for the day off afterward. So it makes me nervous. Right now, I don't have enough for the bills yet.
Okay, this is what I was talking about, repetitive. This is one of the repetitive things, because this is a daily begging segment. This should probably even be cut out of a Snort Burnell style video, because it's an everyday thing when he begs like that.
Between today and tomorrow, I will, and then everything else I raise over the weekend has to be for my day off. So you gotta hope for the best. But that's what I mean. Like I figured if I talk about it like every stream just a tiny bit and then let it roll.
And the day off is really cool. The idea of fundraising for the day off is a very DSP idea, because it makes it so every week he has an emergency. Every week he has a goal that he needs to hit that is his day off thing. So it constantly keeps the pay pigs in the state of distress, and they have to keep paying. They can't be relaxed at all, because this is not a place where you relax and chill. This is where you pay bills. Alright, can we continue, Snort?
Heed that and contribute via tipping to help out, okay?
I'm sorry, it's a very complicated production.
All you have to do is you have to send me all of your money tonight.
If you're gonna count the quick saves or save states, you might as well just leave the stream now because you're a fucking idiot. I'm never good at these games. All I'm trying to do is beat them one to see the ending. I don't care about.
And this is like instantly toxified. This is just a random fucking clip. Instantly toxified. What a great first impression.
I don't care about challenge running myself. If you're gonna challenge...
Okay, let's imagine that I haven't streamed for 2 weeks, and that has caused me to have like amnesia or something. So now is the first time I've ever seeing DSP. It's the first time ever.
You're a fucking loser, man. Seriously.
Wow, why is this guy such an asshole just for no reason?
Myself to anyone else playing this game, you fucking idiot.
Incredibly salty.
That gets us up to $6 in tips. I appreciate that, Chuckles. Again, guys, I said this before we started, but quick reminder, if you are going to support the stream tonight, I would really appreciate tips. I do need a lot of help with tips this week, specifically because of some big bills coming up over the weekend, so tips would be preferred over anything. I still appreciate any contributions of any kind, but tips if you can, and thank you. All right. If you'd like to support the stream tonight, everything is appreciated. However, preferred if you could tip. Right now, I need to raise a lot of tips this week. I have 2 really large bills that clear over
That
the
is
weekend.
a good
Plus,
point.
I have to
That's a good point. Renee in chat says, why every day at night his hair and his shirt look so bad? I've noticed this too. He's looking like he genuinely had a complete day of like a shift in a warehouse or something. He looks genuinely just tired and finished after just playing some games for a couple of hours.
To go out on
and to the point where he's falling asleep now. We're gonna see that clip later on.
Wednesday.
He's just casually falling asleep, and I think he's definitely taken a couple of drinks with dinner. Definitely.
My day off of the week.
Because that's what Italians do. Come on.
So I'm not asking for anything extra. I'm not asking for anyone to go crazy. I'm just saying if you were already considering contributing tonight in some way, if you could tip, that would be really outstanding. It would help me a lot right now.
I mean, it is pretty crazy to begin with to have a $150 goal. So you saying that you're not asking for anything crazy, that's kind of redundant. You already are asking for something crazy.
I'm just not making any more.
You're a live streamer that makes fucking gaming videos. Why do you think you're entitled to this amount of money per day? Ridiculous.
Money tonight. How much do I need for the bill? Do you really want to know? One of them is my internet bill and one of them is my condo dues. So between the 2 of them...
So he doesn't even know how much he owes. This is ridiculous, man. Because, you know, when you have an important bill to pay, or a couple, you know how much they cost. You know how much all of them cost. If they're important, like he says, man, it's my biggest bills. How much are they? Well, this one is like, my internet.
It's about $850.
It's about $850. Oh. Maybe he put on a little bit of a markup. Maybe it was like $600. He put $850 so he could have a nice couple pulls in Champions.
Oh my god, he's drinking Hulk Hogan's sperm?
Yes. Yes, I love these. I love these mashups of random stuff. I don't know why I'm getting so excited by a Snort Burnell edit, but...
Alright, so $850.
I haven't been watching much of this.
What costs $850? Let me think. So, my condo dues... they went up this year. Yeah, my condo dues were significantly increased this year because of inflation. It sucked because we already had it.
It's kind of weird that he itemized more stuff when he has to beg than he did at his bankruptcy call. When the dude asked him, can you itemize $5,000 per month on business expenses? Can you just give me like a list of what this consists of? And then he looked at his lawyer and it was like, oh, this guy, he's a piece of shit.
Agreement of what we were all going to pay for this year monthly. and then inflation hit and everything's prices went up.
Oh yeah,
And,
inflation.
you know, our condo board basically determined that we had to pay even more this year because how else are we going to afford all the repairs and everything that already are scheduled to happen when all the prices have gone up? So the condo dues for the month are like, I want to say like $470. I could be off by a little bit, give or take, but it's about that. And then the rest of it is for internet. You know, I have one very dedicated business line in here just for the business. It's no data caps, meaning it's unlimited uploads and downloads. There's no data limit or anything to charge extra. But because of that, it's way more expensive than a normal internet line.
I've never
And
had
then I
data
have a second
limit.
internet
Is
line.
that a thing in America where you have a bandwidth
I
limit?
know, I've explained this a million times. I
What?
have a second internet line in my home so that everything else in the house is off of that. So, for example, my phone is not connected to that. This laptop is not connected to that.
Why?
My TV downstairs where we watch
Why?
TV.
This is
or
terrible.
my wife's phone. Anything that's wireless that we use for internet is in the
Bro,
other
this
modem.
is
Why?
terrible. Get the
'Cause
fuck
why would
outta
you want to
here.
have
Come
a
on.
screen be affected negatively by some other...
No, it's the fucking... Oh my god. Never mind. We're not gonna talk about networking. The bottom line of the fact of the matter is, and a million people has been pointing it out, having 2 lines of internet and paying this overpriced shit is not worth it. But he did it because at the time he had money to do it, and he didn't give a fuck to find anything better.
device, right?
And now it's a problem because he has to pay like, what, $500 for internet only. Come on.
It's always good to have a backup as well, but in this case, I have one super dedicated modem line just for uploads and just for streaming. That's it. And then the other one is for everything else in the house. So, yeah, just between those 2 things, and they're both due over the weekend, it's around $850 or so.
That's wild.
That's completely wrong. Hobo X, he's so dumb because he thinks he knows
Oh,
better.
he's
He says,
so
business
dumb.
internet isn't necessary. No one uses that.
Yeah,
It's
it's
only internet
not.
with no data caps, you genius.
Really?
You know how much I upload every day just for my streams? Anything else has data caps. I'd be spending 5, 7, 6 times more than this if I didn't have data
What? Okay.
caps. Like, that
Never
company's so
mind.
stupid.
Never mind.
Normal residential internet has data caps. Mine doesn't because it's a business line.
Oh my god,
Ridiculous.
he's drinking gin.
Like, I know this is blatantly bullshit. Like, this is obviously not true. He just couldn't find a good provider. He couldn't find an ISP that gives him the plan that he wants, so he went with the first one. He went with the one that had the biggest numbers on it and it says business, because he's a business. So therefore he has to have it. It's like mimicking like a checklist. I'm a business, so I need to have business internet. My playroom needs to be called an office. And I need to call my business something productions because I make productions. I mean shitty YouTube videos.
Great.
Hobo X, why insult you? Because you're a know-it-all. Oh, no streamers out there would use any kind of business internet. Phil's just wasting money. You're a know-it-all. You don't know anything, but you talk out of your ass to make me try to look bad. Shut up. You really don't know anything, and I hate people like that, the know-it-alls who
Don't
try to
know
come on here.
anything.
I've only been doing this for...
This, by the way, the guy who researches nothing. He does no research into nothing. And he has a podcast about talking about those things that he did no research on. And then he gets called out, and then this segment ensues where he calls you an idiot.
14 years, I think I know what's available for internet in my area and why I pay what I pay. Do you really think I want to pay as much as I do? I pay as little as I possibly can
No, that's
without a
not
data
true.
cap. Like, can you
That's
please
not
just
true.
shut up? You
But
don't know better
I'm
than the
not.
person who does this for a living.
No. I'm not dedicated enough to obviously go and find the receipts and find why he could be paying less and why he's wrong. But I'm just gonna say he's wrong, and you kind of have to trust me.
14 years, you really don't. You
Because
just
in the end of the day, you probably trust me more than you trust Phil. So I guess
don't.
just trust
Okay?
me.
And that's why I'm
Okay?
insulting you, because you're being a jerk on my stream, and you're trying to make me look bad on my own stream, so you deserve it.
You made yourself look bad by shitting on him so toxically.
Okay.
He almost got me toxic. He almost got me toxic. All right, so thank you again. Thank you guys. I appreciate all support tonight. Okay, if you can, please tip. Anything else is appreciated too, but tipping would be great. And now we're gonna resume. Okay, guys, thank you very much for a great outing.
Oh no, it didn't work.
Castlevania
The bag didn't work.
Anniversary Collection. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too.
So in this same day, I assume it's from the same day, he was begging for the 850 and then got only 35. Uh-oh, it's a state of emergency.
Until next time, and again,
Call Slayer,
feedback,
call
let me know
Jax
if you wanna see
Raxer,
more in the
gather the autistic Avengers.
future. I'm down for it. All right, guys. Thanks. Peace out.
Thanks to everyone who supported it. I'll be honest, it kind of sucks that today ended up being kind of a slower tips day. I really need help with tips this week, for sure. I need support with that.
Oh, and this is the unrecorded segment. Fantastic.
So if you guys are going to be around...
In this segment right here, this was the recorded segment. Thanks, everyone. You were amazing. It was a great day. Then the mask comes off. Hey, fucking
Supported it,
idiot.
I'll be honest. Kind of
I'll be honest. Today you didn't do well.
sucks that today ended up being kind of a slower tips day. I really need help with tips this week for sure. I need support with that. So if you guys are going to be around for the rest of the week and you're going to support in any way, it would really be great if you could tip me. I'm going to be having, sadly, to mention this a lot this week. I don't want to have to. It just is what it is. This is one of my much tighter weeks because of the double bills that are due that are really
The tighter weeks.
And then I have my day off, you know. So, thanks to anyone
A tighter week climaxing in a day off.
who chilled and supported tonight
Wow,
or anytime
such
during
an intense schedule, man.
the day.
The moment that money comes in, it's gone.
Now, I do have a favor to ask. Those of you who are going to be
Oh, and this is the daily wrap, by the way. Somebody pointed out, I think it was Kiwi Farms or something. Somebody pointed out that DSP is the only guy who has a dedicated video segment reviewing his audience performance and if they did well enough. And if not, then he guilt trips them and makes them feel bad. Just as a send-off in the end of the day. Wow. Hey, big ups
watching my
Jay
content and
Ruiz
supporting
for
it this
the
week,
6
okay? I
months
mentioned this
and Alfred
on tonight's
Aponte
late
for
stream. I'm
becoming a
gonna
member.
probably be
Dude,
mentioning
big
it on
ups.
every stream this week. Here's the deal. This week, I have two very large bills due. All right? One of them is my internet bill, and one of them is my dues here for where I live.
Yeah, and this is the shit I put in one of the songs. This is the whole
They're
segment.
both due over the weekend. One likely is going to clear like Saturday, and one's going to probably clear by like Monday. So which is all well and good, except for the fact that, you know, it's going to be tips that's going to pay for that. I already have some of it, but not all of it. But then, I also have my day off on Wednesday. So essentially what this means
No,
is
it's
not
a
only
combo.
do I have to have enough to pay these bills over the course of the weekend, but then I also have to make enough to have a day off on Wednesday, which means grocery shopping and pet supplies and a meal with my wife and all the usual stuff, all right? Now, please understand something. I'm bringing this up because I need you to refocus your support if you were already planning on supporting me this weekend. I'm not asking for anything
This
above and
is
beyond.
such a massive explanation. Why I'm doing this is because please refocus, but only if you were intending to support me in the first place. It's so complicated. Just fucking be straight up with it and be clear with it. Guys, I would prefer tips. That's all. That's it. You don't have to fucking refocus anything. We don't have to use business school terms. Just say, I prefer tips. That's it. Like you said, I prefer penne. It's the same thing. I prefer tips. Because, you know, I get them immediately and all of that.
Essentially, if I just got the same support as
Just say that. Stop explaining yourself like that. To make yourself look even shadier. It's like when people know that they're lying and they try and make a super believable story and just add as many details to it as possible and as many explanations as they can. So you physically can't ask him any questions because he's already answered everything in advance because it's fake.
I usually get on my streams, I'll be good to go. All right,
But in this case, I think he's like, obviously he has fucking bills to pay. And he got a bunch of money in the beginning of the month or end of last month and he blew it all away and now he needs to beg again, which is a DSP thing that happens constantly.
What I need is a favor. I need you guys that if you have an option to choose how you will support any of my content this weekend, the best way you can help me is by tipping me. Because the tips are going to help me to immediately pay those bills and also have my day off on Wednesday. Okay, I'll be honest. It makes me nervous because I've noticed recently there's actually been an uptick in super chats, which is great. It helps the channel long term, and certainly I'm not being ungrateful. And if that's the only way that you can contribute or support the channel, great. There's also been a lot of gifted memberships recently, and again, that's allowed us to hit membership goals.
Oh, everyone, please contribute so we can really stick it to those trolls tonight and make them upset.
So listen, I appreciate all that support, and by all means, if that's the only way you can support, then keep it up. All right, but I really need concerted effort this weekend. If you can help me and tip me, please do. That's what I need help with right now.
Refocus
okay?
your
Again,
support.
I'm not asking for anything above and beyond.
You know idiots will come out in prayers.
But you already are. You already are asking for above and beyond. Because the normal people, when they ask their fans for support, because asking your fans for support is not a bad thing inherently, and people do it in a proper way. And a lot of shows are supported on tips and super chats and whatever. But the people aren't as scummy as this when they have to ask for support. Because sometimes you gotta remind people that they should like the stream because it helps you out, and they should subscribe because it helps you out. But this shit, with expecting $300 daily, I think that is above and beyond already. And you're asking more on top of this, in a specific way that you prefer. I think that is above and beyond. For people that just want to watch stupid video games on YouTube and be entertained. Or have something to listen to in the background or some other nonsense.
Saying he wants you to pay directly his bills for him and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, that is true. And now he's gonna realize, well, you are actually paying my bills.
Just don't listen to the white noise.
Just don't listen to him.
I'm a person who makes content and you support the content, and that's how I make my living. Yes, actually, all my bills get paid by my viewers. Duh.
Yeah, actually, duh. Yeah, and this, the text on the screen also, yeah, that's a good point.
No shit. That's how it works. That's how any content creator operates. Like, what are you talking about? But this is what these idiots do. They'll try to spin this into a negative thing and be like, oh, now Phil's begging for extra money and shit. I'm not. I get an outstanding amount of support every day. But what I need is a focus on tips so I can actually afford this stuff for this week. And then it's not that much of a concern moving forward. We go back to more variety of support, okay? So if you can, please tip. Yeah, it's all about money. It's all about money, ultimately.
So let's get into it. Now, before we get started, all right? I'm just going to say something quickly up front. I'm probably going to mention it at the very end of this podcast, too. This is
Man, he looks really fucking rough. And I'm probably going to end up watching his latest daily rap, so I'm going to find out. But he's been looking very rough recently.
What's up for those watching live on stream?
His face is back to being kind of roundish when, like it was back in, I don't know, like 2011, 12. But it looks super unhealthy.
You completely ignore me if you want. I don't care. It's not a big deal. But, you know, essentially...
And he got that drinker's mouth with the weirdo, like, puffy lips and stuff, and, it's something else.
Right now, with the way that things are going with me, things are very tight. And what I mean by that is this week...
Things are tight. It's a tight week.
Things are rough for me. I have 2 giant bills to have to clear over the course of this weekend. And then I have my day off on Wednesday where I have to do things that are necessary, like buy groceries for my family, okay? I don't get paid by YouTube until typically the 21st of the month. As I found out last month, sometimes it can be later than that. So things are just tight right now. It's just how it is, okay? I am essentially living paycheck to paycheck, and it sucks that that's...
You get multiple paychecks, one of which is a daily paycheck. So you're not living paycheck to fucking paycheck, asshole. People living to paycheck usually have 1 or 2 if they have 2 jobs. Or if they get paid weekly, you know how it is. But no, you got 1 monthly, you got a Patreon thing, and you got daily fucking tips. So tell me how it's paycheck to paycheck. More like paycheck to paycheck to paycheck to paycheck to paycheck 30 times.
The case, but that's just the case, okay?
And he still can't make it. Literally a daily paycheck. He still can't make it.
Now, this weekend, obviously, we got a lot going on. We got tons of gameplay streams. We got a special marathon tomorrow.
What a
lot of
fucking
exciting
clown.
stuff, okay? And I'm excited for all of that. I know you are.
Yeah, and
what I would...
Also, you gotta consider whatever he gets behind the scenes, because you always know he keeps in contact with a bunch of people, emailing back and forth and stuff. You don't know how many paychecks he gets behind the scenes, you know?
Ask is if you were already planning on supporting these streams or this content over the course of this weekend. If you would like to do me a favor and help out more, please tip me. I'm not saying you have to tip at all. I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm expecting...
what if you were saying that they have to tip? Like, how are you gonna enforce that? Like, stop being fucking goofy, DSP.
Anything above and beyond.
Stop being a Richard.
On my normal stream.
I can't force you to tip. Of course you can.
Streams, okay, or my normal content. Nor am I asking for that. What I'm saying is,
just like it's like him when he says, "Guys, I'm a crowd-funded individual because I don't do those ads and I don't do those shillings." Yeah, because nobody offers them to you. And if they did, you would do them.
Right now, I need funds to do things in the short term. And as much as I appreciate people who have been coming to the streams and supporting in various different ways, for example, I've noticed in the last week or 2, there's been some people who've been gifting a lot of memberships, people who've been coming and doing super chats. That's all great, and that's going to help me in the long term, and I'm really appreciative of that. This is going to actually grow the channel.
Oh yeah, it's going to grow the channel 100%. 100%. It's going to grow the channel. Let's take a look at the growing channel, by the way. I'm not even gonna mention his sub count, because that doesn't matter. It's a DSP thing. Look at this. It is actually pretty much tanked since the clip channel started going down. We barely make... Okay, here he was begging. In this video, he was begging crazy. from July 11th. This is a couple of days ago. He was begging like crazy, and that's how he got
What's going on?
2,000 views. With this in the title, need some help for my final streaming day. He was fucking crazy begging. Here we got like sub 1,000 views, DSP. Come on, this is fucking silly. Even his reaction stuff. I'm probably gonna end up watching these because I have plenty to say about him. The Rob Gavagan, aka Rob Dyke, because that's how he used to call himself back in the day, back when I actually watched him in like 2015. And those got 1.3, 1.9, 1.3. So that was for the special event. Is basically, you might have as well been playing Fable, episode 1, or some nonsense. Okay, let's go back to this.
In the last year is grow DSP Gaming. Rebrand it, try to get some constant growth on it, and this is all a big positive of that, alright? But short term, in this next week, I need help with tips because that's funds I can use immediately to pay these bills and then afford to have a day off next week, alright? Now, excuse me. Undoubtedly, idiots will spin it in negative ways. I don't care what they say. They can go fuck themselves. They have nothing to do with anything here on my streams, alright? I am not trying to ask anyone for anything
Wait,
extra.
what are we
I'm
gonna,
saying-
are we gonna spin begging in a negative way? It's already in a negative way. We don't need to spin it. You do that for me. And then you tell me what I'm gonna say, and you're having a reaction to that. So why am I even here? He's being his own troll right now. Hey, you know what the trolls are gonna say? Ugh, he's begging again. Well, when they say that, I'm gonna say, well, don't listen to them. So he's having a convo with the trolls without the trolls even having said anything.
If you are already going to support these streams over the weekend, please tip if you can.
Obviously, what I'm saying here is that all of you should immediately empty all of your wallets. Just
When the clip is flipped, you can see how weird his
Open up.
hair
I'm saying if
actually
you-
looks. Because look at him like this. This is the normal way you would look at DSP. The soulless eyes staring right directly at you. You see the haircut. It's off. It's tilted. It's weird. You can see the goatee, everything.
you were already
Now let's
going to
see the flipped one. When it gets flipped, it's like a TikTok filter. Look at this, and when he looks towards the camera, you can see how actually tilted this hair is, and how strokey the mouth is. It's actually wild.
all of your wallets. Just open up all of your finances to me.
I should
your
probably
bank accounts,
get
your
through these
credit
videos
lines,
a little bit faster because there is a lot of them.
Remortgage your house, right? Do all these things immediately.
Alright? Because I need to get past these two big bills, and then afford my day off this week, and then we're in the clear. Alright? So that's all I'm saying. Thank you in advance to anyone who does that. I will have to mention this every once in a while because I know
And
it'll
stop
happen
saying thank you in advance. No, you're gonna thank him when he actually does that, and you give him the shout out that you're supposed to give him anyways. That's when you thank him. Don't say thank you in advance, because it sounds condescending, and it sounds like you're my boss. And you're kind of advising me to tip. Don't do
undoubtedly
that.
As the stream starts
No.
with gameplay and everything, you're going to see people jumping
Don't
on
say
more here
thank
at this
you in
segment,
advance.
and so it is what it is. Of course, again, this will be spun in a negative way, saying that, oh, he's talking about it all the time.
And now he's being his own detractor now. It's like he's imagining what people are gonna say and responding to it. Like, DSP, stop it.
or whatever.
You
I
want
don't
people to ignore the trolls and not listen to them? Stop making these weirdo self-responses.
care. I don't
What
care
the
about any of
fuck?
these idiots or what they say.
You
Please
don't
understand,
care about
just
them.
disregard
I
it.
don't care about them, but we're gonna make a weirdo tweet that's gonna get only 50 likes. And then Rob fucking on Wheels, that's his surname, Rob on Wheels, he ratioed him. He got 87 likes. Well, you're still a scrub, DSP. And you're not rent-free at all. Still gotta pay bills. Can't be rent-free and pay bills every day.
Everything that they've ever said, they're all worthless people. Okay.
They're all worthless people.
Give me your monies. Again and again and again. Keep giving me the monies. But back then, before I was a live streamer, a lot of the times when I was doing my game playthroughs, I had a guide with me. I didn't reveal it. I never told
Hey,
anyone.
spoilers.
But a lot of the times I was
So he was always low-key, just absolutely terrible at games. And not putting any effort and just looking up guides.
using a guide to get through
Fantastic.
the games. Because I was figuring I need to put out a playthrough of this fucking game in a relatively short
I
period
think,
of time.
yeah, I do think he thinks very low of his fans because, I mean, obviously. But in a way, he also really wants to be careful with his inner circle because people leave him for all kinds of really bizarre reasons. And they turn against him for the weirdest stuff. So he wants to be as careful as possible with the actual pay pigs.
can't be getting stuck and stuff, okay? Phil drinks piss.
If you remember my original playthrough of Dark Souls, I outright bitched about not being able to buy the strategy guide, telling you guys that all the strategy guides in my area had been sold out.
Then why bother doing anything at all? If you're gonna be looking at strategy guides and fucking just going through the game on a conveyor belt, why bother putting out these fucking stupid ass videos? Why? What's the point? You don't even put in your own mind to try and figure out the game and get through it. We gotta look at guides for like most games. You just fucking admit it. What an asshole.
That was one of the major reasons.
Like, why even do that? He was uploading 60 videos a day. And now he tells us, oh yeah, I was actually even looking at guides. So you were even more scummy. Because you were abusing the system and not even giving a fuck about playing the game in a genuine way.
Reasons why I couldn't figure out
what a great fucking guy.
How to play the game.
And this is a thing with DSP that is really fucking annoying. When he pretends throughout his entire 15 years, constantly like he's a nice guy, he doesn't do anything, and 5 years after that point, he's gonna tell you that he was low-key actually a massive asshole, and he did all this toxic shit. And then 5 years after that, he's gonna tell you about that moment that he told you about the 5 years before that, and then he was also a big fucking asshole.
Because I didn't have anything to help me and hold my hand. So there you go, makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? I said this at the very beginning of the pre-stream, and I'm going to say it again as we start with gameplay now, okay? This weekend, I need help in regards to tips.
Oh, and
right?
we beg. I thought he was going to talk about guides.
Anything normal, all right? I'm in a situation where I have 2 large bills that need to clear in the next few days, and my day off is Wednesday, and I need to be able to afford things like groceries for my family and stuff like that, all right? The only way I'm going to do that is with tips. I appreciate memberships. I appreciate super chats. I appreciate any kind of support you can give this channel. But if you were already considering contributing to any of my content over the course of this weekend.
The weirdo sales pitch. Just say I prefer tips. That's all. That's all. You don't have to make this statement. You don't have to say all the other ways people can contribute and confuse people and give them all these weirdo clauses like only tip me if you were already considering fucking tipping. Because this is even more shady than just saying you prefer tips, man. Just say you want tips. Just be straight up with it. Like a beggar on the street doesn't stop you and give you like a 20-minute sales pitch of why you should give him $1. He just says if you can give him $1.
I definitely need as much help with tips as possible. Okay? If that means foregoing in the short term, I was going to become a member, but I can actually tip Phil instead, please do. You know, I don't like talking about this. I'm not going to be talking about this the entire stream. I refuse.
And if anything, this weird sales pitch, it's only going to make people super chat more to irritate them. Like, come on, man. Come on. You're setting yourself up for getting toxic and then making yourself look bad. Again.
This is about gameplay and chilling with you guys and having a good time. I hate that I have to...
You just can't get a single thing right. And I guess that's the thing with lolcows, that it's just everybody else gets to look at them and laugh. And they are confused. Why are you laughing? I'm doing everything right.
Talk about this, but I do. I'm just in a situation where, yeah, things are tight. I'm kind of living paycheck to paycheck. And at this point, you know, I need to afford these bills plus other stuff when I have my day off on the week coming up, all right? So please, if you can, tip. Thank you in advance to anyone who does. And as you know, there are rewards. You know, $50 Gunner glasses, $100, pick a hat, a silly hat for me to wear.
Fantastic. And now we're at a fucking carnival.
Raised vest for me to wear, you get to pick. So, all right? And that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to go into it, talk about it all day. Stupid shit. I just want to play a game and enjoy it. I'm really enjoying Final Fantasy VII with you guys so far. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too.
I have a job where I work 9 to 5, and I bust my ass at my job and I earn a paycheck, man. And then I come home, see? I'm not on the internet begging for money all day, man. See, I'm better than them, man. No.
This also, I hate this clip. Because he uses himself as this... He injects himself in the bigger group of content creators and people that do stuff on the internet of a much higher quality than him. And he injects himself in that group and tries to make it an argument that he is not... that you're actually criticizing everybody else. That makes actually good content.
Oh, you're not any better. Everyone's the same. No one's better
because, yeah, you can be a content creator on the internet and do it for a job, but you also gotta take it seriously like a job. He doesn't fucking take it seriously, and nobody takes him seriously, so it's real hard for everybody to kind of take anything seriously here. And the people who take it seriously start doing weird shit.
Than anybody else.
The last time around, I might have made a major mistake. All right? Last time around, I think I didn't save. We're about to find out.
And also, those other people, they have editing software. That's a thing that you edit videos with. And it's actually not very revolutionary. I think everybody uses it except DSP. I think factually, if you run a study, he's gonna be the only guy who has a YouTube channel over 100,000 subs and doesn't have editing software.
It's true, I didn't save.
I'm pretty sure.
We're going through the front door. We have to do this all over again. It's not a huge deal. Thank God I didn't get too far into this. Can you imagine if I had done the whole tower and accidentally not saved? I probably would have completely lost my shit. Thank goodness that's not the case. So we do have to turbo through these first few floors again.
What editing software I got? I got Camtasia Studio. That is a pretty, I guess, beginner to intermediate. That's for like simple stuff. And I got Premiere Pro.
But there's not much I can do about that now, right? I have to just basically do them again. It's okay. It's not a huge deal. In fact, you know what? Let's times 3 this combat.
I can't wait for the money. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it.
All right, that's it for this one. Now let's look at the titles of the other ones. Maybe we're gonna find something. A pulverized in fighting collection in a $60 night. Well, this is basically what we got from this, so I'm gonna skip this one. Egregious begging, plus making everything about himself in a successful marathon. I guess we could check this one out because it's a successful marathon. And then we get inside the PC arc, which is so scummy and so despicable.
This is how to play the game!
I'm gonna skip the intro this time because you already know.
In time.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
I'm really financially strapped.
Oh, and
sucks.
right
I
off
don't
the
like
bat.
living like this paycheck to paycheck.
Right after the intro, not even credits are rolled. We don't even know who this guy is.
But it happens, and there's not much I can do about it.
And I also really like that they cropped the footage in like a 16:9 letterbox aspect ratio. It gives it this cinematic feel to it, and the black and white really sets the tone. I wish there was some music underneath. I guess maybe I can find something very sad. What's a sad song from a movie that's not gonna get me taken down? I don't know. Sad song from a movie. Top 15 saddest soundtracks. This is a click, so I'm really not buying it actually. And what is this? The most romantic song. I don't even know why I'm doing this right now. It's for a gimmick thing, I guess. But let's do the Meet Joe Black thing. Because it says it's sad. Yes. They're gonna be talking? I think there's gonna be talking.
In time, I'd like to think that DSP gaming will grow to a point where this will not be an ongoing issue anymore.
Fuck,
but it's just my reality right now. Okay? This weekend, I have 2 large bills. One is clearing today, which is my internet bill, and then Monday, it looks like my condo dues are gonna clear. That's a lot of money.
You want the white run theme?
And then I need to have funds for Wednesday, my day off, which is when I go grocery shopping, I run errands, my wife and I try to have a meal together. Will not be an ongoing issue anymore, but it's just my reality right now, okay? This weekend, I have 2 large bills. One is clearing today, which is my internet bill, and then Monday, it looks like my condo dues are gonna clear. That's a lot of money between the 2 of them. And then I need to have funds for Wednesday, my day off, which is when I go grocery shopping, I run errands, my wife and I try to have a meal together outside of the home for one time a week rather than having to eat at home and cook every day all week.
Man, this is so sad.
Basically, here's the deal. I'm not asking for anything above and beyond at all, alright? I'm not. What I'm saying is, if you're someone who watches my content, someone who is already planning on possibly
this is the same thing
in any way.
This is the same thing. This is what I was telling you about repetitive. It's the same. I'm sorry that I broke the gimmick segment with the Skyrim shit, but it's the same thing as the previous clip. It's like literally a copy-pasted fucking speech. Copy-paste. This is the same thing as this one from 7 days ago. This one is from what, 5 days ago. This is the same thing.
And if you have a choice to decide, hey, I'd like to support Phil, how should I support him? Please tip me. Why tipping? Because when you tip me, those are funds I get right now, and I can directly put towards the bills I need to play this weekend and my day off on Wednesday. And that is 100% where any tips that I raise are going this week.
Yeah, this should have been pre-recorded.
On the internet says they're all lying fucking.
Oh, and they're all lying morons. Wait, this is the shout out to us. Let's see what we are.
I don't give a fuck what any other idiot on the internet says.
I don't give a fuck what they say. I have bills. I don't care what they say. I have bills to pay.
All lying fucking.
Wow.
All the money is going towards my financial responsibilities. Okay, and I do need help with it. Because if I don't raise enough, then what do I do on my day off, right?
What do? You just stay at home and chill.
Don't have enough to run my errands and buy groceries for the week.
Smoke some crack or whatever you do. Play Champions. But we can't play Champions if we don't got money.
It is, but it sucks, right? So, that's the deal. So, again, not asking for anything crazy over the top special. Not asking for anyone to empty their freaking wallet.
I'm not asking for anything special, but I have $850 worth of bills that I have to pay this week. I'm not asking for anything special, but this is what I have to pay. And I'm gonna keep asking you to pay it until you pay it. But it's not anything special. It's just $850. Come on.
What's in pockets and go beyond.
What is that for a random person on the internet? Come on. You guys got $1 million.
On your means. What I'm saying is I regularly get support on my streams anyway.
Oh yeah, you give me money anyway, but give me money in this way that I want, so later I can complain about not getting any super chats or members at all.
Choosing to do that this weekend, please tip me if you can. That's what's gonna help me the most. And even if that means for
he wants to be like he wants to be okay, I'm gonna give a basketball analogy instead of a soccer analogy because you guys are assholes. He wants to be like a basketball coach. Tonight we're playing against fucking Celtics, so we're gonna play full court press. But tomorrow we play against the Lakers, so we're gonna play zonal D in a fucking triangle. You know what I mean? He wants it different days. He wants it to focus on different methods of support so he can get the most benefit. While he gives you the same repetitive, worthless gameplay and worthless fucking podcast every single day.
Methods of support like a super chat, a super sticker, or a membership this weekend in order to help me out in the short term, please.
I think this Skyrim is a little bit
please
too
tip
loud.
Instead.
Hell! Email just did a $100 tip, guys. I've never run into this thing before. What is it, a money creature?
And we got Emil
it's a
showed
money
up.
creature. It just throws money around.
The classic
What the
PayPal.
hell was that?
Enough is enough. Mr. Kojima absolutely positively has
Oh no,
the
we're
right to
not.
stand up for
No,
himself.
we're not talking about this fucking Kojima thing. This is the dumbest fucking story I've ever heard in my life with the Kojima and the Japanese Prime Minister guy. This is the dumbest shit. Let's skip to this thing. Because he was doing an Ask the King. Oh no, it's the it's a highlight from his Rob Gavagan watching ceremony.
Something like this before, so it kind of gets me emotional.
He's like, blah, 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 blah. Shut up. You boring bastard. Jeez.
Knowing Matthew would have to live with the results of his actions for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
The actor says to this day, the crash and the lives lost still haunt him.
Like, what happened?
Bro, I should watch this shit later. This is so funny.
What could cause you?
If somebody told me that the guy who was racist on Blip in 2010 is gonna end up reacting to this stuff from basically 2016, because this style of content is from 2016. I know, because that's when I was watching it and it was hot. If somebody told me this would be happening, I would never believe them.
To have that kind of a situation. Amazing that this is the first thing we're doing. For those who don't know, I got into a really serious car accident when I was in high school.
Of course.
Okay?
Really serious. Except he basically suffered nothing and didn't go to the hospital.
And no, I wasn't driving a fucking sports car or anything. But what happened to me was, I was driving my car. I had just gotten onto, not a highway, but they called it like an expressway, a parkway. It's only a 2-lane road, but people drive on this thing really, really fast. Okay?
Yeah, it's an expressway that you got on. Okay?
So I had gotten onto the road. Now, I'm not intoxicated. I'm not on drugs or anything. I'm paying attention. In fact, if anything, I was basically overly paying attention. I got on, and as I
was paying too much attention. What?
was getting on
I was paying too much attention,
to the highway, I decided I was going to lane change left to get into the faster lane, because I was going to be driving for a while, several exits before I got off. So I go to lane change left, I signal and everything. As I'm going to the left lane, this guy is flying. I mean, he had to be going, no exaggeration,
so you didn't pay
like 100 miles
attention.
an hour. He's coming up so fast on me. He's definitely gonna rear end me.
What?
So I said, oh shit, and I swerved.
So you didn't see that guy? You know you have mirrors on the cars to see that guy that's coming behind you. So before you switch the lane, you should check if it's safe. And you probably didn't, even though you say you paid too much attention. He was paying too much attention. Almost too much attention.
Swerved back into the right
That's
lane.
how
I had
much
been lane
attention he was
changing,
putting.
and I swerved back into the right lane to get out of
Whoa.
his way. He flies by me.
Oh, and he got in a car crash to get out of his way. So somebody else doesn't get in a car crash. Nice guy, Phil.
Like so fucking fast, narrowly missing me. But I overcompensate.
No, that's not what happened, DSP. You fucked up and you crashed your own car by yourself, and nobody was there to cause it. You did it by your own self.
And when I
Stop
overcompensate,
bullshitting.
I hit the right barrier.
Oh yeah.
Which sends my car bouncing like a pinball from
Of
one side
course.
of this expressway to the other. The problem is this is not a big road. It's only a 2-lane road. So it goes bing, 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 and then eventually flies off into, there's an overpass of a bridge.
What?
And I fly into the side of this
Yo.
overpass, and my car gets completely fucking...
I want to see the police report for this. Somebody from Kiwi Farms, please find the police report for this fucking crash that never happened. So we can find out it was just him losing control of the car and crashing.
Total. I walked away.
He's saying it like it's a fucking Michael Bay movie. He did like flips with the car and it was like pinball and it flew out. Now it burned his face. He's gonna say it. Probably.
A completely burnt side of my
Yeah,
face.
completely burned side of his face.
My airbag had deployed, and it burnt the entire left side of my face. So I had all this fucked up flesh, and also like all this cuts and stuff on my face.
Oh,
so I look
yeah,
hideous.
yeah.
But thank God the airbag went off.
100%.
'Cause if it hadn't, I would have died. My door had impacted to where my head was. So if the airbag hadn't stopped my forward movement, my head would have went into the door and I would have died. Okay? My passenger, who was my friend at the time, completely unscathed. The only thing that happened to him, his glasses flew off his eyeball, or his head, and flew into the woods. So he lost his glasses. But outside of that, he literally never had an issue at all.
He was also driving somebody else in the car. So not only did he fucking crash, and it was most definitely his fault, because this shit was paying too much attention. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And there was somebody else in the fucking car, so he almost killed somebody.
Oh.
Very nice.
Okay?
Very nice.
But, dude.
Because I don't trust him at all about his version of the story. Not at all. There's some guy comes out of nowhere like a fucking RKO and tries to overtake him. And he was about to hit him, but then DSP decided to do like a Tokyo drift so he can evade him. And then the car went flying. And then it was like pinball. And then it landed and they were all okay. Except his face was burned. Like Two-Face from Batman. And the guy he was driving with suffered nothing. He was chill. Just lost his glasses. So this is very unbelievable.
Narrowly died. Like barely survived, okay? Things that never happened by Phil, oh yeah? Things that never happened? These things did happen.
Probably like 3 beers. And I'm driving home buzzed. And it starts snowing.
3 beers.
Snowing.
Very nice.
Okay? Snowing. And I'm
Oh, he almost killed
on the
somebody else,
highway,
huh?
in snow, buzzed, trying to drive home. And it was fucking terrifying.
Why
Terrifying.
were you fucking driving after 3 beers, you fucking asshole? You're
Because
gonna kill
I did
somebody.
not have full control of that vehicle in snow. Alright? And I remember getting home, and I was, like, covered in sweat, my whole body from head to toe, because I thought I was gonna kill myself driving home. I nearly made it, I felt. And after that, I said, I'm not fucking not doing this anymore. You know, it's just not worth it. And I remember there was one other time that I went to a restaurant or bar with my coworkers, and I told them I'm not drinking. I said, I'll have some apps or whatever, you know, I'll have some of the wings or whatever. I can't have any, I can't do this. This is just, it's ridiculous, you know? So, and then since then, I refuse. I'm not gonna go out and drink.
Okay,
drive.
bro.
After feasting with the
enough.
king, we're gonna do a hot swap. You're gonna vote on a second hat for me to
A
wear,
hat
so just a
swap.
cowboy hat. Okay.
I don't know why he makes it sound super disgusting. A hat swap.
Okay.
It's like a wife swap. You should swap Kelly for Cat. so we could finally see Cat on a wing stream.
And if we had $250 in tips today, then I'll do a vest swap as well after
Oh,
Feasting with
vest
the King.
swap.
Reminder, this is the only stream I'm doing today. I'm not doing a second night stream, so that's
So
why.
please give me as much money as I would make in 2 streams, because I'm not having 2 streams, I'm having 1 stream. So please compensate the amount of money that I would have had on the second one, and give it to me now. And they did, he got a 356. But these are, gone are the days of the classic begathon that's gonna get like $1,000, $2,000, and saving the house and stuff. This is amateur hour. This is weak.
The goals.
They need to step up. But they've been stepping up every day. Now it's like, step up the movie.
Are,
You know that movie where they dance? That was a reference to that.
you know, higher than just the 150. I am trying to basically make up for the fact that there's no second stream tonight. If you are supporting the content, thank you. Any support is appreciated. In particular, tips would help a ton right now. I need to pay 2 large bills, and then also my day off is Wednesday. So if you have a choice, oh, you know, I want to support Phil's stream, I like it today, please tip if you can. Okay, I'm not asking for anything crazy, nothing beyond your means. I'm just saying, if you're already going to support and you have a choice to choose, if you could tip me, I would really appreciate that, okay?
Tips. Tips. Ayúdame. Ayúdame, por favor. Kevin tipped $100.
And he has the following to say, so listen up. Hey, Phil, please don't count this towards your tips goal. Now, the reason I assume he's saying that is because
What?
the controversy around this was
This is so stupid, man. This is so stupid. Please don't count this. Why not?
that over a week ago when I was finishing up Skyrim, he had said to Malcolm in the chat that he was going to pledge the same amount.
Oh yeah, and you fucking guilt-tripped him. I remember this. Some dude said that they were gonna tip and they didn't. And he made him feel like shit. And now he did. Now he got all the fucking money.
As Malcolm.
Congratulations.
And then Malcolm tipped and he never did. And then Malcolm got very upset with him because he
But
left.
don't
and
count
basically
this,
had
dude.
not really been seen since then. So what I'm assuming
Because
is
of
this is the
semantics.
tip that he had promised Malcolm he was going to do back then. And now he's doing it. And because this tip was supposed to be a week and a half, 2 weeks
Oh
ago.
yeah, it was supposed to
he doesn't want it to
be.
count towards today's goals because technically
What a
it should have been,
fucking sad sack of
That's what I'm
shit.
assuming. I'm just assuming. Trying to give you guys a little bit of perspective here. Okay?
I have no complaints. It was a really awesome time with you guys, and I want to thank you all for that. I'll see you all in the morning. Sound good? Everyone, please have a good night.
And there we go. It's a 256. It's pretty weak. Pretty weak. So let's see what else we got next on the chopping black. Papa Vera came back. Slow night plus a slow day, and Fable flopped. But this I feel like I've seen this like 1,000 times. Let's see the new PC stuff. And the latest news, I guess, is that DSP's boyfriend, Rich fucking Review Tech USA, offered him a PC. And as always, DSP doesn't want to take it because it's gonna ruin his happy little begging circle.
Gotta play the game!
His happy little whale circle. So yeah, now he needs to justify why he doesn't want to take it. So I guess we're gonna see clips of that, or maybe the clip's gonna be uploaded today. I don't know.
In the chat, fucking know-it-alls. Oh, you could just order a replacement hard drive off Amazon.
Yeah, you can do this. This is like, man, it's so annoying. Because he's the such a fucking piece of shit when he starts doing this shit. This specific thing, where he's constantly dependent on everybody else for all kind of help. Literally all kind of help. He might as well be looking for people on Craigslist to fuck his wife for him. He needs every single kind of help a human being could have at any point in time. But when you say something that he doesn't agree with or doesn't think it's a viable thing to happen, he's gonna go full on fucking toxic on you. He's gonna shit all over you for no reason, while at the same time needing people like you's help. He's effectively asking you for help. And when he doesn't like the suggestion you're making and the advice you're giving him, he's just shitting all over you, as if he knows any better.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Already we got people in the chat, fucking know-it-alls. Oh, you could just order a replacement hard drive off Amazon. Shut up. No, I mean, shut up. I just told the whole story of...
Shut up, and that's why his chat got like 4 people talking in it. And he needs to complain about it and write fucking weird posts about it. That he asked, there was one, I hope we see this one clip, where he was talking about, I was asking people in chat a question and they didn't even respond. Like nobody cared to talk about it. Nobody cared to talk to me. It was
why
so embarrassing, so infuriating. It's a terrible clip.
I don't want to open up my PC and start messing with hardware of an 8-year-old PC. You spamming in
Why
the chat.
not?
Oh, you can buy a cheap hard drive. I'm not wasting your time.
Yeah.
Might as well fucking.
Well,
put your-
you're broke, right? Then do a practical solution. Instead of buying something that costs thousands of dollars, have a practical solution that you can do at home for maybe a couple of $100s.
Head in the toilet and yell. Like, you don't listen. And this is the problem. I get know-it-alls on my streams all
We get know-it-alls. Maybe because you need help from everybody constantly. And people try and give you fucking ideas.
the time.
Maybe that's why you get know-it-alls constantly. If you shut the fuck up and be humble about it, maybe you're not gonna get know-it-alls.
I think they know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know anything. They're just fucking
They
yelling.
don't know anything.
Thinking that they know better than the streamer or the content creator. I have a PC I've not opened once in 8 years.
Being a streamer or a content creator doesn't make you anything. It's a thing that you decide to be. It's a choice. You're not born being a fucking streamer. It doesn't make you any different. Anybody can be a streamer or a content creator. So that doesn't mean you know any better than the fucking people. So if DSP thinks he knows that, just because he has a long history of uploading shitty videos, he's completely fucking wrong.
Right? Do you think I should open it now when it's having problems? Do you think that's a good idea?
That's when you open stuff so you can do what is called diagnostics and figure out what is wrong and then fix it. And you can find out how to fix it by using Google and looking up what is wrong. And people on the internet are gonna tell you. Because I know you're very familiar with people on the internet telling you how to do stuff. Because that's how you exist. Exclusively.
Genius level. Alright?
Oh my god, he's drinking salt.
And now I get people, oh, why don't you get an external hard drive? I swear to God, why do I talk on my streams? No, really. Should I? Here's what I'm gonna do from now on. I'm just going to take a piece of tape, and I'm gonna turn on my stream, and I'm just gonna have tape over my mouth. I'm gonna sit here like this and stare at the camera for 3 hours.
Okay, that's still much better. Then the restreamers can fill it in and make even more content. We can say whatever we want. And eventually somebody's gonna do something like, remember the annoying orange? And they're gonna put a fake mouth where his real mouth is. And he's just gonna be sitting there for 3 hours, and the fake mouth is gonna be saying stuff, and it's gonna be real funny. Here, you got a restream idea. Now you, like I said, you can become a restreamer because you're not born like that, and you can go and take my idea and incorporate it, and you're gonna get exactly 1 million views. I promise.
It's like I don't speak. Yeah. Did I not just say external hard drives have a slow writing capacity compared to internal? And so it wouldn't make sense to try to be recording 1080p.
Are you plugging it in the USB 2.0? Maybe.
60 frames per second video to an external hard drive, it probably would have issues. Like,
yeah, how about you look it up? How about you look it up? Because I don't know exactly, but what I'm gonna do is bust out the good old, I guess, pig go, bro, duck go, and look up fast external, or actually, I'm gonna look up how fast is an external drive. And we're not gonna spend too much time with this, just to show you that it's actually a thing. How fast should an external drive be? And this is from Seagate, those people that, you know, make actual external drives. And as you can see here, USB 3.0 in interface goes up to 4.8 gigabits per second, which is about fucking 10 times more than the USB 2.0. So there we go, fucking Phil. It's kind of like you're a little bit wrong.
I just don't know anymore. It's like people just don't want to listen. They selectively listen. And then they're know-it-alls and they spam stuff. And again, this is not everyone, but I see this every day now. It's like people on the internet have become so up their own ass with this mentality that they know better than everyone. And that, you know, like, especially in my case, oh, well, if Phil doesn't immediately listen to what we say and immediately respond in a positive manner, it means that he's some kind of a obstinate,
what?
You know, crotchety guy.
And now we're doing this again when he's
like, no.
He is inserting what the trolls are gonna say and responding to it. It's like a conversation with a troll. So they're literally living rent-free in his head. He can't even, like, say something without saying what they would say and responding to it.
I already answered your suggestions before you even gave them. I explained why I don't want to buy a new internal hard drive, because I don't want to open the PC and fuck with it when it's an 8-year-old PC that already is having issues, and an external hard drive would not be sufficient, like I already explained. And then people still have to spam my chat with the know-it-all shit, as if I never existed. I might as well just not be in this chair right now.
He almost got me toxic. He almost got me toxic.
Okay, so I'm just gonna try to, you know, it's like I'm not already stressed out enough over what's going on, right? So hold on a second here. Exactly right. Only Kawaii Coffee also says, if you use an external hard drive, you have a limitation of the USB port and USB cable, which you're right. My PC is 8 years old. Do you really think I'm using the top-of-the-line latest USB technology? No. I'm using 8 years old outdated technology. It's probably not even the fastest data capacity. This is all correct things to be saying, but you can't speak like that to a person who's a know-it-all on the internet. You just can't.
What? Yeah, this whole time I was talking about SSDs. I don't know who would get an actual, like, a hard drive.
They'll just counter you a million times with nonsense. So anyway.
Oh yeah, just get a fucking SSD. Shit is fast, man. Come on.
The best way to support me and my content right now.
It's fast enough. That's the whole thing, that it has to be fast enough. It's not the talking about being the fastest or whatever. It has to be fast enough to do what he wants to do. And it is. And I know for sure. Because I've had media servers and shit like that running on hard drives, and it still fucking works.
Now would be to tip me. I need tips right now to have funds to spend on my day off on Wednesday.
And now we're begging
like
again.
Groceries, you know, paying for stuff around the house that we need to restock. Maybe have a nice meal with my wife for one time during the week, because I don't get that. I have to be, we basically have meals every week.
Yeah. It's the same thing.
I don't have that kind of money to just blow. I just don't.
We don't have that.
So there's no quick fix or easy solution to my problem. Now, I've already told you guys that this
you can maintain your equipment. That's actually a good solution for the long-term problem. So you don't have shit like this.
year, I would definitely like to get a new PC. I feel like it's a necessity at this point. There's now ongoing issues with my setup over and over and over, right? So, with that being said, we talked about it earlier this year, that last year, a few people had actually reached...
I'm pretty sure. I'm not actually pretty sure. I'm 1,000% sure that when he gets his new PC, he's gonna have issues with that. There's no PC that anybody's gonna configure for him and anybody's gonna set up for him where he's gonna get it and have absolutely no complaints. That will never happen. So I'm excited to see what that's gonna be like. When somebody literally buys him a top-of-the-line PC, or at least about like $3,000, and then he looks at the gift horse mouth or whatever fucking, you know what I mean.
Reached out to me and said they were interested in helping me get a new PC. This is around the summer of last year. And I said, well, that's great, but I had no plans in upgrading my setup at that point, especially because we were very near to the fall and the busiest gaming season of the year. So let's reconvene next year when it seems like it would be a good time. Quite frankly, now would be a really good time, except I reached out to a couple of those people, and of the ones that responded, basically some said sorry because of inflation and things this year, we just can't help you.
He was what a fucking moron. He had people offering to give him a PC for free, right? To buy him a PC for free. And then he said, you know what? I'm gonna let you know when I want you to give me the PC. I'm gonna tell you when it's a good time for me. And then he hits that guy up. Like, what did he say? 6 months later or whatever, next year. And then the dude is like, dude, I actually can't do it anymore. I can't buy you the fucking PC. What a fucking asshole. He didn't even take it when people wanted to give it to him. Because it wasn't a good time for him. He just didn't feel like it.
Right now. And
it's too much of a hassle.
The other person said,
to actually plug it in and turn it on and install fucking OBS on it.
Well, I can't buy a new PC like originally we had talked about, but I have some parts or things I can donate, which really isn't going to work. You know,
and that's not going to work.
I haven't built an actual PC of my own since the early 2000s. I don't think now is a good time to start. The last thing I would want is
yeah, because then you could make a stream building a PC and everybody would make fun of you. So that's why you don't want to do it. It would be on Reddit again, on Cringe.
Donating a million.
Gamer with 14-year-old legacy fails at assembling a PC and rages at chat.
Components, me trying to put it together, having technical issues, not making it work. I also don't have the time to build it, just being honest.
And he doesn't have the time. You know, it takes 6 days and 6 nights to build a gaming PC. It's sacred.
To sit around and build PCs when I need to be working as much as I do.
I can't sit around and build PCs. You have to build one PC.
So it's just not gonna work.
Your PC.
Okay? So, I mean, the real solution here would essentially be getting a pre-built PC from somewhere. Where, I have no idea. This one I got here, I think I had gotten from, I want to say it was like I buy Power PC.
It is kind of like a ritual, yeah.
Or
It is kind of a ritual. It is fun.
Cyberpower.
And it's a personal thing if you're building your own PC.
This is a Cyberpower PC.
But no, he has no curiosity, no passion about any of it. He doesn't care about making a good build that's gonna run fine and you know, you're gonna be proud of. He doesn't give a fuck about any of that. He just wants the physical material object so he can have a good material object that he can like. And maybe he's gonna put the box of that behind him if it's a pre-build.
Computer that I bought 8 years ago.
You know, I'm a simple guy. I'm a gamer. I'm not a techie. I'm not a fucking guy that knows all the ins and outs of this shit. You're like talking to a lay person.
Yeah, literally children build PCs. Like actual 14, 13-year-old, 12-year-old kids.
You're talking to
that are interested in it. Your problem is not that you don't know anything, that you don't give a fuck about anything. You're not passionate, you're not interested, you're not curious, you're not any kind of adventurous to go and look for stuff, find out stuff, improve stuff. You just don't care.
A gamer. You're not talking to an editor.
And he expects people that are not supposed to care so much, to support him and to give him fucking PCs, while he feels like it's okay to not care about anything.
You're not talking to a PC, you know, builder. You're not talking to a techie guy. You're talking to a guy who just wants to sit down, press record, play a game, and have fun.
Okay, then why do you do this for a job then? You can do this after work, like I do, and have a chill, fun time. You don't have to do this as a job when you're not gonna go all the way.
Right.
Not gonna go all the way to learn how to do stuff.
I love the PC. I never had an issue with it. Outside of every once in a while, there's a little glitch with my microphone, or now we're having an issue with the hard drive 8 years later. What's hilarious about it is the moment I got it, people started insulting me.
I don't even know how he knows he has an issue with the hard drive. I don't know how this has been determined. I don't know what kind of troubleshooting he went through, because I don't think he did any. He just said, hey, this got corrupted, must be my hard drive.
Saying that I bought a terrible PC, I wasted money, it's a lemon. You know, pieces of human shit.
Pieces of human shit, by the way.
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Because people criticized him for buying a bad PC that he wasn't happy of. When he did the actual setup for the PC, the actual setup and unboxing and installing of games that ran like trash, people say, hey Phil, this is the lemon that you bought. And now they're pieces of human shit. People that acknowledge the obvious fact that his PC was trash. And it ran games like trash, and it couldn't record, and he couldn't get even a grip of how it works.
I just want to crap on everything on the internet.
We just want to crap
this
on
PC's been great, okay? But it's 8 years. It needs to be retired. You know what I mean? 8 years of constant use.
This stream today is, by the way, is gonna be a marathon. So you guys better be ready, because now the Americans are yet to wake up. It's like 7 o'clock there or something.
Not gonna be.
They're being really sleepy right now, and it's a Saturday. So you gotta wait for them to catch up, and then we're gonna watch a bunch of shit. And maybe we're even gonna watch the John Rambo and Howard nonsense. Maybe, if you guys are nice.
It used to be. In addition, you know, we're in a situation here where definitely I need to start using updated technology. I'm literally using an external capture device, all right, to capture video from my consoles. It's so outdated. This device is so old. You know, there's so many things that are probably way newer now. You know what I mean? That being said, at some point I have to get a new PC. I just don't know how I'm going to do it right now, because I've explained to you guys that basically, here's the situation I'm in. I know... Sorry. I know that literally right now...
Cannibalism.
I have a very
in the middle of the podcast. Who else fucking does this? Maybe Joe Rogan does it when he's really high.
...for the fan base and viewer base. And I know that if I were to say...
It was a little bit of a nom 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 segment.
I know...
He derailed himself to chew on his fucking finger, man. How disgusting are you? Disgusting. And you open up his stream, and he's the center of attention. He's doing a fucking podcast. And then he started just biting his fucking nails. And I bite my nails too, but my camera is off.
I'm gonna do it right now, because I've explained...
Maybe later if I'm drinking, I'm gonna turn it on. We can have a game while he's live. He's going live today, right? It's a non-day off. So that should be a ton of fun.
That basically, here's the situation I'm in. I know...
When we keep eating.
Sorry.
Oh no,
I
this
know
is
that
the.
literally right now
Never
I have a
mind.
very supportive fan base and viewer base. And I know that if I were to say, hey guys, listen, here's the situation. It's an emergency. I need a new PC. Let's do a fundraiser for it.
It's
I'll
not
do a
an
special
emergency,
day or
though.
series of days where
No,
we'll figure out
it's
some
not.
extra stuff, interesting stuff to do. And over those days, we'll have goals. Like, oh, here's a funding goal for that day to try to raise. And if we raise it, then I get a special event or whatever. You know, I know for a fact that if I did that, it would likely be successful. Especially if I told you guys this is absolutely what the money's going towards. I almost guarantee we will.
This
will
is
get the-
arrogant as fuck, by the way. I hate this sentiment. By the way, I know if I beg you hard enough, you're gonna give me the money. So I know I can do that, but I don't want to do that. That's what he's saying, basically. That's what he's saying, because that's exactly what he means. He's gonna set up an emergency fundraiser, and people's gonna show up. And he's so arrogant and smug about it, where he's saying in advance, you know, I could do this, but I don't want to do this.
You guys are that.
I want one guy to
awesome.
buy me a PC. Because I want the rich pay pigs. I don't want the broke boys sending me $1.
All right, and I know that, and I appreciate that. Okay.
Hey, what's up, King Bean?
But here's the problem. Okay, here's the real problem. If I do that, I know what that'll be. It'll be at the expense of ongoing support.
Yeah.
So for example, let's say one
He
week.
wants to be an extra asshole about it and get the PC money, which is over $2,000 to $3,000, and get his extra daily paycheck that he wants to get.
I do a 3-day
That's the whole marketing scheme.
fundraiser event, and at the end of the 3 days, wow, congratulations, we hit the goals. I can get a new PC. This is exciting. Let's buy a new P-bill or whatever, and we do it. Excellent. Then what will end up happening is for the next 2 weeks, support will be
people are not gonna have money to support.
non-existent because people
no.
basically went out above and beyond to support getting the new PC. You know what I'm saying?
And yet another clip of him sleeping.
I'm an idiot. All right, I'm all right. Admit it right now, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to PCs, PC specs, I'm an idiot, and probably in a lot of other regards too. But that's a specific one. I'm just that's a specific one where I'm just not educated and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin. Gin is
Hey,
great.
the East
need
Coast
to release a
Americans
statement-
woke up. It's a 9:30. Okay, that's an acceptable time to wake up. Maybe not wake up and start watching DSP shit. You
Yeah,
want to
Detractors-
have a more chill and interactive day than
Channel's getting
this.
false copyright strikes because it's being done under your name. Okay.
Yes.
I'll do the same statement I've always done.
No. Statement not gonna be enough. Because if somebody decides to sue over a breach of DMCA laws, which they can do if they're crazy enough to do it, they're gonna go to Phil. Because Phil's name is on it. A fucking shitty ass statement on a shitty ass podcast is not gonna do anything.
I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it.
Doesn't matter what YouTube says. It's not me. I've never been involved with.
But you know, when somebody posts a copyright strike on his name, he can actually go and see it under the claims. He can go and see that and dismiss it or let him know in the email, but he didn't do anything against it. You didn't speak against it. You didn't speak against those people's channels going down and all their videos for years that they've been making calling you out because it fucking helps you. But if it happens to you, then everybody is a scumbag. Right, Phil. But we're not gonna speak against it. We're just gonna take all the blame off of Phil. He's not doing it. But should the guy stop? Should we tell him to stop? Stop doing this on my behalf? Maybe? No. Because they're trolls, man. They shouldn't exist.
With doing this at all. The only time I've ever in my history as a content creator tried to take down any channel was when a channel literally lifted a video of mine in its entirety,
And that's not
unedited,
true.
and just re-uploaded it to their
That's
own
not true. And now we're gonna take a trip to Kiwi Farms because I'm gonna show you exactly how it's not true. I'm not just gonna show you it's not true. Because maybe I showed this in the previous stream, perhaps, but there was a thing. Maybe we could find it using the website search. Takedown Leaks, I think it was called. It's called Takedown Leaks 2018, right? And here we see some very sus DMs. Now these DMs are sus as hell, right? We get, first of all, we get from Phil. This is from March 8th, March 7th, 2018. It's 2018 and I'm still falsely accused of flagging YouTube videos to get them taken down, which I've never once done, okay? And some still mass false flag my own videos to get back at me for things I didn't do. So let's see what he's talking about here, right? Here we're talking about gate codes for his gated community. That shit is trash. That's not relevant. But here, where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Or is it this one? Hopefully I can fucking find it. Ooh, there's so much fucking DMs with this guy. Because there was a Snort Burnell screenshot in here, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong thread, and that's gonna be very embarrassing if I flop. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Hey man, I need your help with something. If you have some free time, let me know if you'd like to help with seeing if we can finally stop slanderous videos about me from getting prominent attention on YouTube. This is 2018, by the way. Okay? Okay, here's what I need help with. I need to know what videos on YouTube are the most slanderous about me, meaning they contain blatant insults, lies, and mistruths that would make an outside viewer think poorly of me. The videos need to have no real factual justification for what is said in them. For example, and this is a terrible example, for example, the latest worst DSP gaming moments of 2017 video that has a thumbnail, an entire segment about the escort story that was 100% false would be a perfect example. And by the way, this sentence is great because it starts with for example, and then he forgets he said for example, and then he wraps it up with he would be a perfect example. What I need is a link to the video in a particular timestamp of the lies and the slander with a what was it? In a brief description of why it's slander. Right. Now, oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. There's so many messages. And okay, so he wants to report these videos directly to YouTube because he says they advised me if I submit those kinds of videos to the reporting team and write them directly, they will have their legal team review it. I obviously don't want to bombard them, but this is a chance to get entire channels shut down. This is a chance to get entire channels shut down where their entire purpose is to slander me, but I don't have the time to watch the ridiculous amount of negative videos about me. Okay, and then this guy didn't do anything. So 3 days later, DSP is getting in touch with him again. Hey man, I assume you haven't had any time to find some of the biggest and slanderous vids against me? At this point, I may just submit the top 2 that show up when I search for DSP Gaming. He was even too fucking lazy to find slander about himself. And then the dude didn't do it. So here we go, and we get the 2 channels that he wants to take down is GTG, Golden Triangle Gaming, and Snort Burnell. And here's what Phil says. I actually submitted that one, and I'm waiting on an answer on how to proceed with it. And then we have a bunch of fucking nonsense. You see? And what the guy told him, which is a questionable guy, apparently maybe this guy, Mr. Anon, I don't fucking know, man. This is such a deep rabbit hole. Here, what he says is the thus. There's no one video that's slander. It's all of them. They should take his channel down. It's all slander against you. And I would like to also go back on this very good quote. This is a chance to get entire channels shut down where their entire purpose is to slander me. Okay?
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
Now let's go back to this clip and see what DSP says.
The only time I've ever in my history okay? I'll do the same statement I've always done. I'm not doing it. Doesn't matter what YouTube says, it's not me. I've never been involved with doing this at all. The only time I've ever in my history as a content creator...
So identity theft is okay if somebody is doing it on his behalf without his knowledge, apparently, but to his benefit. Identity theft is okay. If somebody does identity theft to expose him, then it's a crime. And he feels robbed of the money that he had to spend on the fucking banking guy and the banking stuff. This is such a ridiculous bullshit explanation. And something that is so fucking stupid that he refuses to disavow these strikes and people's channel getting taken down and all this fucking nonsense. Because this is also identity theft. You have nothing to do with this. Your name is on it. So somebody's doing identity theft to commit crimes in your name, on your behalf, and you're fine with it. And all you're gonna say is that it wasn't you. It wasn't you. But if somebody wants to sue that guy, they're gonna go to Phil Burnell, because Phil Burnell is on the takedown notice. Oh, I guess that's an arc waiting to happen.
Tried to take down any channel was when a channel literally lifted a video of mine in its entirety, unedited, and just re-uploaded it to their own channel. And this was many, many years ago when I attempted to do that. That's how I found out how YouTube's copyright system doesn't even work. Because basically,
he found out it doesn't
within
work.
2 weeks, your video's live again anyway.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't have money to sue people.
Okay, when it didn't work back then, how does this guy take down the videos now? If it didn't work?
To stop them from...
Huh? And he's using your name, so you goddamn know that if Phil tried it, it would work.
My content.
Wow.
And I gave up on any kind of doing anything like that many, many, many years ago. The only time that I think it was ever done in my name without my permission, legally, was Machinima. Machinima many years ago tried to claim videos, but I never even discussed it with him.
Well, that makes
Outside
some
of that,
sense.
I've never done it.
Like, literally, you're a liar?
Literally, you are a liar, Phil. This is a chance to get entire channels shut down, where their entire purpose is to slander me. And this is from 2018, and we got a shout out to Snort, Burnell, and GTG. Come on, Phil. Come on. Oh.
I've publicly said this over the years.
I've publicly said this. This means nothing. You publicly say a bunch of bullshit that 5 years after the fact, you walk back, and you say you were lying, and you say you were a terrible person back then.
Who it is that's doing it. People have guesses. They think maybe it's that Super Hound guy or someone else.
Oh, people have guesses.
They're just using very basic information that you know about me. My name, my address.
Okay.
Information about my YouTube channel. You know, stuff that was doxed publicly by my detractors years and years ago.
That was doxed publicly. He revealed all that info, by the way, in his videos. All you had to do is literally just pause the video, and you would see all of his information that he showed. Voluntarily.
It's not like I wanted to put my name, address, and phone number and information on the internet.
You put it, though. You put it. You just didn't know.
These people doxed me on the internet, putting the information out
That is false, by the way.
there. Okay? So now,
That's not
apparently someone is using this information to impersonate me.
And eventually, even if he wasn't quote-unquote, unquote, doxed, his bankruptcy would show it. So yeah, everybody would know anyways.
Not only on YouTube, but on Twitter as well.
They dox him on Twitter?
And they are taking down videos and content. I don't know what you would like me to do about it, because it's not me.
Tell him to stop. This is the one thing that I think is important that you have not said, or even suggested you would do.
Whenever someone asks me, hey, can you interject or do something to fix
Yes?
it? I say, sure, what would you like me to do?
What would you
There's a
like
couple
me to
times
do?
Someone said, can you write a statement for me in an email? Sure.
Not a stupid-ass fucking statement,
Here you go.
Even though that would actually help, okay? Never mind that. A statement from him about not doing it actually would help.
Someone said, can you do something publicly in your streams or on Twitter? Sure, here you go. And I typed a Twitter statement out, and I said something in a video. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I can't stop it.
I think if somebody gets taken down on your behalf using your name, and all you do is go on Twitter and say it wasn't you, and you say it in a video, that's not enough. That's just not enough. If somebody is doing it on your behalf.
Because I'm not doing it. I'm not submitting the claims. I'm not getting any correspondence about these claims at all.
Yeah,
Therefore,
just tell them to stop doing it. Get in touch with fucking YouTube and tell them that people that are getting strikes on your name are not from you, so they can disregard them. How about this? That wouldn't be really hard, is it? Because he's a verified fucking channel. It would be kind of easy for him. Kind of.
I have no ability to stop them. You know what?
You do. You just don't care, and it benefits you. So you're gonna shut your mouth and do these little pathetic statements of, I did nothing wrong, and they're doing it on my behalf.
I mean,
but when it's used against you, it's the worst thing ever.
I wish I did. I don't.
It's the same thing. Identity theft, Phil. It's not a joke.
I don't want people to have
Millions of people suffer every day.
stuff taken down in my name. It's fucked up. But if you don't know who the person is doing it, right, and I'm not involved in it, I don't know what I could possibly do to stop it. The problem here is YouTube systems are broken and automated. And they shouldn't be, right? They shouldn't be, oh, in order to take down content.
And now it's YouTube's fault.
Human needs to look
at which is YouTube's fault. Because their copyright system is trash.
At it and verify it's real. They don't do that. The system is fucking automated, so people get away with this kind of impersonation, which is really stupid.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
So sadly, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm sorry. I really am. I feel bad, even though a lot of the people who apparently have been affected are people who are not particularly nice to me. They're pretty nasty people saying nasty things about me.
How do you know they're nasty people? People talking shit about you doesn't make them nasty people.
I would never want someone's content taken down in my name illegally.
Then speak out against it. What is this weasel
I don't
language?
know what else to say.
We're still not speaking out against it. Hey, I would never want this to happen. It is happening right now. Speak out against it. Just tell them to stop. That's all you gotta say. For, at least for me to consider it somewhat of a viable effort. Just tell them to stop. Okay?
How do I fix it?
No, how do I fix it? I don't care, man. Doesn't involve me.
It's not me.
It actually does, by the way. It kind of hurts him. Kind of hurts him because now people give a shit about him less. People care about him less.
It's 100%. I swear to God, I swear to you, I swear to everyone on this planet, it ain't me. I'm not doing it. I have nothing to do with it at all. I don't know anyone. I don't know who's doing it. I'm not involved with the process. None of it. I don't want it to happen.
No.
I don't know how this person has found the way to basically lie and say they're me and do this.
Just lie. That's about it. He just put the false information in the form, and that's it.
And I don't know how to fix it because there doesn't seem to be a way to do it. I'm not involved with the process whatsoever.
There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
He's a mobile game addict. Oh, and this was, wow. This was yet another Snort Burnell. Now, we spent how long watching these? 1 hour, 40 minutes. Wow, geez. Let's watch like 2 more, or 1 more. But at least the one where he begs for likes, we gotta watch this. This is a mandatory viewing. What about the Papa Vera comes back? Whale saves the stream. Rage quitting Zelda 2. I'm not sure if this is gonna be fun enough. Destroyed and Capcom and a double slow day. Wow. Didn't I just watch that? No, I watched this one. Okay, then we do this one and the latest one where he begs for likes. And this one I might even skip through parts of it if it's boring. Especially the gaming segment. Oh yeah, there's plenty of gaming segments. So it's basically half... No, it's most of this video that's gonna get skipped. Alright, let's enjoy.
Those 2 major bills I was telling you about a couple days ago. So I'm good to go there. Now, everything today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, my remaining streams of the week, anything that I raise on my streams
and
goes towards my...
it's a copy-pasted fucking begging segment.
On Wednesday...
This is the 4th begging segment that is like this that we've heard in the last hour and a half.
Pays for things like groceries, things that I need for around the home.
This is the 4th one. They're all exactly the same.
So, tonight, if you like the stream, if you're enjoying yourself...
Yo, you know what? He should have an actual sponsor that is himself. It's like, this stream is brought to you by Phil, and it's gonna be like a pre-recorded thing. And it's just gonna be a begging segment. But it's gonna be... Because he needs to LARP as if he's a successful show in an actual production. He's gonna say, now we're going to the sponsor segment. This stream is brought to you by Phil Burnell. I'm a crowd-funded individual since 1965. The ways you can support me is tip me and super chat me and this and this and this. And then we close it off, and then that's your begging segment. It's a pre-recorded, highly produced thing. That is basically you being your own sponsor.
And if you're thinking of contributing to
or
support my streams and my content here on the internet,
which just try something.
It's free. I would ask if you could to please tip. If you can't, that's fine. If you want to contribute in another way, like a super chat, a super sticker, a membership, a gifted membership, that's all great. I'm certainly not looking to give to horse in the mouth. I'm just saying if you have the ability to choose how you would contribute, please tip. That would help in the short term very, very much. Okay?
I don't like putting my problems on you. But you are the people who crowdfund me. You're my source of income. So I do have to kind of lean on you from time to time when fucked up stuff happens.
From time to time, every single day more like.
1 hour left on the stream. Again, guys, if you like the content, if you support my streams, please tip me tonight if you can. I'm not asking for you to go beyond your means. I'm not asking for you to go crazy. But if you were going to contribute and you would like to help out the most for my day off on Wednesday, please tip. It would be great if we could. Speaking of which, someone said, "Did you ever hit any goals with this game?" It would be great to at least hit the tier 1 goal tonight if we could. Thank you.
I can't stop being a fairy. I can't stop being a fairy.
And it was an anonymous $31 tip. Thank you very much to the anonymous $31 tipper. They're basically giving me a private message here.
Oh, they're giving him
I've
a
never run
private
into this
message.
thing before. What is it?
About how to play the game, probably.
Creature?
Oh my god, this guy's streams are just like devolved into manipulation and shadiness, and just even while he's playing video games, he's trying to squeeze every last dollar. It's so shameless, and it because from a grander perspective, you can look at it and see this is not a complicated stream at all. It's nothing fucking complicated. Matter of fact, it's really simple. It's a dude that's super boring and he's sitting there playing games. But then you put in the manipulation part and the weaseliness and trying to squeeze in as much money as possible at all times, and it becomes so much more complicated than what it actually pretends to be.
Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Thank you all. And especially to that anonymous tipper at the very end there. Very generous tip. Thank you so much.
31 from one guy. Wow, what a organic support.
But in the short term, the best way for you to help me right now is by tipping me. The good news is I did raise enough in the last week to pay my big bills, which should have been clearing as of this morning. I didn't confirm that. But everything that I raised via tips for the rest of this streaming week, today and tomorrow, goes towards my day off on Wednesday. On Wednesday when I'm off,
and we get the copy paste big.
Because I literally eat every other meal at home cooked for the rest of the week.
By the way, that was a blatant lie with a home cook. No, you can't convince me that every other meal you eat the entire week is a home cooked meal prepared by you or your wife. This is some bullshit. And I'm petty enough to call bullshit like this out, even though it's really petty and it's really basically nothing. But I just don't trust this shit.
Cat Jasper, also buying some things for around the home that we're running low on, and possibly, if I can afford it, having a meal out with my wife, which I like doing because I literally eat every other meal at home cooked for the rest of the week.
Actually, yeah, I'm pretty confused right now.
Mango says, didn't 1 Minute Man used to talk during the marathons? No, 1 Minute Man never spoke in chat. The only time 1 Minute Man ever spoke directly to me was actually in his tips. Sometimes he would leave a message, like happy birthday or something like that. That was about it. Anyone you've ever seen, like in the chat, that said they were him, they're lying. It's an impersonator. Yeah.
There has not been a contribution in over an hour. During the break, there was a $25 tip from 1 Minute Man.
Hey, we get the casual daily tip.
A dirty, filthy liar.
If you have the option to contribute in one of the ways that, you know, financially supports the streams, all right? And you have the choice between the methods of contribution.
And again, we have the same shit. He does this every day, right? Every single day, it's the exact same fucking segment. At this point, I'm skipping through them. I can't watch more than one of them a stream.
Having a nice meal out with my wife.
It just makes no fucking sense. It's all the same shit. I
wasn't diagnosed with gout until 2015.
And we're talking about gout. Let's get this one.
Mr. Gout!
I'm Mr. Gout.
Nice!
Mr. Gout, wow.
Last time I played this, I didn't know I had gout. I played this in 2014. I wasn't diagnosed with gout until 2015.
Oh, no.
So I didn't know. No one would have made fun of me at this time for this guy's name being Mr. Gout. But now, everyone's gonna laugh and make hilarious jokes at my expense, saying that Mr. Gout is in the game, and you have gout. You have the horrible debilitating disease, Phil, so let's laugh at you. Ha! Ha!
I have to drink cherry juice, tart cherry juice, every day. Why? Because I have
what the fuck is up with his mouth, man? What the fuck? What's the mystery of the fucking stroke mouth?
Excuse me.
If there's anything I would like to know, then it's the mystery of the fucking stroke mouth. I don't care about the champions. I don't care about the DoorDash. I don't care about fucking bills. Tell me about the mouth right now.
A uric acid level condition in my blood. It's
also known as
we
being
got about
full
50
of
minutes
piss.
left. This stream ends at 4 p.m. like usual, all right? Again, it would be great if you could contribute in any way. I'm appreciative of it, but the best way to help me right now is via tips, okay? Tips are gonna help me directly for my day off tomorrow. Thank you for those who did
Okay,
pull
we
over.
got
It's
it.
weird
You
that it
fucking
froze like it
asshole.
did.
Wait, what froze?
All right.
The
Again,
chat?
we raised $200 or $100 in tips. It's a hat. You can put on a hat for me to wear for the rest of the stream. and it sure would be great if we could hit that. It's weird that it froze like it did.
It froze? Wait, what, the tips?
Alright.
Why are you referring it as in fucking freezing, bro? What? The tips froze.
Help!
The best way to contribute would be to tip me. Reason being is Wednesday's my day off, okay? Any tips I'm raising right now, real talk, straight up.
This is like the 4th segment like this in this video.
Honesty are paying for my day off on Wednesday.
We got it.
Claiming that they really wanted to see this game. My content, if you would tip me tonight. In addition, earlier today I played Fable Anniversary. Didn't go
yeah, that flopped massively.
well
like actually big time.
as I was hoping. Honestly, with the amount of people who were claiming that they really wanted to see this game, viewership tapered off really quickly, and contributions were quite slow. So I don't know what's happening with that. People said they wanted it. It was number 2 in the viewer's choice, and people screamed at me that they wanted it, and they were upset it didn't win the poll. Sometimes you just can't tell. I don't know what else to say. So it sure would be great to have a good night tonight with Street Fighter / Vampire Savior / Gem Fighter to help make up for that slower day. All right?
I think he's dropping my inputs. Oh, that sucks, man. There's nothing I can do right now.
Yeah, and you already know this is getting skipped. I don't watch DSP gameplay. And I'm kind of phasing out of watching his begging segment, so I don't even know what I'm doing.
Private conversations about themselves and their news and shit has nothing to do with the stream at all. So
oh yeah, now he's shitting on chat. This is a good one. And he's it's a slow night. It's 36. He's drunk. He's pissed. He's lazy. He's greasy. He's sweaty. And chat is not gonna make him happy.
Pretty much shut him down. All right. I guess that is gonna be it, guys, for tonight.
That's
good
gonna be
stuff.
At first, when I started streaming it, views were great. Engagement was great. Everyone was excited. Within 2 hours of me playing it, basically we had lost half the viewership. Engagement was incredibly low. People stopped engaging with the stream anyway, and essentially
People
what happened...
stopped engaging with the stream. This is so shitty, man. It's such a terrible way of fucking talking about it. Yeah, because you're not engaging. Like, he's saying it in every single way except putting the blame on the person where it rightfully belongs. On the guy who's supposed to be the entertaining person. And I'm tired of repeating myself, but it's always like this.
I was playing it, and I look back at the stream chat. No one's tagging me.
No one's tagging me. Because you're not fucking interesting. Because you're sitting there being bored.
Stream chat has literally taken...
What are they gonna ask you? You're supposed to ask them stuff. You're supposed to make them talk about stuff. You're supposed to fill in the dead air during the gameplay with discussions about movies and fucking LeBron James and shit. You're supposed to talk about stuff and know to talk about stuff and know things to say. But you don't, and you expect people to engage with you.
Taking that discussion away
and you don't know anything
from the game, and is off talking about their own private conversations about themselves and their news and shit. Has nothing to do with the stream at all.
Well, you should pray they're having their own conversations, because that means at least they find something redeeming about this stream. If it's not the streamer or the game or the gameplay, at least some wheelchair in chat is gonna be interesting enough for you to talk to them about fucking burgers or something.
So essentially, I'm playing a game here, right?
Yeah, look at him fucking bitching about it. Bitching about the people he is talking to. He's talking to those people right now, his audience. And he's complaining about how they behaved. What a great stream.
Trying to get, learn the ropes and, enjoy it. And I turn back and literally everyone on stream is doing something else. That's disheartening.
They're doing something else. No, if they were doing something else, you wouldn't even see them. If they were doing something else. Because they would be doing something else, Phil. And not fucking entertaining this trash-ass stream. With their chat messages and nonsense.
And, quite frankly, it makes me wonder...
And what it is... Actually, the most funny thing about this is that his fans actually take this criticism they get and they try and pander to him more and ask him stupid questions, like Derek, who is posting food at DSP. Let's I'm not gonna find it. Fuck it. You can believe me, it's lame food. And he was reminding DSP in chat to acknowledge his tweet about food.
This playthrough's gonna work. I'm just being honest. I don't know if it's gonna work. Maybe we'll do it one more time and see, and go from there. But from the initial reaction, people didn't seem too blown away by it. Some people were like, "Oh, Halo, excuse me. Oh, Fable, this is interesting and good for my childhood." And then when that gimmick wore off, no one was even talking to me anymore. There was one point I didn't understand how to map magic, so I turned to my chat and I said, "Guys, I need some help.
Wait,
someone
what?
help me?" Like 2 minutes passed, no one says a word about it.
When did this super chat come through? An hour ago? Did I even give a shout out to this? Did it even show up? Big ups, Jay Ruiz for his super chat.
It's like I'm not here. I'm like, wow, that's
pathetic, quite frankly. And I don't know if it's the game. I don't know if it's just a part of the game. Keep in mind the last time that I played Halo Anniversary, I was a different kind of content creator. There was zero interaction with my live audience. Okay,
Yeah.
so it was just me playing the game for myself.
Yeah.
Today, the whole point of me.
But we forgot about the part in DSP when he was actually ignoring the audience completely while he was live streaming, solely so he could make money live and then upload the videos and double dip. That's how scummy he was. That's how disgusting he was. And you were supposed to take it as a normal thing that he was doing stuff like that. Live streaming and intentionally ignoring people so he could make more money and not hurt his raw content by responding to stupid Derek posts.
Streaming is that I'm an interactive content creator. You guys are a part of this.
You guys are a part of
interactive
this
process and the product that I'm putting.
We're a part of the process and a part of the product, so we should contribute. That's what he's trying to tell you. He indoctrinated you. He introduced you into this. You bought in, whatever that means, and now you're a part of this. It's like the mob. You can't leave. You can't escape. You're a part of this.
Out is because you guys are helping me with things and we're having a conversation about the game or whatever, right?
Oh yeah,
That's
we're
the whole
having a conversation. Didn't you just say about they didn't want to have a conversation with you? And you didn't want to have a conversation with them. Because all you do is complain. You don't try and start a conversation. You just complain.
idea. That's why I'm playing this game a second time. If not, I already played it once 8 years ago. Why am I replaying it in 2022? It wouldn't even make sense to be replaying this game if it's identical to the last
Because
playthrough.
5 people
So I'm
asked
gonna be
for it.
honest, yeah, that.
And then they didn't show up because they don't have to show up. They just voted on something or wrote it in chat and he decided to play it. They don't have to show up. They don't have to support the game. You offered them to play this game. They say yes, you play this game, and that's it. There's no contract. They don't have to show up.
It was very disheartening for me.
Very disheartening.
I thought that this was
So
gonna
should I feel bad?
be a fun day where people were gonna be excited for a new playthrough and rally. Instead, after halfway through the stream, people are bored. That's not
Yeah,
good.
well, that's the thing. Sometimes you make boring shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin. Gin is great.
Now, what happens when people are disengaged and bored? Contributions don't happen at all either.
Uh-oh.
And that's exactly what happened.
And the bottom line is money. He doesn't care if you're engaged. He doesn't care about the views. If he was getting $150, like, on the dollar, exactly, every single stream for a year, he would not give a shit about anything else. He would be okay with having 20 views and 3 people in chat, as long as those 3 people could every day shill out $300 per day. As long as they could do that, he could not give a shit, not talk to chat, not do anything. If he does this for a year, it's gonna devolve his content to a place where it's literally not physically able to be consumed. It's gonna be the worst fucking content.
We basically raised exactly $50 in tips, and then there was no other contributions. There was a good 2-hour span where not a single person contributed to the stream. You know, what can I do? I don't know. It wasn't just me. It was people just weren't engaged in this game at all. Contributions and support. Well, I think at by the tail end of the stream, I'm pretty sure we either hit 100 likes or real close. Engagement. Well, we had a good amount of people. We had between 200-300 people all night.
Okay.
And when people, you know, in between the matches, were able to talk to
And this is again, he's giving his audience a review. He's reviewing their work. It's at the end of the day, he's telling you how good you did. Did I do good today, Phil? No, you did bad because we had low support.
They did. So I would say engagement was good. Support, again, almost non-existent. We raised, I think,
Almost
$30 in tips.
non-existent. You guys didn't do shit today.
And there was one super chat all night.
You guys were
That was
trash.
it. It was as if today
What a terrible fucking audience.
was the complete and polar opposite of the rest of the week up to now, where everyone was happy,
Embarrassing.
engaged, liking the content, having fun with it. Today seemed to be the opposite. I don't know what happened. Like, it wasn't like there was a change in attitude. You know what I mean? Everything seems fine, and you just have a slow day. So maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just a bad day. I don't want to write off Fable as a playthrough because I played it once, and that one time people were disengaged. It very much could be because, again, it was the intro, or I don't know, just bad timing. I don't know. Now, I got a favor to ask. For those of you who are going to be
And
here
now we're
live on the
asking
streams
a favor. What do we have to do? Refocus support?
tomorrow, if you can, please.
Yes, if you can, please support. That's all. He's a soundboard. That's all he is. It's a soundboard. My soundboard has more lines than he does. And at least I have Keemstar.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage. He's a lolcow. Always going broke. Get a real fucking job.
And he just has these repetitive shitty lines over and over and over again. This is like the 4th time in this video. Or at least like 6 times this stream in the last like 2 hours. When he's done this exact segment. The exact segment.
support with tips after having a slow day today, and already I was trying to raise enough for my day off on Wednesday. Now
I should just make a video with all of these. I should just clip them together, call the video DSP Gaming, the definition of insanity, and just put a timestamp on every single one. So this one is from, I don't know, what, the 13th. And then I'm going to show one from the 12th, the 11th, the 10th, the 9th, 8th. And I'm going to have 100 clips like this. And nobody's going to watch it in the end of the day because it's all repetitive shit. But that's exactly the point. I'm going to prove my point.
I'm actually nervous. If this happens again tomorrow, I won't have enough for my day off on Wednesday. I'll have to skimp and penny pinch again, which will be terrible. You know,
And
I
we
did
have
that 2
to
weeks
skimp
ago.
again.
And it sucks.
Oh, no.
It sucks living like this paycheck to paycheck. It does.
Didn't you eat sushi last week, you fucking asshole? A notoriously pricey food?
I don't like this, all right? It's not anyone's fault. It's just support has kind of slowed down in the
It's not
last
anyone's fault. It's your fault. It's your fault.
couple of months on streams. Why? Because there's no new releases. So the people who would come in for the new release element aren't there. Inflation is killing everyone. I know that. It's killing me too.
Inflation is killing everyone, including Phil.
I used to go to the grocery store and spend a certain amount. Now I'm, no exaggeration,
Wow.
spending at least 50% more
Yeah, maybe you should cut down on your addiction.
on a grocery run than I used to. That's not an over-exaggeration. That's truth. Like, you can look at cost to cost, what I used to spend, what I spend now. I'm
Okay.
buying the same shit.
Then why don't you put in more effort in life and get more skills and get more educated about stuff so you can actually move away from begging these people and actually making their life in the middle of inflation much harder by having to feel guilty about supporting you? Why?
It's 50% more expensive.
No,
okay?
because we can't do that. Come on. It's not reasonable. It's not real.
So I get it. I'm certainly not sitting here and I'm not going to complain. I'm just saying...
Oh, I'm certainly not sitting here and complaining. I'm not doing that, by the way. I'm certainly not doing that. I'm not sitting here and making fun of Phil. I'm not doing that.
You can
That's certainly not what I'm doing, but this guy is a piece of fucking garbage.
tomorrow, if you're already going to come to stream and you were thinking of support, and if you could tip me tomorrow, it would be great. Those tips will go directly to my day off on Wednesday. Okay?
Directly to my
So
day
thank you
off.
in advance. It would be great, especially to come back from today where things were very slow.
Thank you in advance
I don't know
again.
why.
Again, don't say this. It's terrible, it's condescending, and it trivializes support. Don't
now
do
as for
that.
Fable, I don't want to
Hey,
give up
thanks
on
for advance, by the way.
all right?
I'm doing real bad in life. I really, really need your help. Thanks in advance. Bye.
I only just started. So, my day off is Wednesday. I won't be here. I'm sure you guys will probably get caught up on all my stuff. When I come back on Thursday, I'm going to give Fable another shot as a mainstream. Okay? We'll see together. Will it survive? Will it withstand? Will it be something people want to see long term?
If we have exactly the same attitudes for Fable on Thursday, I might just drop it. I never promised it. It came in second in the viewer's choice
I
poll.
never
We may
promised
just
it. You
drop-
see? Instantly the excuses. I didn't make money, so I'm gonna drop it. But hey, I never promised. I didn't say
I'm gonna
anything.
do something else.
It's the most fucking DSP thing. The most DSP thing.
There's still this bad.
Same shit that happened with Project 7. Hey, you guys are saying I shouldn't make Project 7 and just play video games instead? Okay, I'm gonna do that. And I'm saying this just because I got my Project 7 money already. Wow.
Back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time.
I love it. Now let's get to the actual latest and greatest.
Component of online
And
success.
then
I'd be
I forgot. Probably we're gonna watch the DSP reacts to true crime documentaries.
Inexplicably crumbles down onto their knees when they're defeated.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Oh, we right off the bat, we're getting into that segment. Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
The second fight she has in the game, okay, the second fight, she kills the group of enemies, and one of the enemies inexplicably crumbles down onto their knees when they're defeated. And instead of just falling over and dying and having loot, this enemy, their body starts to twitch and
man.
contort.
Holy
So I did a
shit.
quick video clip of it.
It's literally just a glitch. His fucking stupid ass wife got a glitch.
And I was like, you know, should I post this up on my Instagram? Yeah, why not? So I posted it up on my Instagram. I never use my Instagram anymore. It's something I use like twice a year, okay? I
Okay.
posted-
When you're starving for attention, that's when you use it. When you're starving for attention. And Phil, actually, let me pitch this story first before he does his mega long, super obnoxious explanation. I'm gonna run through this story first, right? Now, Phil, your boy Phil, he went on Instagram and posted this stupid thing of his wife playing fucking Greedfall, some game on PS Plus, all right? Now, what happened is he also went and posted this on Twitter because he would think, hey, people would think this is super funny. and they're gonna go and like it on Instagram. And this was, by the way, his day off, when he is the most starved of attention. And he is very, very known for doing this shit on his day off. When he goes on Twitter, he tries to cloud chase somebody, usually somebody, sometimes even late at night. He does this pretty regularly, pretty much every week when he has a day off. And now he posted this on Twitter. Cat tried stupid ass Greedfall, and this initially got like, I don't know, like 20 likes, 15 likes, some shit like that. Now what Phil did is that he figured it's the troll's fault for why nobody gave a shit about his stupid glitch that his wife had. And he made this statement that I'm gonna let the robot read it, because that's what I do.
It's time to stop being afraid of my trolls. I have over 25k followers on Twitter. This tweet has over 2.5k views so far and only 13 likes. You guys follow me and enjoy my stuff, so let's start enjoying it together. Please like and retweet if you enjoy something. Thanks.
Not only was he super attention hungry on this day off, because it's the only day when he doesn't get to make a 2-hour pre-stream and talk about his fucking life, and people feel bad for him. It's the day when people forget about him existing. And the biggest sin you can do is forget that DSP exists. You can never forget. You must always think about Phil, because he is this important. He is this important. And now, Mr. Robert Matthews, at Rob on Wheels, a prolific pay-pig and a disabled person, responds with this.
Is it not time for you to lead by example, and stop acknowledging your trolls? Just a suggestion.
And not only did his tweet get more likes than DSP, DSP got 50 fucking likes on this shit. Since we're talking about likes already, Rob hits him with a ratio and DSP humiliates himself for 15 fucking likes, like he likes to do. His favorite fucking thing. And you know what? His tweet right after that got like 15 fucking likes. And we're gonna go and check it out now. Since we're talking about likes anyway. Look at this. Hope I could show this whole thing. Alright? This fucking sucks. Load more. Guess it doesn't want to load, but you can see. Big up Snood for the sub. Actually, let's go back, because it refreshed the whole thing. Here we go. I'm back from break, whatever. This is his tweet right after the nonsense, I guess, and he got 13 likes. So basically, his weird plea for support did nothing but embarrass him and expose him for being a little attention-hungry bitch who gets really insecure when people don't like his stupid Instagram posts. And let's see how he addresses this. And also his version of the events, because obviously I twisted this into being the troll's view of events. And his is much different.
I posted it up on Instagram and then I, copy pasted it to Twitter.
Again, we're falling asleep. So that's what
within a few minutes, it's getting hundreds of views because people are like, "What the fuck is this?" They're laughing their asses off just like me.
And he needed to flex. And this is like an embedded flex. It's a flex inside of a cope. I didn't even know that was possible. But he's coping over low likes and not getting enough engagement and people not caring about him, while also flexing about getting a lot of views when he uploaded his thing.
Ridiculously.
This is the DSP way of doing stuff. You're both flexing and coping at the same time. And they always fight for which one gets more dominance.
It's funny, okay? So anyway, it was a good laugh. Everyone had a good laugh at it. Of course, the trolls on Instagram, the trolls always try to come out and comment, which is hilarious because they get banned within 10 seconds. So
how do they get banned within 10 seconds? What does that mean? If they want to troll and they want you to read their comment and you ban them, that means you read their comment, basically. So they achieved what they set out to do, is make you read their comment.
So a few hours pass, and I just go to my Twitter, and I look, and I see it's like 10 likes.
Uh-oh.
It looks like no one has looked at this.
No, they looked at this. They just didn't give a shit, because it's stupid, and nobody cares about it. And there's also a third reason, is because a lot of people don't want to click on this link like I just did and go to Instagram, where if they don't have Instagram, they have to log in. So that's pretty fucking annoying. So that's why they didn't really care, and it's really not a big deal. But him making it an entire segment really makes it a big deal. And now it's a Snort Burnell segment, and now I'm talking about it, and he looks like a little bitch. No. Big ups to your boy for the super chat. I'm gonna read this out because there's no TTS. Rant-free man begging for likes. Man who says nobody will talk about his tweet says everybody is talking about his tweet. Mature adult. Well, his semantics were that people were talking about his Instagram post, but not his tweet. On the Twitter, people didn't care because they were suppressed by trolls or some dumb shit like this that it's fake.
I have like 25, maybe even at this point 26,000 Twitter followers.
Okay, half of them are straight up not real, bots or whatever. A big portion of them are straight up not active, because some people just drop off Twitter and it's not fun and whatever. It's Twitter. Shit happens. And another portion of people just don't like him, but would rather see his tweet instead of some bot that reposts his tweets. So I guess they don't engage with him or some shit. I don't know. But in reality, on Twitter, there's about, I guess, under 100 people that truly follow DSP and engage with him, which is about the same amount that do with me. And it didn't take me 14 years to achieve. It just took me a year of making fun of DSP, I guess. So yeah, this is the secret to success on Twitter. Instead of wasting 14 years, waste a year.
All right. Now, certainly I don't use Twitter as much as other people. I use it mostly for business purposes.
I don't use it as much as other people, by the way. And let's see some shit posting. Let's see some Twitter shit posting. We got how many? We got this is 9 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 12 hours ago, 14 hours ago, 15 hours ago, 20 hours ago, July 15th. So this is from yesterday. So these are what? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tweets in the last day. In the last, what, 20 hours? 24 hours. Well, that is using it pretty actively, if you ask me. But okay, go on.
It's mostly me posting up schedule or
yeah,
something about
up,
games.
Jimby?
That's going to be a news story for the podcast the next day. I'm very rarely posting up a lot of personal stuff on my Twitter. So I get that I don't have the most active follower base on Twitter. But I also know that...
you just don't post things that are engaging and interesting. And this tweet that he got, that he was complaining about likes... This got 50 likes purely because it's funny. And it got a bunch of quote retweets because people make fun of him like that.
25, 26,000.
Because they can't respond. Because he has his little echo chamber settings turned on. And then somebody is like, well, Phil, how do you fucking expect me to engage with you when only people that you follow can respond to your tweets?
1,000 followers. When I post up, it gets good.
And then he calls you a moron or something. Because you're afraid of the trolls.
Legs, as they
whatever
say.
That
my
means.
tweets can get some pretty good viewership and everything. Okay? So...
That doesn't mean anything.
I look at it and I'm like...
Everything gets viewership because when you post it on Twitter, it just exists on Twitter and people are gonna see it. Especially if it's a part of a hashtag. But if it's trash, they're just gonna see it and ignore it. Like in this case. So he's just complaining about being bad at making tweets. And feeling entitled to fucking engagement on Twitter. Which is the thing that teenagers complain about.
I'm just curious. It's been a few hours. I wonder how many people actually saw this tweet in like, I think it was like 3 hours. You might not know this, but on Twitter, there's an actual little icon you can click if you're the poster. You can't see it on other people's posts. You can only apparently see it on your own posts. Okay? So, I looked at it and I click on it and here's analytics basically for a tweet. It says the tweet has like between 2,500 and 3,000 impressions, which ideally means views on Twitter.
Yes.
Like 3,000 people have seen this tweet.
Yes.
Okay?
Well, it's trash. And it's a tweet that sends you to Instagram. Which reduces the amount of people that are willing to click on it. Because they don't give a shit. Because they need to go on Instagram and then fucking log in. Or whatever. It's like, it's really not that important. And it's really not that significant. But we're having a whole segment.
10 likes.
10
for
likes.
a hilarious glitch. Now,
A hilarious glitch. It's a fucking shitty glitch in a video game that happens every time, especially in the modern era where every game is glitchy as fuck. And Cyberpunk had like 5 hours of footage of just glitches. And Fallout 76 had 76 hours of glitches.
if you go over to Instagram, it's completely different. It's got like thousands of views. People are talking hilariously about it, enjoying it.
Oh yeah, people are talking hilariously about it and enjoying it. He's twisting shit more than I am. Ridiculous. And I'm supposed to be twisting the shit. I'm supposed to tell you that everybody on this post shit all over him. And they're calling him a beggar and a loser. And he banned them all, so the people that are left are the 5 people enjoying themselves. That's what I'm supposed to tell you. And I'm supposed to show it to you, and you're supposed to agree. Because it's true.
On my Twitter, it's like no one's interacting with this thing, and I'm just curious why. And then I realized something. I'm like, I know what's going on here.
Oh yeah, now I know what's going on. He realized something, which is basically him convincing himself that something is true just because he wants it to be true. With a complete lack of any kind of evidence.
Okay.
But let's dive in. Let's find out.
I set up my Twitter a little differently. There's these ways that you can set things in place. So number one thing that I did is I set it up so that the only way you can directly respond to anything I do on Twitter is if I'm following you.
Yes. Now, first of all, and this is what everybody said when he was putting his foot down and took back his Twitter. This was an actual phrase. If you go back in the day to my older streams, you can find it somewhere, I guess. And this was a thing that happened. Everybody called him out and said, Phil, you're gonna destroy your engagement. Nobody is gonna care. If they can't troll you, then they're not gonna care at all. And instead, I mean, those people were right, because that's exactly what happened. And now he is explaining how he made it happen. And now he's complaining about the lack of engagement that he caused. Very nice. That's a very DSP thing to do.
You can still like a post. You can still retweet a post. You can quote tweet a post.
Yes.
But you can't...
Why do people do that, by the way? Why do people quote tweet your posts? So they can shit on you. That's why.
Directly respond to a post on my Twitter unless I'm following you. But anyway, the thing was...
And he follows like 5 wheelchairs that consistently respond to his stuff. Like actual wheelchairs.
Before I did that on my Twitter, people had...
It actually singles them out way more than if everybody could respond. You know what I mean? If everybody could respond, there would be like 10 DSP fans and a couple of trolls that respond to them trying to tell them how much of a DSP fan they are. And now there's 1, 2, or 3 DSP fans that respond, and they're consistently the same people. It's one dude who was called the head of the table or whatever, who looked like a massive dent. We got Rob on wheels, and we got Super Blind Man. And he's basically singling them out as the key dents, the important dents.
Basically given up on interacting with me in any kind of positive way. And what I mean is, I would post up anything, and I would get no likes, no retweets.
And also, a part of the problem is that he posts garbage. Now, that is the biggest problem, actually. It's not even the part of a problem. Because I went over them already. I went through those tweets, and all of them were self-promotion. And actually, one of them was complaining about this, and the rest of them was self-promotion.
So few.
So yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, Phil...
People just, they're not interested in this. Give them what they want. Not schedules, not saying that you started playing a game, not saying that you need tips. Give them some quality fucking tweets to engage with. But you don't fucking know what that is.
Phil has how many followers, right? And we know, and the thing is, idiots will say things like, well, the vast majority of people who follow him on Twitter are haters, all right? First of all, I don't believe
that's actually
the
not
vast majority
true,
of people who follow me on Twitter.
There's no reason you would follow DSP on Twitter unless you're gonna, I don't know, shit on him. But now you can't do that because he has his replies locked. So there's no reason you would be a troll and follow him on Twitter. Maybe have him not blocked or him not blocking you, but there's no point you would follow him unless you want just these repetitive, tired old tweets endlessly in your stream every single day. There is absolutely no point why you would follow him. Like, if you want updates about him, he's on YouTube every day. All you gotta do is open the app and just go and see what he's up to. You don't need to follow him on Twitter at all. His only existence that he kind of has to have is YouTube, and the rest is just trash.
Bots. Twitter is just rife with fucking bots. I know there's so
Yeah,
many
that's
fake
true.
accounts and bullshit on there. It's ridiculous.
That is
And
true.
are the people who follow me just for ironic purposes or comedy purposes because they think they're going to see something happen on there, which never does, but they think something's going to happen on there?
It never does, except this that just happened when he complained about not getting likes, except getting flamed by Keemstar and responding, except when he goes on these weird segments where he would make a thread about something or something that happened and make it about himself. Is that what you mean?
It'll be funny. Yeah, absolutely. But I also have a fan base of people who like my content. Okay? Why else would I have a successful stream?
And we're already wrong. It's not a successful stream. You have to beg. You can't make ends meet. That's not successful. The stream has decreased in quality. Stream has decreased in attendance. The stream is reliant on gimmicks, and the stream is reliant on hypocrisy. So you can do your little reaction videos and get a little boost of views. Also, the stream is reliant on Review Tech USA and his pay pigs coming by and supporting. So no, this is not a successful stream by any metric outside of maybe the tips total, but the tips total hurts absolutely all of the rest of the content. So it really is not successful in any way. It really isn't. Big ups Lunar Guardian for the
growing people on this podcast.
super
Thank
chat.
you. Live.
I need those
And of course,
tweets to pay
in
my
general,
bills.
I get between anywhere from
Yeah,
500.
you can also tip people on Twitter. I guess he doesn't get any because he doesn't get any engagement on Twitter, but you can tip people. It's a thing you can do.
1,000 views in one day on my podcast when it uploads to the channel, and you know, so I mean, I have people who follow me. At the very least, you can't even argue I don't have at least 1,000 real fans out there. Probably more.
Fans? No. Fans, he has like 200, probably, and like 50 actual fans. And I mean actual fans. The rest of them are just, as he likes to call it, the viewing audience, and these are the unironic people. And I guess you could go up to like, let's say, maybe 1,000, 2,000, I'll be generous. And outside of that, it's just us, you guys. It's just us. The silent minority is really fucking small. It's a really small minority.
At least 1,000 real fans. You're like, then why is it every time you post up, you get 10 likes?
Because it's a trash tweet, and you're not entitled to likes. That's not how social media works. You gotta post something that's engaging. You can't just post something, expect fucking likes. You can't just do that.
Because
people can do that, but they're usually way more successful and charismatic and entertaining than DSP. And they can figure out what to post that is a shit post and it's gonna get a lot of likes. So yeah.
People don't want to be harassed. They don't. They don't want to say,
Harassed,
oh,
by the way.
Phil posted up on Twitter today, I like his post, and now some shitbag comes and harasses me on the internet. And I get that.
But wasn't taking back Twitter and locking the replies the only way to stop harassment? And it worked because he flexed that it worked immediately after he did it. He was flexing big time. I remember, and you can go and check it out. And in the end of the day, he fucked himself over. And he did all this so they're not gonna be harassed. They're not gonna get harassed.
All right,
but now apparently they're being harassed, despite the fact he has absolutely no proof of this. He just made it up because he wants to. He wants to believe this because it can't be him posting a shitty tweet. It can't be him being boring. It can't be him lacking any kind of substance on Twitter that makes you worth following him. It can't be him. That's not even a possibility. It's not realistic for it to be him. So it needs to be somebody else. And who else can it be that's the easiest to make? It's gonna be the trolls. The vague entity, this abstract idea of the trolls.
Here's the deal.
It's their fault. And you should fight against them on my behalf. That's what he's saying. We should stand up against the trolls. We should do this. Because you agreed. You joined. It's literally a fucking cult.
But by not saying anything, or just kind of pretending like there's no problem and ignoring it, it will never get better. And in particular, you know, the reason that basically my Twitter is like that is directly because of these idiots, right?
Oh, yeah.
The point here I'm making is,
oh, yeah.
I could easily...
It's not that people are calling him out. It's not being called out. For him, being called out is not an option. It's not a thing that exists. It's not a thing that happens, being called out. It's just being... people harassing him, that's an alternative. That's a synonym of being called out. is being harassed, is being attacked, is being trolled. That's how he's gonna say it. He's not gonna say being called out. Please don't call me out.
Easily, any given day, say something like, hey guys, come support me in my content, because we'll stick it to the haters. And I don't want to do that. Because here's why.
As Snort Burnell says on the screen, he has done it before, and the entire fuel for the vest streak, the entire motivation for the vest streak is so they could stand up for something. The vest was a symbol of their persistence. The vest was a symbol of never giving up. It's like John Cena. And now we've never done it. And he could easily do it, but he doesn't want to. Because morals or something.
As much as, yes, if you do support me in my content, a lot of the times it makes those people feel miserable, alright? I don't like making people feel miserable. I don't.
Then why do you have to burden them with your life situation? Your financial issues? Your issues that you've had with your girlfriend in the past when you broke up with Leanna? Why do you gotta put all that burden on them? If you don't want to hurt people, if you don't want to fucking make people be in distress, why? Why are all your personal responsibilities projected onto your fans and now they have to deal with them? That's because then it's gonna be their fault if things go bad. It's gonna be their fault.
No, I like making people feel better, happy. Alright? I want to feel that what I put out today, this podcast, the gameplay I do, the interactions we have.
Then shut up about your bills. That's how you make people happy. Don't remind me that you have bills. Because people are already struggling to pay their bills with the inflation going on. And that's him saying it, not even me. Him saying it. And he has to remind them about his bills. And he has to inject this in his content so it's as obnoxious as possible. Really, Phil? Really? I think your words and your actions, they don't align. They're not the same thing. They don't really translate into one another.
These segments is stuff that's meaningful to people. That I'm somehow helping.
Meaningful is, by the way, very subjective. Because people think that this stream is meaningful. People think that Snort Burnell is meaningful. People thought that all these channels that went down because DSP didn't want to stand up against it, they were meaningful. And they were positive for a lot of people. A lot of people that were listening to it in the background, and a lot of people listening to it at work, and I've done this, and so on and so forth. Right? That's meaningful.
People on the internet today in some way. Whether it's complex and resoundingly deep, or it's just a silly joke and a laugh at something that I fucked up in a game. Whatever it may be, I want to feel like I did something good for someone today. That's why I'm here. If I felt like what I was doing today was destructive and hurting people, I wouldn't do it. I couldn't live with it. Okay? That's the kind of person I am. So when I say, hey man, I absolutely would love to stick it to these... of course I would. I mean, I would be lying to you right now if I told you, yeah, when I succeed, it makes them cry a little bit into their pillows, and it makes me feel a little better about myself because to know that I succeeded against all these scumbags who are trying to make me fail every day.
This is the best. This is the best. This is the best. Because here's the thing though. There's a simple fact of life that nobody can take away. Get a load of this, right? When he succeeds and the trolls, quote unquote, cry, when they cry, that's all that happens. That's all that they suffer from. That's all that it affects them. All they do is get a little bit irritated and they complain about it on Twitter or whatever. But when he takes an L, his whole life is falling apart. That's the whole fact of the matter, is that he can be as happy as he wants when he gets the money and he shows off against the trolls or shit. But when he doesn't, he still loses. Like, actually for real loses. And when he wins, the trolls don't lose. It's this bizarre one-way relationship, a one-way transaction, where it's not physically possible for the trolls to lose, because they have nothing invested in this. Like, literally, unless you inject yourself into, like, DSP shit drama and stupid gay ops and poop touching and shit like that, you have no investment in this, no personal investment, and you lose nothing. Even if he gets $1 million, you still lose nothing. But if he goes in the fucking toilet and he's begging and humiliating himself, he loses everything in like a personal aspect, in real life for real. And the trolls just get to point and fucking laugh.
But I don't want anyone to support me or my content to stick it to the haters. I want you to support me and my content because you like me and my content.
Well, I guess that's why you're begging then. Because people don't like your content enough to support you as much as you want. So you have to talk about trolls. You have to do all these stuff because you depend on them. And these channels that went down, they were helping you. And now that they're gone, many people that enjoyed them, such as myself, didn't know what happened. And now they had to watch 2.5 hour worth of Snort fucking Burnell so we could catch up on this. Right?
You understand? You like my streams, you like this.
You can't live without the trolls. You can't. You can't. So you better either weaponize it or you're gonna be begging all your life for the rest of however much this is left.
Podcast, give it a like. Contribute in any way that you can to help support it. I'm a crowdfunded individual that doesn't do ads, right? You don't see me doing paid product placements, sponsors, and advertisements.
You don't get these. You don't get offered these opportunities. That's it.
I literally make a living because of your generosity. That's something a lot different than 90% of the people out there do, and I'd like to think that people respect that. And that no, I don't respect that. I have actually the opposite. I disrespect that. Because you would rather ask for money from people that you want to entertain and you want to have fun with than taking money from a larger corporation, which money really doesn't mean much to them because it's not much to them, but it's much for a regular person if they had to send $100 to cover DSP's fucking bills. So I actually don't respect this at all. And the fact is that you don't get these opportunities. So I even don't respect this because you put yourself in a position where nobody would ever respect you enough to co-op with you and collab with you and put you in a business opportunity to succeed. And the best you could do is deny that Keemstar money. The best you could have is lolcow money. That's the best that you could have. And you thought you were better than this. And you fucking said no. And now, where are we? We're on level 1. Still, every day, over and over again, perpetually.
You're still on mission 1. This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
That's why I get the level of support that I do. Because I don't chill to you guys. I respect you more than that. Okay?
You respect them? Oh, come on. I already talked about this. Come on. You respect them enough to fucking put all your financial and personal burdens on them? So it's their responsibility to support, and if they fail, it's their fault and not yours. And you know that's why he does all this shit. Because he's used his entire life for everything he does to be somebody else's fault. And the way that you make people things everybody else's fault is by putting the responsibility on everybody else, such as the viewers. So if the viewers fail to support, it's their fault. However, you can't punish them, you can't do anything to them because it's just like random people on the internet. So at the end of the day, it's all your fault, and all you're doing is lying to yourself. And eventually, he's not gonna realize that, but life is gonna try and teach him that. Eventually, someday.
Right? You're constantly asking your viewers and your fans for contribution.
But that's the same thing. Like, imagine if I had a sponsor. Oh, so now buy the product of my sponsor because you want to stick it to the haters. No. No.
What?
I'm not.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You would want to send them to buy the product because the brand is sponsoring you, not because the trolls. Are you fucking demented?
Kind of person. I'm not Neil Druckmann.
And now we're rent-free. Neil Druckmann is rent-free in this little stupid bitch's head. Neil fucking Druckmann. Are we serious? Neil Druckmann. Neil.
I saw
Neil Druckmann has a reputation of creating whatever you think you can think about The Last of Us 2. He was creating quality stuff before that. If we don't take it into consideration, think whatever you think about it. I think it's fine. I don't think it's a good story, and I don't think it's the worst. But anyways, Neil Druckmann at least has a reputation of doing stuff good, and people like him for that.
Sorry, I hold myself to a higher standard than that.
You really? You don't have editing software. You hold yourself to a higher standard than an actual guy who's a name in an industry. Actually fucking demented. Actually demented.
I would never tell you guys, come to the stream and support it in any way because you make someone else miserable. Don't do that. Do the opposite. Come and support these streams and this content because you like the content and you want to see it continue to succeed. You appreciate that it's here every day.
Continue to succeed, by the way. The way that he weasels those words in, implying that he's successful. You are not successful.
Consistent. It's fun. You like it. You like the schedule I have. You like everything about this. It's a lot different than what other people do. You want to support it. Not because it made so-and-so re-streamer angry and upset that I got support today, or you saw some salty, dumb kid on Kiwi Farms crying about it.
And you see, we make the assertion, it's a salty, dumb kid crying about it. So, you know, instantly what you associate with Kiwi Farm is salty, dumb kid.
Which they do every fucking day. Instead, do it because you like me and my content.
This is an absolutely demented segment.
Please, okay?
And dented as well.
Oh my god, he's drinking Jolt.
My response went viral. I think it's the highest liked Twitter post I've ever done.
And now we're jerking himself off over the Oscars response, which is something that he tends to do all the time. He cloud chases with these like really agreeable things that he says. Like, you know, when he went after the school shooting happened and he was like, you know, there shouldn't be school shootings. That's a shitty fucking thing. And people agree with him and like his tweet because it's agreeable. But if you know about the guy and the shit he was talking about, like not the Oscars, but the stuff with what was his name? Asmongold. And he replied to an Asmongold tweet. He was talking about separating his work life and his business life or whatever nonsense. And he made another one of those agreeable tweets, quote unquote, where a random person could see it and be like, hey, I agree with this. This is relatable to my life and like it. But then you know this comes from DSP, a person whose words never match his intentions. They never match what he actually means, what he actually does, his actions, the things that he is defined by, not his fucking words. Because his words are the cheapest words of any person ever. And his words are Twitter, are cheap enough to be worthless.
Something like over 80,000 likes by the time that finally people stopped reading the tweet, and it was old news. So that's what I mean. Like,
what did this do to you? How did this affect your Twitter? Did you get an influx of subs on YouTube? Did you get new followers? Did you get a bunch of new likes on your old stuff? Did some new people decide, hey, this is Phil. This is you know, I'm gonna go and check out his stuff. No, it did nothing. It did nothing. 80,000 likes. And we got an exercise at Twitter, and we got a demonstration of how Twitter works, where these likes, they don't mean anything. And you shouldn't be flexing about these likes, because anybody could get these likes. You make this tweet, you can get these likes. If you made these that same tweet that DSP did, that agreeable generic NPC tweet, at the same time he did, you would get those 80,000. That would be it. It's just how Twitter works. And he takes it so personally and so seriously.
Who blathers about on Twitter and posts up shit posting and nasty stuff and no one wants to follow me or interact with me there because of that.
I post shit posting and nasty stuff and people follow me all the time. And we have a lot of fun. Because I post stuff that I know the people following me would at least somewhat kind of care about. Such as shitting on DSP. And yeah, I post other stuff too, because that's also things that interest me, but it's shitting on DSP, and people know me for shitting on DSP. So I post about shitting on DSP, and I retweet other people, so it's relevant shit. And it gets about the same amount of likes as fucking Phil, unless unless it's something that's really funny and it gets more likes than Phil. But it doesn't fucking matter, it's Twitter.
When I go out of my way to actually post something intelligent, people seem to like it, okay? I've had multiple times over the last several years where people say, oh, Phil actually had a good take, what a rarity. It's like, no, it's not a rarity. Actually, it's becoming the norm.
No. His quote-unquote good takes is just somebody else's opinion that he saw on Twitter. That's all that it is. Always. Always. He has no original thoughts in his head. That's why he has to ask his chat for everything and ideas of everything. He legitimately has no original ideas. Not one original thought about anything he's ever done. Not one. Talk about all his prominent stuff. Let's see. He tried to rip off Nostalgia Critic with Project 7. That was basically what it was. It was a rip-off of what was popular at the time, which was skits. He was making Christmas songs, because those were popular. Remember those? On the first day of Christmas? Whatever. It was some stupid shit. He was ripping off people in 2016 on KO Gaming with the most unoriginal videos of all time, the most copy-pasted videos. We watched the last stream I did, we watched the Overwatch tips that were terrible in every single comprehensive way. So yeah.
Unbelievable.
But you just can't get the meme out of your head. That I'm some kind of a mouth-drooling idiot who just acts like a jackass on the internet.
Literally is a mouth-drooling idiot. Literally falling asleep on stream multiple times. It's not just once or twice. I saw him on Christmas. He fell asleep when he was playing Resident Evil 4. He fell asleep yesterday, which I posted on Twitter. We're gonna check it out later. He's falling asleep in the past. He fell asleep watching Lost Judgment, whatever. Anyways.
Internet, and you should all make fun of me constantly.
Is this guy, and the only way that you get quality entertainment out of Phil is make fun of him. This is the bottom line. This is a fact of life. The only way you get quality entertainment from this guy is you make fun of him.
Maybe you should actually listen to what I say every once in a while and you realize this is not the
Yes. People make fun of you because they actually listen to what you say. That's the thing. That's why Tevin got big, because he actually listened. And he actually repeated what DSP said. And when Tevin repeats it, you're actually like, hey, hold on. This makes no fucking sense. This is stupid as fuck. And the only reason why he's so hated is because people actually listen to what he says. The trolls actually listen. And the pay pigs pretend like they listen. They hear some stuff, but they're not actually fucking listening.
Exception to the rule. It's just that you don't listen because you're stuck in your head up your ass with this meme that I'm some kind of a terrible person on the internet. You see?
He's a terrible person outside of the internet as well.
What does that mean?
A narcissistic, hypocritical, talentless, disgusting asshole who is very unprofessional and is a cunt in general. So yeah, he's much more than a meme.
The meme is, oh, the worst person you know made a good point, whatever that meme is or whatever. What's happened is, people now don't want to interact with me on Twitter. They read the tweets, by the way. I know for a fact when I post things up on Twitter, people get the message. But they don't like the post, they don't retweet the post, they don't do those things.
How do you know for a fact that the impression happens? This could be anybody. Could be some kid in Bangladesh looking at this fucking tweet. It doesn't have to be a random DSP fan or whatever. Come on.
Because
it's so fucking silly, man.
They're afraid of harassment online.
Oh, they're afraid of harassment. Yeah, they're terrified of somebody telling them, hey, you know DSP is an asshole, right? And then they're not gonna respond, and that's gonna be it. Harassment. Are we really seriously that thin-skinned that somebody responding to your fucking tweet is harassment in the current day and age? Really?
They are. They're afraid that
this is harassment. It's literally a war going on in fucking Ukraine, and somebody responding to your tweet in a nasty way is harassment. Seriously.
Do that?
He's actually trying to push that.
Then...
But I guess you should be stupid enough to believe what he's saying.
Now someone's gonna come and leave nasty comments on their Twitter feeds and come harass them. Alright? If enough people, okay, either liked or retweeted or both my content because they genuinely liked it, and that's what I'm saying, and I say the same thing here on my streams too. Please, if you're on a stream, like it because you like it. If you're watching a video, like it because you like it.
Yeah, you can like this stream right now if you like it. If you don't, then don't. And if you dislike it, you can dislike it. That's how it works. But I'm not gonna beg you. It's whatever. You can do it if you feel like it.
Because I told you to. Don't like it.
It's probably gonna benefit the system in some way, where maybe like 5 more people are gonna get to see this. But I mean, that's about it.
Because you feel like
we're not gonna go on trending if you like this video. You gotta tip me if you want to go on trending, you guys.
Like it because you like it. I want to genuinely have likes on my content because you like
genuinely.
it. Okay?
And that's when he says this, he gets 12 likes. When he says this. So Phil, you were genuinely much better off if you own this whole persona of owning the trolls and going against the trolls and make it your shtick. Make it your fucking gimmick. Because this shit is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Because when you do this, and people actually do it, you get 10 likes, and then you bitch about it.
If you're on my Twitter, you see me tweet something, and you're like, oh, this is a useful post. This is an interesting take.
Useful
this
post.
Is news that I didn't know, and now
an interesting take.
Informed me. Please give it a like. That's how informative, important, interesting content gets noticed on the internet, okay? No one will know about it unless someone likes it, or retweets it, or both, okay?
The stream puts me to sleep.
My Twitter's locked down. They can't do that anymore. All right? You should feel free to like or retweet my content and enjoy it and share it with other people because they can't do that. They can't even respond to the tweet. Can they quote tweet it? Yeah. And then where does that show up?
Where does that show up, Phil? Tell me.
Only on their timeline.
Only on their timeline? What?
So they do that shit all.
Where else would you want to show it? What, Phil? Let's nitpick this again, cause it fucking irritates me.
No one will know about it unless someone likes it. Or
no one will know about it unless someone likes it. So if you like it, what happens to it?
Retweets it or both.
Or retweet it.
Okay.
Okay.
The stream puts me to sleep.
How is quote retweeting different?
My Twitter's locked down. They can't do that
it's
anymore.
Locked down. Okay.
All right. You should feel free to like or retweet my content and enjoy it and share it with other people because they can't do that. They can't even respond to the tweet. Can they quote tweet it? Yeah.
Who can't do it? I'm so confused. Who are you talking to? Because, okay, he's talking to people that follow him or see his tweets. But then we're talking about a third group of people who can't interact with the tweet at all? Or they can. Even he doesn't know what he's talking about.
They can't do that anymore. All right? You should feel free to like or retweet my content.
You should feel free to like or retweet, okay? We got this covered.
Enjoy it and share it with other people.
And share it with other people. So how do you do that? I mean, you do the share tweet, but nobody does that. So you retweet it.
People because they can't do that.
They can't do that. Now we're talking about other people who can't see Phil's tweet somehow. I don't even know how. They can't see.
Can't even respond to the tweet.
And they can respond to the tweet, even though they don't see it to begin with.
Can they quote tweet it? Yeah.
Can they quote tweet it? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Where does that show up?
Where does that show up? On your timeline. Just like if you actually retweeted it instead.
Only on their timelines. They do that shit all the time. I don't give a fuck. Post up your toxic shit on your own fucking Twitter. Keep it off of mine. That's the whole point of restricting the comments on my Twitter is that...
On your own Twitter. No, he's literally a boomer. That's the whole thing. He just doesn't comprehend it. On your own Twitter. Twitter is public, bro. Unless you have a private account, which is a thing you can do. I think it's called I forgot. Whatever, a locked account, whatever, some nonsense. And this is like the mega echo chamber thing. But Twitter is public. Replies are called replies for a reason, because it's not a comment. It's a reply. It's a separate tweet to your tweet. And I didn't read the last two super chats, so I should. Both of them from Spoonyton, and big ups to ya boy for another one that I was talking during, so I couldn't do it. I don't want to say all the things I'm about to say, is what ya boy said, and this is in reference to earlier on, when he was doing this weird cope about, like, against the trolls and shit. For some reason, his begging is always exempt from whatever morals he decides to spout that day, and trolls are a really convenient catch-all excuse whenever something he does blows up in his face. That's very true. The trolls and the fans, depending on which way it goes. But in any case, it's somebody else's fault.
They can be toxic where they want to be in their own circles. Let them be. But don't let them ruin me and my content. It's the same premise as the YouTube comments. I reopened them, but it's not open season to be toxic again. I've now got it under control where people can have positive and fun conversation on that content, you see?
Okay.
So please.
Sure. I mean, with the YouTube thing, I get it. Because, like,
please.
YouTube comments, you don't want to have all your comments be shitting on you.
By all means, alright?
Hey, big ups Prophet for the 10 gifts, dude. Big ups.
Feel free to
play some soundboard shit.
If we make a concerted effort,
Baller alert. Calling out
just like we
baller
did in the
alert.
last year here on DSP Gaming. Remember, like the content. If you're enjoying it, leave a comment on it. That's engagement. That engagement helps this channel. It makes this channel become more recommended, more shown in search,
thanks,
right?
dude.
You realize it's the same exact thing on Twitter. That if you like a post, if you retweet a post, that person's content is more likely to be suggested on Twitter. And yes, I hate to say it, but social media is kind of a key component of online success. I'd be stupid to not understand that. To have a social media presence of some kind is important. You need to...
yeah, but it doesn't have to just purely simply exist. It has to actually have some quality to it. It can be just existing, which is a thing where he tries to just do is simply just exist, the bare minimum, and not actually fleshing out and doing his thing the way it's supposed to be done.
To have a place where you can be reached, a place where you can talk publicly, right?
I'm shilling like crazy. So it's because I just care about money. That I just can't help it.
Why are we afraid of them? Look at the leaps and bounds this channel has made in the last year. How much nicer it is here on DSP Gaming again, because we all work together to make it that way, right? We could do that on my Twitter, too. We could do that in many different ways. We can make it so that these idiots don't just control our actions anymore, the way that they have in the past. It's time to stop being afraid of these people. These are not people who do things in real life. The only reason they're able to do it is because the internet gives them the anonymity that they can do, and the lack of consequences to do what they're doing and get away with it. Fuck that.
It's time for us to stand up for ourselves. It's time to stand up against this bullshit, all right? But again, only if you're liking what you're seeing. I think it's time for us to enough with the cowering and enough with hiding from these people. Oh, everyone, please contribute so we can really stick it to those trolls tonight and make them upset.
All
now,
right.
Rob on Wheels tipped me $5.
Hey, it's Rob.
Something he said on Twitter, and I will directly respond quickly. But
We're gonna directly respond to how you're a shitty code leader because you can't stop ignoring the trolls. You gotta keep talking to the trolls constantly. Rent free.
On the podcast.
Rent free.
He says, why for the love of God you insist on always mentioning your trolls and giving them the credence? There's a difference between directly mentioning the actions of a specific troll, giving them the attention they want, and then them feeling empowered to...
No, there is no difference. There is a lot of things that happen during his stream that he could simply not talk about, not address, and completely ignore, and a lot of other people are going to ignore them as well. But his whole thing, his whole gimmick, the gimmick of Darkside Phil, is that he always takes the bait. He always does. And sometimes he would take the bait and then be smug about it, as if he didn't take the bait, which is also a very funny DSP thing.
Continue to do what they're doing. Or calling out a direct situation.
Yeah, big ups Prophet just waking up. This is gonna be a marathon, so today we're in for a full day of chill and interactive fun, as we call it. We got the Rambo and Howard suffering, but first I think we're gonna start with, after this video, which is basically over, we're gonna start with DSP watching Rob Gavigan, because I have plenty to talk about, and for me it's a trip down memory lane, because I used to watch that shit when I was in high school, almost 10 years ago.
Where I feel both myself and my fan base have been ongoingly abused because of decisions that have happened over time that are directly influenced by the actions of trolls. There's a little difference there. It's not like, oh, someone trolled me today, made a nasty video, and I'm going to sit here and complain about it for half an hour. I'm literally feeding into what they want.
Okay.
As opposed to, hey, I have a social media presence that's large.
No, this is not what we're talking about, DSP. You know, that's what fucking pisses me off. He knows exactly what Rob on Wheels is talking about. And he's not just talking about this specific instance with Twitter and the dumb nonsense. He's talking about all these instances of somebody doing something in DSP's chat, and if I'm looking at it, and I'm just a casual listener, viewer, whatever, I'm not gonna see it. But DSP calls this guy an asshole, he bans him, stuff like that. You know, the casual toxicity. This is what Rob is talking about. Just if you start ignoring it, those people will have less incentive of coming back.
I have 26,000 people following me on a verified Twitter account.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Checkmark doesn't mean shit. If anything, on Twitter, a checkmark is a bad thing.
That whenever I post something,
because a lot of checkmarks say stupid shit all the time. Exactly for attention and for likes.
On my Twitter, thousands of people see it. I get tons of impressions on my stuff, way more than what you would think.
It doesn't mean anything.
Because no one likes or retweets or shares any of that stuff.
Yeah. What actually are you hoping of doing? That's my whole the grand scheme of things question. Is like, okay, where are we going? You're trying to rebrand your channel, make your Twitter different. Are we gonna ignore the last 14 years of failure and misery and people making fun of you? And no, taking down channels is not gonna help, because those people are either gonna be back or they're gonna be gone, and therefore make a lot of people lose touch with what DSP is doing and give them less attention, therefore hurting DSP in views and attention generally. Like, where are we going? What's the idea? And I think that the grand scheme of things, there's no idea. He just wants to continue to exist. And that's what I said earlier with DSP being happy when the trolls are seething, or whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. Like, I don't care about him on a personal, like, investment. So if he wants to just exist and live in his, like, suffering lifestyle, whatever the fuck, that's fine, and I see this as him losing because I look at him and I laugh at him and then I go away. So at the end of the day, he will always lose. There's just nothing around it.
You know, that actually hurts me and my business because people are afraid
that
now
hurts
of this
his
nonsense
business,
from
of
these
course.
idiots. So, yeah, in this case, I do feel like it is more damaging for me to keep my mouth shut and say nothing than to actually directly
no.
step out and address it.
No, that's
because
actually
nothing's
wrong.
ever going to get better if I don't.
No. A lot of things are gonna get better. A lot of things are gonna get better if you actually shut up about certain things. But then it's like, because when you try and give DSP advice, there's a certain point, a certain cutoff, threshold, where you kind of have to stop giving advice to DSP, and you gotta start giving advice to a functioning human, right? Like, if you gotta tell somebody, let's say, for example, my advice for DSP would be, make highlights of your videos, right? Make a short, a YouTube short of a funny moment that you had that is funny, that people enjoyed and said LOL in chat, right? That's a thing. But then, when I'm giving this advice, I'm not giving this advice to Phil, because I know if I give this advice to Phil, he will never take it. He will not do this. Simply, there's no way he's gonna do a short that's gonna be edited or whatever. I'm giving this advice to some hypothetical DSP that is willing to improve and learn stuff. So, in this way, it's really strange giving DSP advice. Because you have to give him advice within the scope of DSP. Because at some point, there's so many things that he will never do. You can't give him advice like with the green screen. This is one of those things. When you tell him, DSP, green screen is actually going to do a lot for your content and making it look better, and your layout looking more organic, and just looking more trendy and more hip. But then in the same sentence, when I'm giving this advice, I know he will never do it. He will never take it because he's already convinced himself he won't. So I'm basically not even giving Phil advice.
Drama content.
Yeah, this was a big fucking word salad. Let's go on and carry on with the second piece of news today. This is a weird thing. I didn't know what to say about this. I guess I'm gonna let this clip play while I get my rolling supplies, and I guess we're gonna discuss it at some point.
Lancaster Wilson did a $5 super chat saying, "Why do you have to go?"
I'm gonna recap what I said 3 hours ago when we started, and this is Phil. Phil is on r/cringe because that's what he is and that's where he belongs. And he got 1.4 thousand and a couple of awards. That's very nice. Now, what it says here is streamer calls his viewer fucking idiot for explaining why he needs to go out to eat with his wife every week. And yeah, I'm gonna play this, and you see what you think about it. And after that, we're gonna read some comments, and I'm gonna do you all a favor, and I'm gonna let the robot read it instead of me reading it in my weird reading of voice thing. Okay, so let's get a load of this clip.
Every week to eat, wouldn't you save money by eating at home?
And also assume, since I'm playing DSP clips and there's not a lot of channels left, assume that I'm giving everybody whose clip I'm watching a shout out, except Phil. This clip is from Akdolf von Snortler, so you can go and check him out. He's one of the last of his breed. All right, I'll be right back. Get a load of this.
All right, so Lancaster, it's obvious you wouldn't understand this because the fact you're asking the question just proves the point that you have no idea what you're talking about. All right, when you were married, okay, you like to maybe spend some time with your significant other. Okay, I get to spend a little bit of time with my wife every day. Usually I see her first thing in the morning for a little bit. Then I'm on stream all day. Maybe during a break I get to see her. Some days I'm lucky enough to see her for dinner at home. Some days I'm not. Today, I'm literally eating leftovers because she's at work. I won't get to see her until late at night tonight when she gets home.
Yo. I'm literally eating leftovers. Hold on. This is, oh, what a massive victim segment. Holy shit. I haven't even started drinking yet. This shit should only happen when I'm drinking, bro. Come on.
Then I'll get to see you for me.
What the fuck is this quote? Let's get a load of this whole thing again. And there's captions to this video actually, so you can actually read what it says.
To see her for dinner.
Let's
proves the.
I'm gonna play the whole thing, not only because I was missing.
Point that you have no idea what you're talking about. All right. When you were married.
When you were married.
Okay. You like to maybe spend some time with your significant other. Okay. I get to spend a little bit of time with my wife every day. Usually I see her first thing in the morning for a little bit.
Okay, first I'm gonna dispute this statement. When you're, I'm not gonna say married because it doesn't matter. When you're in a relationship, because my relationship with my girlfriend longer than his marriage and his relationship with Kat. So I probably know more about it than he does. You would like to spend time with your significant other, that is fact, that is true 100%. But you also understand that sometimes your schedules are not gonna align. Sometimes it's not gonna be convenient. Sometimes it's not gonna work out. And you need to accept when this happens, because sometimes it's gonna happen. Or, for example, you get after work and you have to do something that you don't want to do, and you think you should chill and interact because that's how it should be, but you can't do it. And sometimes it's like that. That's one of the things about being a mature adult, is realizing that sometimes you can't have the thing that you think you're entitled to, because things don't work out always.
Then I'm on stream all day. Maybe during a break I get to see her. Some days I'm lucky enough to see her for dinner at home. Some days I'm not. Today, I'm literally eating leftovers because she's at work. I won't get to see her until late at night tonight when she gets home. Then I'll get to see her for maybe an hour and a half, and then we go to sleep. Okay?
Okay.
So in a whole given day, some days I'm lucky I get to see my wife a little more. Some days I don't get to see her much at all. All right?
That's what happens to everybody. People with 9 to 5 jobs, they do that. They leave in the morning, they go to work, they come back, and maybe they get to have some time with their significant other. That's just how it works, man.
Once a week.
Oh, I hope this came up, but without a message. Now, the message to this anonymous tip is getting the rolling supplies the European way of getting toilet paper? No, it's the Dutch way of saying that you're about to do something that is legal.
I get a day off with my wife. Now, all week long, we've been working, not spending time with each other, or rushing to get things done, and we've been cooking and eating food at home all week long.
Okay, just like a normal human being. That's nothing for me to praise you for. That's how people do on a daily basis, all around the world.
All the meals, okay? Once
yes, that's how people do
a
it.
week, I get an opportunity to essentially spend some special time with my wife and maybe go out and do something with her, like have a meal outside of the home. It's basically like a date time. You know what I'm saying? Like once a week, you get to maybe go on like a little small date with my wife. Now, ideally, sadly, it's not what I want.
That's the thing about the day off. I understand why he would feel like he deserves a day off to go outside and eat. But also, he needs to understand that this is not always viable. It's not always a thing that can happen. If you're struggling, if you're penny pinching, if that's how you live, you can't always do it. And you have to sacrifice stuff. And if your wife is truly your soulmate, she's not gonna mind. And you're gonna have a better time going and eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the park and having a picnic than going to a sushi restaurant.
And
it's gonna be much cheaper.
I want us to have a whole day where we can just do fun stuff together and have a real date day. We don't. Since I only have one day off a week, I have to cram in everything I need to get done.
You decide to have one day off a week. You could stream less and make about the same amount of money. But this is, again, I'm giving advice to somebody who is not Phil.
Off stream in one day. That includes grocery shopping, any kind of appointments, whether they be doctor appointments, legal appointments, bank appointments, whatever it may be. All those appointments have to happen on this day. Buying supplies for Jasper, our pet. Buying other supplies and things for the home. If something breaks down this week, if we run out of something this week and we have to go somewhere to get it, we have to do that all on our day off. All in all, day that I consider a day off from streaming, probably about 75% of that day is running around doing shit that really isn't fun. It's busy work. It's things you have to do when you're an adult, but preferably you'd like to do it not when you're trying to have time with your family. You see? But I have to, because that's the only time I get off. So 25% of one day a week, I actually get to do something nice with my wife.
Okay, and if you're a mature adult like you claim to be, you're just gonna take it. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it.
Prefer to go have a meal outside.
You're gonna accept it. You're gonna be humble about it, and you're gonna work harder so this doesn't have to happen anymore. Right?
Side of the home, or maybe order a meal in rather than have to cook again and have another meal at home, which isn't special. It's the same as what we do every day all week long. Okay, so It's not just, oh, you eat out every week, once a week, you're spending money, you don't have money. It's our time together once a week. It's literally like the one thing we get to do special once a week. So now you're saying get rid of that too, okay? So here's what I have to say to you.
He's not saying that. He's not saying that. He's saying downscale it. Downscale it. Make it smaller, make it cheaper.
Fuck you.
And fuck you. That's how it is. And that's why he's on top of Cringe. That's why. Because this is how he addresses rightful criticism.
You're a fucking stupid idiot. You're here to criticize when you don't understand anything, and what you're saying has no meaning. What you're trying to do is act like I'm some kind of an irresponsible, overspending idiot, and
that's exactly what you are.
Why I'm in the situation I'm in.
Exactly. Exactly. We got to talk about 2014, which is the same number of credit cards that he had, 14.
You don't know, you don't live it. You're a scumbag for even asking the dumb question, really. And even if, oh, I didn't mean it that way. You're a fucking intrusive jerk. Why would you even ask that question? Why are you implying that I don't know how to fucking handle myself in my life? It's not your fucking business to ask it on a streamer's stream and to derail the fucking stream.
It's not your
business. Tell a
business.
Story because you're an idiot, okay?
But his big bills are your business. This is not your business. Questioning stuff is not your business. Paying the bills is your business. That's your business.
So go fuck yourself. I don't need your super chat. I don't need your dumb.
I don't need your super chat.
Questions. You're gonna insult me on my fucking stream. I've already answered this question a million times in the past, by the way. But you gotta come and ask it again, right? So fuck off and don't ask stupid questions on my stream that are gonna piss me off. Okay? Yes, I deserve once a week to spend 25% of one day.
Yes, I deserve. You don't. You don't.
Day.
Period. You don't. You don't put enough work. You put in quantity, quality is not there.
Doing something nice with my wife. I do deserve that. Yes. I am not beholden to every person on the internet who seems to think that they can hold me to some kind of a weird standard of judgment. I'm not beholden to anyone. I'm not. I'm beholden to myself and my family and my wife. That's what matters. Not what some dickhead.
Then ask your wife for tips. Ask your wife to pay the bills. How about that? Why do random internet people have to pay the bills? And I know this is a worn out talking point, but that's just how it is. That's just how it is. That's the facts.
On the internet is saying about me.
I'm not beholden. I'm not beholden to criticism. I'm just beholden to tips.
Or spinning it in a way
that's
whatever beholden
means.
Fake and bullshit. None of that matters. None of it. You know? The problem is these idiots then go out and make entire streams, completely blasphemous things about me.
Blasphemous! Yo! Blasphemous! And I'm just gonna take it as a misuse of the word blasphemous and not actually meaning to say blasphemous. Because if he actually means blasphemous, then it's literally a cultish fucking discussion right now. Blasphemy. How dare you question the king, the Dent king.
The reason that Phil has no money is because he's irresponsible with his money. He blows it on his meals out a week, and he's a raging alcoholic who spends thousands of dollars a month on liquor, and he blows his money on online gambling and on fucking mobile.
There is more proof to back that up than against it.
Games and shit, and
his own admission that he spends money on this stuff. For real, all of it is true. He's admitted to it. A lot of it.
None of it is true.
No.
Not a single one of those things is fucking true. It's all bullshit. But they get away with it because there's no defense against it on the internet. And then you get idiots like that. Maybe if you didn't go out once a week and eat, blow all your money. Fuck off. I don't have to answer to you at all.
No, you have to. That's the thing. You put yourself in this position where you have to answer to those people because they pay your bills. People like this guy pay your bills because you never know the anonymous person on the internet that pays your fucking bills. So you have to answer because you put yourself in this position. Come on, Phil. Why does nobody ask fucking PewDiePie where his money goes? Because he doesn't beg people for money. And you're gonna say because he's rich.
You are not some kind of judge for me. You're not the fucking judges from Judge Dredd making the law. You disobeyed the internet law.
That is just embarrassing. Just Cringe, which is very fitting that it was posted on Cringe.
Now I judge you on your stream. Go fuck yourself, man.
Blasphemous.
Like, who the fuck are you? You're a nobody. Who, I don't even care. I don't, you know.
But nobody's pay for your stream. Nobody's pay for your life. Literal degenerates. We know about them.
That's the funny
Phil, come on, we know everything.
Me, because I'm the streamer, but don't judge yourself. Don't look at yourself and the dumb shit you fucking say and do every day. I gotta be perfect, right? Because I'm some fucking internet streamer. No, I don't have to be.
Because you put all this responsibility for your life on others. That's why you have to be as good as possible. Nobody's saying perfect. But you definitely not like this.
I can do whatever I want with my life, and you can fuck off. And
you could do whatever you want, and you could spend all the money you want. If you were getting those sponsorships that you could hold, if you put yourself in that position, but you can't. So you can't. You have to explain yourself. That's the thing. That's the problem. That you can't just ask. You have to ask and explain yourself. And people are going to ask questions, inevitably.
Ask me dumb questions. Email, thank you so very much. Email us to me $50, which gets us to our vest goal for today. Thank you, email. I appreciate that a lot. It helps a lot. That gets us to 159, so we've now hit all the goals for this stream. And again, like I said, Final Fantasy VII.
Of course, email loved this.
Remains a game with high engagement and high support. And
high engagement and a high support. But why do you have to be explaining yourself when you don't make the money? And you gotta be making daily raps that review your fans' performance and how well they did in tips. Why do you have to explain this, but not explain where the money goes? You fucking idiot.
High fun factor.
Massive fucking hypocrite. And now, for the first main event, is DSP reacts to mystery unsolved crime videos. Let's start from the actual start.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to something very...
This didn't even get 100 likes, by the way, the clip. So I guess it sucks. Now, Rob Gavigan. Let's do a quick explore, because I want to see exactly what the guy does. Back in the day, where I knew about him, he was going by the name Rob Dyke. Before that was a naughty word. And now what comes up is Rob Gavigan, because I guess he's using his actual name now. But Dyke sounded like it was darker. And back in the day, he was making some really dark content. Now let's sort by most popular and see what's going on here. Yeah, this is what I used to watch. This may contain suicide. Wow. Doesn't faze me, dude. Come on. In 2015 is when I used to watch him. This is when his videos were actually really hot. As you can see, this has almost 20 mil. Which is good for him. It's a good video. It's a spooky thing. Why am I mentioning that it's so old? Is because Phil, our boy Phil, Mr. Out of Touch, is reacting to this style content in the age of 2022, in the year of 2022. So this is why I'm talking about it. And let's see what he has to say about it. And let's see how this content has evolved over time, or has it?
Different.
Question mark.
DSP reacts to Rob Gavigan. He is a long-standing and prolific YouTube creator. He has had a very successful YouTube channel. Very successful. Tons of views. I mean, tons of subscribers. The guy is very, very, he's been down the road of a YouTuber just like me, okay? And he does some pretty unique stuff. He basically covers stories that are strange, weird, unusual, in some cases supernatural, unexplained. And in addition to that kind of stuff, he also covers serial killers.
Whoa, serial killers.
So there's
we're gonna get to learn what Derek's gonna be when he grows up.
A lot of stuff that he covers. We have a variety of stuff to check out. His serial killer files essentially are, serial killer cases that you can track.
And before we start, there was another, because I'm used to the super chats having TTS on them, so now I have to read them. Big ups to your boy from 8 minutes ago for the super chat. Groceries and pet stuff, order and pick up. Bank, he's had a bankruptcy. Breakdowns, he repairs nothing himself. He has plenty of time. He really does have plenty of time. And if you watched the That Being Said podcast last week with Theo, which was a really cool listen that I wasn't there for, and neither was Sam, because he had the good old Rona. Big up Sam, hope he gets well soon. How is this called? That being said, I'm gonna shill it because obviously I like it and I'm a part of it, so go and check it out if you haven't. They were talking about DSP's time and how he fills it up with made up stuff and how he breaks down simple actions that take too long for him, and so on. So go check it out.
Then he's got things that we've been caught on
Hey, big ups Meth Bear for the $5 tip. The importance of the weekly meal makes most sense if Cat has absolutely nothing else entertaining or special in life. Just work, cooking, fill, dinner, vegetating, and sleep. But he self-snitched when he said he runs errands alone while Cat plays Skyrim. Yeah, that's the 75% of his day is running errands, and then he picks up Cat, and then they run to the sushi thing.
He's got Twisted 10s, which are countdowns of 10 different things in one video.
Whoa.
It's kind of like a
Phil.
rapid fire boom, boom, boom.
Phil used to do those.
Seriously Strange are more in-depth videos.
Wow.
About specific subject matters. Okay. Kind of interesting. And then he's also got...
He doesn't even know what he's going to watch. Oh, no. Let's just skip to the point when he actually watches the thing. We're not going to be running polls on what he's going to watch. He's just going to start. And which one is this? This is 10 actors who killed people in real life. From 2016. This is the type of shit that I watched. Let's see who they are.
Is it good? How was that volume? Or
Steven Seagal. Nicolas Cage.
Good?
Who else?
All right.
Is advised.
Sounds good for me. Okay.
We often see the lives of actors and wish that we had that for ourselves, but it just goes to show that you
and it echoes.
really need
It's so good. How long before somebody tells him it's echoing?
careful what you wish for.
This is the toilet seat. It's too loud.
Volume here. Okay. The artwork is actually quite good for the channel. I like that. He must have had someone doing some nice art for him.
Yeah, it literally said it. It literally said artwork by some guy. Which the artwork in these, I even like them. And you see, hosted by Rob Dyke. That's how he used to go by. Yeah, you know about
His
this?
real name is Rob Dyke. I didn't know that.
No, it's not his real fucking name.
Matthew Broderick actually killed someone?
An actor who
What?
had just made his big break makes a rather big mistake.
Holy shit. This is gonna be so boring, man. But don't worry about it. I'm gonna skip heavily.
What?
In 1987, Matthew Broderick was riding on the success of his film Ferris Bueller's Day Off while vacationing in Ireland with his then secret girlfriend, actress Jennifer Grey, whom he met on the set of the movie.
Oh, she played his
Matthew and
sister.
Jennifer had rented a red BMW to get around the Irish countryside, and visibility had been good during their travels. But the roads were slick from a brief downpour that covered the area. But Matthew was driving well, according to a police officer who followed the BMW for several miles. But that suddenly changed as Matthew, with Jennifer in the passenger seat, for unknown reasons, crossed into the opposite lane and crashed head-on into
Whoa, it's like what happened to Phil
brown
when he
Volvo
when he burned half his face off. That's why it's missing now.
containing two passengers, 30-year-old Anna Gallagher
It grew
and
back.
her mother, 63-year-old Margaret Doherty,
Oh,
both of
man.
whom died upon impact. While Jennifer walked away unscathed, Matthew wasn't as lucky. He suffered a broken leg.
Yeah, we skipped Matthew, okay? We got the way that he killed somebody. Let's move on to number 2.
To a really
This is haunting
serious
him.
car accident when I was in high school.
Hey, we're talking about the car accident again. Because this is a clip that we watched earlier.
Out of his way. He flies by
Yeah, we watched this at the beginning of the stream.
huts and stuff.
It's terrible. So let's skip
That
to the next entry.
Day.
Oh my god, he is so slow. He's gonna watch a 15-minute video for apparently an hour, if this is the whole thing. Yeah. It's the whole thing. Now let's skip to the next entry. Hold on, what's this?
Faye was in the spotlight again, but this time for murdering her. Uncovered years of terrible abuse.
Yo, wait. We skipped through the actual entry. 9 was some person. Hey, big ups Paul J. Brazel for the super chat. Where in the hell have you been? I missed you. Have you heard about his 7-day stream? 7-day stream? He's losing money and GTG knew it was going to happen. You mean Tevin? The Tevin 7 days because he's getting taken down? Yeah, I know about this. This is fucking trash. And I didn't watch that whole thing. I watched in the beginning the explanation, but yeah, still. Fucking terrible. Big ups, Paul. Where was I? I was working, and I didn't really feel like keeping up with this spoiled man-child in my free time. So I was looking at him on Twitter and Kiwi Farms and in written places where you can just read the stuff he does and not look at him.
Ready? Let's continue.
Let's continue.
Here we go. I didn't know about
65 and
I had no clue.
Okay. Faye DeWitt is number 9. He's not gonna know who she is. I don't know who she is. Is some old actress, perhaps.
life experience. An actress, an author, and a rapper, Felicia Pearson has seen a lot in her life. Felicia's acting career is most notable for her part in The Wire, but crime was something she was more personally familiar with. Before she was even a teenager, she began selling drugs, which was obviously a path that just led to more and more trouble. In 1995, when Felicia was only 14, she got into a fight with a 15-year-old girl who was...
I think for the purpose of these type of videos, I think exclamation skip in chat should work. I guess, but if not, if you want to just skip through this nonsense when you're bored, if a couple of people say skip in chat, then we're gonna skip through to the next one. So if you're bored by this nonsense, just exercise your right to try and skip.
Murder and sentenced to 2 consecutive 8-year prison terms. She was released after 6.5 years. Unfortunately, in 2011, Felicia was involved in another drug-related crime, but has said she wishes to move on from a life of criminal activity.
Jeez. How the hell did she get a gum?
All right, Lane Garrison is the number 7, but fucking cares. DSP.
Yeah,
he has nothing to say about this. I never did this. I don't know about this. I've never seen this.
Stepping stone to destruction. American actor Lane Garrison, who is mostly recognized for playing the role of inmate Tweener on Prison Break.
Oh yeah, I've seen Prison Break.
I never saw Prison Break, but I
never saw
Prison Break.
Okay. Skip.
They would all be.
This is just like actually really bad.
Since his Lane crashed his
it's just like bad reaction to an already not that interesting video from like 2016.
And that he's felt it every day since.
All right.
100 likes on the stream. Thank you for the support so far.
Oh, and we're begging for likes. What, 100 likes? 200?
He's off all that.
Probably
shit. He doesn't
200
do that stuff anymore. You know, that's all you can say about a situation like that. Like, obviously, this guy did everything wrong. By the way, guys, thank you. We hit 100 likes on this.
Oh, 100 likes. That's amateur hour.
Support so far today, and the engagement. Well, you know what's funny? We're only up to number 6. People in the chat are like,
bored?
"Damn, these people outright just murdered people, and they got off with like 3 years in prison." You'd be interested.
Yeah, DSP. You don't always go for a long time in prison if you kill somebody. Depends. It all depends. That's how the justice system works. It all depends on the circumstance. Like, just like with DSP's bankruptcy. People are going to say, wait, DSP did all that shit and lied about all these purchases and got the best bankruptcy he could hope for? Well, I guess.
I hope someone like that, he came out the other end reformed, right? Like maybe he never does drugs or drinks ever again.
Exactly. Like somebody like Phil coming out reformed after a bankruptcy. And the dude was talking the other day. I saw this quote in a tweet. He was talking about that he didn't have credit cards. He wishes he could have credit cards where he could save himself when he needs money. So he learned nothing from this. As soon as he can get credit cards, he will again.
Right?
Oh yeah, big ups Paul saying he's doing this to feel better about himself. Well, he needs to react to, I guess, Chris Chan if he wants to feel better about himself, because he's a pretty shitty lolcow.
Michael Jace would be easily recognized by fans of The Shield, where he played a Los Angeles police officer.
I didn't watch
Michael,
and he didn't watch this. He has nothing to say. This is just watch this video as Phil just adds nothing to it. Number 5 is Rebecca Gayheart. And is he gonna make a joke? Gayheart, look at this. It's like her heart was gay. You know, like homosexual.
The murder of April Jace.
Wow. Damn. That's like, that's fucking cold as shit. Fuck, man.
Guys, who has some good reactions? Let's see I show speed. If you want to see actual good reactions. Reaction, let's just go reaction. This is how a reaction video is made. Maybe we can find a clip of speed. Let's see this. Messi's message.
He wants to play FIFA with you. Hey, Darren, what's up? My friend Oliver has invited us to battle it out online tomorrow. I hope I can make it. If I can't be there, enjoy the game. Ah, and don't forget to bring the snacks. Ciao.
This is what a good reaction is like. And the chat is blowing up. Look at this chat. It's insane. It's like when DSP said the N-word. And also...
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Messi too! Messi too! Come on!
Now the joke, this is supposed to be soccer player Messi, also known as one of the greatest players ever. But this is also not him, and instead it's a weird deep fake of him. And this guy thinks that Messi has a message for him, or maybe he doesn't think he has a message for him. But in anyways, his reaction is great. And what is also great is that this same guy set off fucking fireworks at his own apartment and almost set it on fire, which is a very fun thing you can do if you're a streamer. Trust me, people are loving it. Look at this. It's fantastic, this segment.
Oh, here we go, right here. Alright! Pikachu!
This is pretty meaningful content if you ask me. Look at the chat. Stop! Stop! Stay back!
Go blow his stuff up.
Mom! This is fucked up, bro. Why would you think you can do this indoors? You wild.
I didn't know. I thought stop. Turn that stream on. I didn't.
The stream is on for another like 4 minutes. Fire alarm time, okay. We're gonna review some Final Fantasy. Then he's gone for a long time. Why is the camera going down? Oh my god, it legitimately got set on fire. Holy shit. I hadn't seen the end of this. Oh, and there's a firefighter coming in the end. Wow. Jesus Christ. Turn off the stream. Fireman was fast as fuck though. Took him like 2 minutes. Unless this is edited, which who knows. Dude, it just started blowing up. I did nothing. Except just, you know, light it up. Anyways, back to actual meaningful, interesting, serious content, and not this guy.
Running to heaven. Well, that's the end of that. I mean, there's no way you can try to write that off to that. Oh, that was unintentional. He wasn't trying to kill her. Oh, really? He told her to run to heaven. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, DSP.
Sometimes a person still needs to pay, even if the event was a complete accident. Rebecca.
Okay, this one gets summarized by being a complete accident.
Bad judgment, just bad fucking luck. That sucks.
That sucks, man.
Yeah,
And then we get the next guy.
Terrible.
Proof that the hardest points in life shape us into who we become. Charles S. Dutton was not only a producer of
That's a good point for DSP. Because if his hardest point of his life, I guess was, I don't know, man. He didn't have it very hard, I guess. But I guess it was when he was about to lose his house, maybe? And then the outcome of that was a bunch of people on the internet gave him money and he got away with it. And that shaped him to become a person that constantly relies on other people to get away with stuff.
HBO's The Corner, but both a television and screen actor known mostly for his role in Rudy and Alien 3.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say.
Of course, Alien 3 from the 80s.
I recognized.
He knows them because it's from the 80s.
And I remembered seeing him in
He knew Ferris Bueller as well.
A Prison, and that's Alien 3.
Smaller parts in many other films over the years, but life hasn't always been smooth sailing for the actor, especially in his youth.
Okay, this is terrible. This is terrible. I guess we're not doing that. Wait, there's deep sea creatures. Hold on. Okay.
What? Oh.
Wait, what? What gave him this clown mode reaction? Let's see the whole segment. Shouldn't be more than 2 minutes.
Of that fate.
Jesus, man, that's one of the worst
Okay,
things that can
Johnny
happen.
Lewis, number 1.
A story that goes to show the importance of mental health. Johnny Lewis was 28 years old and well on his way into his acting career. He was perhaps best known for playing half-sack.
And by the way, we can take some notes of the video we're watching because this content was big in 2016. But you could also notice that the video is well edited, and the guy, whenever he's talking, he has a professional background and he has good lighting and he has a good microphone and he's dressed in a suit. So even in 2016, oh, and on top of everything, he has custom artworks done for this video specifically and his whole channel. So this is to say that even in 2016, people realized that to be successful, you actually have to put in effort. And Phil is sitting there in 2022 in front of a bunch of shitty boxes in a Nintendo Switch controller and a Blanca figurine and this new, I guess, American flag type situation going on. And the vest and a hat and a glasses. Making videos that are not edited whatsoever. So yeah, let's talk about success. The dude is here from 2016 to tell us how it looks like.
Of mental health. Johnny Lewis was 28 years old and well on his way into his acting career. He was perhaps best known for playing half-sack Epps in the first 2 seasons of Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, I saw it. I watched a lot of Sons of Anarchy. I watched 4 seasons, I want to say. I saw.
Hey, what's up, Rodri Thunder?
To Europe, did they go to Ireland or whatever? They went to the home country.
Hey, spoilers, man. Come on.
That's the last season I saw. So I've seen this guy. I recognize him for sure.
Johnny had a troubling past, having been involved in drugs and had been arrested 3 times between 2011 and 2012 for outbursts of violence and attempting to break into a person's house. In 2011, Johnny suffered head injuries from a motorcycle accident, but showed a great aversion to psychiatric treatment. On September 26th...
Yeah, this stream is going to be very long, probably, so I will be talking about the John and Howard stuff, but obviously not going to cover all of it. Unless I go too crazy. But I gotta run a poll if you wanna restream of the podcast or not.
2012, Johnny broke into the Los Angeles home of his 81-year-old landlord, Catherine Davis. He entered her bedroom where she was and began beating her before eventually strangling her to death.
Oh my God.
He then violently attacked Catherine's cat before killing and dismembering it.
What? Oh my God, he was fucking insanely crazy. Like, even if you have a grudge against your landlord, then you brutally murder and dismember the fucking... He's nuts. So, you know, I gotta ask, was it mental illness? Was it a result of the accident fucking with his head? Oh my God.
He ended up on the roof of Catherine's garage and fell off and died on
the
pavement of her driveway. The coroner ruled Johnny's death as accidental and claimed that all tests indicated Johnny had no drugs or alcohol in his system at the time of the murder. And to this day, his motive remains unknown.
What the fuck? So no one has any idea why he did it.
That's all for the...
Yeah, that's what unknown motive means, Phil. Nobody has an idea. So let's carry on with the next fucking thing.
What?
Which is Phil watching deep sea fucking creatures.
Oh my...
Because he is one.
Hell, don't even need to watch the videos. That series is not basically what he's known for.
Okay, bro.
With voiceover and a review versus me off the cuff on a stream. That's kind of like, those shows are more like that. And quite frankly, I think he wants me to react more to this stuff. This is the stuff he's really proud of.
He wants me to react to stuff. What, a Raspberry Pi tutorial? It's not even his thing. He didn't do that.
As opposed to that other stuff?
Wait, what? This is not from his channel. It's just in the playlist. They put it by mistake. What are you talking about? A Raspberry Pi tutorial. Are you serious?
Deep sea creatures, you want to do that? 10 disturbing deep sea creatures.
Okay.
Ecosystems
Those are
we have
meters.
yet to discover. Creatures which we have never seen hide from the sun's light, living and dying without a single moment of human interaction. And indeed, we may never know just how many thousands of species have lived out this
Is that real? It's a photo of a squid. Is that real?
cycle.
You know, the crab
without
actually isn't that scary.
human
It's actually kind of cool.
discovery.
I like that. Super long legs. It's like a daddy long leg crab, right? Okay.
Hey, again, Rob Dyke. So this is an older style video.
Fossils, so these aren't living.
This
These are
real?
As our ocean continues to lose
Yo, is
its
this real?
shark population to excessive hunting, some species remain of the least concern.
This feels like I'm watching Discovery Channel with my grandpa. This is the worst. Is the worst. But my grandpa is way more fun than this.
When it comes to survival.
Yo, is this real?
Sharks have been on our planet for hundreds of millions of years, surviving more than one mass extinction event. Some of these species are even considered living fossils, including the rarely seen frilled shark.
That's real?
This breed of shark
Yo,
maintains
is that real?
several features that make it appear quite primitive compared to its better-known relatives. The frilled shark only grows to about 7 feet in length. Instead of the usual gray you'll see on other species, the frilled shark looks more like an eel with its dark brown
Definitely
skin.
looks like an eel.
Its
elongated.
dorsal, pelvic,
Definitely.
and anal fins
I definitely agree with what you said in your video. That is correct.
inside its fringed gill slits make its appearance seem similar to animals from the age of dinosaurs.
Oh, it
As
does.
is not
Yeah,
often
it does.
observed,
It probably lives way deep down because you see how its eyes are all sunken into its head and everything.
Yo. You guys, did you know that one of the 10 disturbing deep sea creatures lives deep down? Did you know this?
So it's probably like one of those really deep sea creatures that
Yeah.
you don't see anywhere near
It's probably pretty disturbing too, huh?
the surface. That's why it looks so different from a typical shark.
in the wild, it is assumed
Oh.
that it may
Look at those
lunge
teeth.
forward at prey like a snake.
Does it live deep in the sea with SpongeBob?
It typically dwells between 39 and 5,200 feet below the surface, although it
There you
does
go.
appear
Oh, Phil was right. Yeah, you fucking moron. That's what the video is about.
in Japan's Suruga Bay as close as
Oh!
524 feet below the
Whoa!
surface. The
Personal
frilled shark's
space,
teeth
bro.
look like needles. They are sharp and very capable of snatching up squids and other cephalopods. While they may pose no threat to human beings, they rarely make it into captivity.
This is a
due
pretty
to their
badass
tendency
picture. This looks like a dick.
remain
Definitely looks like a dick.
in the depths.
Right, they're gonna
of the
stay away
ocean.
down.
That's all I have to say about this. This is my insightful commentary. It does look like a
Built
penis.
for. Jesus. Okay. Ghost. I want to find
No
one.
matter how big the creatures of the deep get, there's always going to be something small enough to
seen these
sneak
things
by the
before.
bigger predators. The deeper you find life in the crushing depths, the stranger these creatures become.
A lot of video games
The
have fish that look
fang-toothed
like
fish
this.
is hideous first and foremost. Its gaping mouth comes equipped with the largest proportioned
Bro, this is so boring. Man, we're not watching any of this. I couldn't even watch part fucking 1. What are the other ones about? And where did my mouse go? Huh? Okay.
teeth
Oh, I
of
guess now it
any
works.
fish.
Anyways, let's fuck off from this. Holy shit, this is terrible. See part 2. Is this whole video gonna be about fish? There's a giant squid and a giant crab. And that's about it. Let's see the second one. What ghosts? Oh yeah, I want to talk about the ghost ones. They're gonna be fun. Right? Please? Please be fun? It's ghosts. How can he make ghosts be not fun?
No, they looked all around the house. There's nothing here.
Unless he's like Shane Dawson or something.
You were half asleep with maybe one of those waking dreams. That's about it. I've never ever had anything like that ever. And by the way, no, my uncle did not die in my house. My uncle was very much alive and well. So no. So no, I've never had it. Maybe if I had a supernatural situation in my life where I felt like something like that had happened, maybe I'd believe it. I don't believe it. At the same time, you know, I'm open to belief. So I guess we'll see what happens here.
He's on the fence on ghosts.
Maybe this video will convince me. Probably not. Okay. Here we go. Rocky Hill.
Antebellum mansions all across the southern United States carry notorious histories of sweat, blood, and maybe a few spirits. However, one particular plantation
Probably more than a few.
seemed to attract the supernatural even at its construction. Rocky Hill Castle in the 1840s, a charming abode in the Alabama countryside.
A castle in Alabama? That just sounds weird to me, because when you think castle, you think like European.
DSP. You don't know what they did there. You don't know why they should have a castle there. You don't know what happened there in Alabama in the plantation. Phil.
I never think they
Seriously.
built castles in the
Isn't it obvious
United States.
why the castle exists?
But they did weird shit back then. Okay.
That belonged to James E. Saunders and his wife, Mary Frances Watkins.
What did they
After
do?
the French architect completed the brilliant home, James, though a wealthy man, could not pay the expenses. Infuriated, James yelled viciously at the architect, refusing to pay him. The Frenchman left in a fury, cursing the mansion and its deceitful occupants. The architect passed away shortly after. Meanwhile, James and his family were dining merrily when a loud beating noise resounded from the cellar, rattling the entire frame of the house.
Wait, that's the cellar? How would you like that to be the cellar of your fucking house? No thanks.
What?
That definitely looks like a Dark Souls dungeon area right there.
Yeah, because Bro.
As if somebody was...
It looks like Dark Souls. Yeah, it's like an old castle fucking cellar. That's how they look. Come on, man. You've been in old castle cellars in video games. That's what they're based on.
Destroying the foundation.
No,
When
this
they
was based on
investigated,
Dark Souls.
They discovered nothing but empty darkness. This occurred numerous times, especially when the family gathered around their piano. Later, James added a tower to Rocky Hill Castle, which he used to hide Confederate soldiers. 2 unnamed soldiers died from their injuries and were buried in the family cemetery. It is believed that one of the dead soldiers attracted the phantom of his deceased maiden, who appeared routinely, walking listlessly in the tower before fading. One day, as Mary approached the stairwell, an ethereal woman descended the stairs in front.
What are
Is
you...
it supposed to be a picture of it? Or maybe it's not, because I don't see anything, right?
I don't think this is supposed to be anything. I think it's just supposed to be a picture of the stairwell where things happen.
Of her.
I don't think it's supposed to be a photo of a ghost, Phil. Big ups Paul for super chat. Phil, just play video games. You're bad at this.
His wife about the ghost that
But
she
this is
claimed
like,
to see.
how do you even comment over this? It's like a speculative video about a possible ghost haunting. What do you talk about this?
But stopped when he had an experience of his own. One day, James went to retrieve a bottle of wine from the cellar, but froze in
Oh, is she
terror
real?
upon seeing the same ghostly woman sitting on a box, smiling eerily at him.
Hello.
He backed away and slammed the cellar door shut, forgetting about his wine. After many other spectral incidents, James's family left the house. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, families frequently moved in and out.
Okay, so this is basically a filler entry. So let's carry on to something that is not, I guess.
Find this face. There was no actual like photo. I was hoping there would be like a photo. Oh, here's you know what they claim is a ghost. Because I like looking at that kind of stuff.
I like investigating.
I
Yeah.
hope that
Big ups Jeffrey Walsh
some
for the
stuff
sub.
like that. But anyway, there's the ghost. There he is. That's hilarious. A fucking face in the woods.
No, this is obviously a double exposure photo. This is not supposed to be convincing to be a ghost. It's just basically kind of like a placeholder or something. It's just for the video. It's not supposed to be a ghost photo, Phil. It's obviously not real.
AJ, that's up to you.
Wait, what?
But
did
anyway,
AJ
there's
ask?
the ghost. There he is.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Okay, it is.
A fucking face in the woods. AJ, that's up to you. AJ Gamer is saying, I'm interested in supporting you further.
Oh my fucking god.
You for either one?
Bones.
Okay, the shadow over Battersea.
From wraiths in formidable castles to shadows darting through subterranean tunnels adorned with bones. It seems as if spirits cannot help but occupy Europe's enchanting lands.
Okay.
But
Europe.
there are some cases that stand out from the rest.
Ghosts, stay over there in Europe. Don't come over here.
In the small district
You got plenty of ghosts over there. That's all right.
of Battersea, London, rests an ordinary house on Eland Road that holds a forbidding past. Its former occupants, the Robinson family, began to experience unsettling events in 1927. 86-year-old Henry Robinson was a resident for 25 years and lived with his son, Frederick, and 3 daughters, Lila, Kate, and Mrs. George Perkins, who was widowed and had a 14-year-old son. On the evening of November 29th, the family was terrorized by a loud rapping all throughout the house and a ceaseless
rapping.
A loud rapping. Somebody was dropping bars in the middle of the night. Honey, wake up! I'm hearing something. Is this Jay-Z? What? No, honey. It kind of sounds like it's Lil Wayne.
Kanye had broken in. He was a little tipsy that night.
Knocking from the outside, which shattered the window panes.
I made the same joke, but I at least put some more effort.
Investigate, he found chunks of coal and coins had fallen upon the conservatory, breaking the glass.
Yo, this is the least ghost activity I've ever fucking seen. Let's get to something when something actually happens. Somebody dies from a ghost. Somebody gets kidnapped by a ghost. Somebody gets like a... What? I want to see where this comes from. This is a fantastic photo.
Substance leach.
Hold on.
Jackie just beginning. The family cat.
It's just a cute cat. The first one so far was the creepiest and most possible. That
Attics are places that many individuals dread. The stuffy air and the enveloping darkness, where one never knows if there is something ill-intentioned lying in wait. In November of 1988...
Whoa, that's creepy already. We didn't even get started. That's creepier than anything we've seen. She's like, I want to eat your soul. Oh my...
What? Bro, I was just thinking this girl kind of looks like Cat.
My God.
And he just roasted the fuck out of her.
Dude,
hey, what's up, Suda Monica? What's up?
Continue. We can end the video on this freeze frame. Jesus Christ. If you see that, you start running. You don't even... Oh, no. Oh, I got a woman in there. She's really fucking weird, dude. All right, let's just leave the door locked forever. We'll just condemn the building. We're not going back in there. Sounds good, dude. All right.
Jackie Hernandez and her 2-year-old son moved into their new home in San Pedro, California, in hopes of turning over a new leaf. Jackie's catastrophic marriage ended, leaving...
What is with these pictures? What is this? Is she purposely trying to look fucking creepy?
Maybe that's the only photos they had of her, bro. Like, what?
Oh my God.
What are these pictures?
But the nightmare was just beginning. The family cat...
It's just a cute cat. Okay, the family cat.
Exhibited abnormal behavior, chasing unseen
And I don't know why they seem so fake, man. These reactions are just so, like, contrived and predetermined.
Things throughout the house, but Jackie ignored this. However, she couldn't ignore when pencils were flung at her from their pencil holder.
Yo.
After this, Jackie realized something wasn't right.
The ghost of a dickheaded child who wants to throw pencils at you. It's not even like it's not intending harm. It's just a troll. You hit with spitballs and
just the troll.
You sit on whoopee cushions in your house. Like, son of a bitch! You annoying
collapsed for no apparent reason.
Just
and
the troll.
Sticky substance leached through the kitchen walls.
Sticky
while
substance.
Muffled voices
Why did they decide to use a picture of 2 vials of what looks like piss?
Be heard emanating
What's the point?
From the attic.
A sticky
After
substance.
Jackie's
come on, dude. Why? Why are you showing me this? What?
Yeah, the editing on this is just something else. I know it's supposed to be spooky, but it makes it kind of comedic.
Oh Hold on, a sticky substance.
This looks like
Sticky
Cyrax.
substance, and then you see that face. I gave her the sticky substance.
It looks like fucking Cyrax.
Oh.
Big up Cyrax. And DSP is losing his mind, and for him the joke was the sticky substance, bro. It's so fucking obnoxious.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able.
Sticky substance. Ah! Big ups Mario Faker for the sub, dude. Can we carry on, please? He got teared up from this, from the sticky substance in this photo.
Dude, that order of events, she found a sticky substance coming through the wall, and then it goes to this face.
Yeah, but you paused it, so we didn't get to see the context.
He had to have done that on purpose. Okay.
Oh my god, he's
just a random.
He's just so slow.
Horror.
Okay.
Themselves on film. Here they are. All right. Let's continue. Oh boy.
Samantha was born in April of 1989. The true horror commenced. Frightening.
Wait, you're not gonna explain what that was?
Yeah, there was literally no point.
It had nothing to do with the video. It was just a random frame thrown in there for no good reason. Okay, let's continue.
Dreams disturbed Jackie's sleep. One in particular of a man being beaten to death near the San Pedro harbor.
Ow.
One night, Jackie got up to use the restroom and discovered an old man with gray skin sitting on the side of her son's bunk bed.
What?
Before she could react, he vanished into thin air. Jackie later saw the same old man peering down at her through the trap door of the attic. The unearthly occurrences fascinated paranormal researcher and parapsychologist Dr. Barry Taff. Barry and his team came to Jackie's house to conduct an investigation, armed with video cameras and infrared detectors. After hearing shuffling in the attic, they climbed through the trapdoor to investigate, and the photographer had his camera wrenched from his hand. He gazed across the room with a flashlight to see his camera lying perfectly in a small crate. Later that night, the investigators took samples of a bizarre liquid oozing from a light switch and shipped it off to a lab to be tested. The results said the substance was blood plasma from a male. Dr. Taff and his crew later returned for another investigation, taking to the attic again. As they cautiously walked through the darkness, a clothesline abruptly caught hold of the photographer's neck and began to strangle him.
Whoa, what the hell?
Didn't realize what was happening until
This is some nonsense. This is some nonsense. Alright, this... fuck this. What is the last chapter, the last part? More caught on camera. What is this? 3 chilling events caught on security cameras. Oh, in the first one, Ellie Tran. I know who this is. I think I might. This... yeah, for real. Like...
okay, so we're gonna continue on
let's
with
see.
the 3...
I can't watch this shit. This is just so bad. I would rather watch the Rambo and Howard shit. And that shit is just next level of infuriating.
Events caught on security cameras. From the Rob Gavigan YouTube channel, we already saw one story, an unsolved murder. Let's see what this one is. Ellie Tran.
Unsolved?
Ellie Tran was 35 in the...
Alright, let's pause and put...
Oh, and of course he has to charge his fucking controller. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with this fucking video. It's so bad. What is this video even about?
And he didn't tell the ending of how the...
5 disturbing Craigslist encounters. Man, this fucking dude. He was, like... in these 3 videos, he reacted to, like, 5 completely different topics. And none of them is interesting. It's so baffling to me. What is this one? Unexplained events caught on camera. Okay. They're just fucking so bad, man. It's so bland and boring.
Hello?
And the video itself is nothing really controversial that you can say about it. It's just boring. What is it? DSP reacts to his own Down the Rabbit Hole, which was not good. DSP reacts Final Fantasy House, not good. DSP reacts Ask the King, nonsense, not good. Let's see what we got here. Rambo and Howard. This is 5 fucking parts. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's just go. Let's just go.
Hello, everyone out
Now, I haven't prepared for this or anything like this, so it's not gonna be really picking apart all the nonsense as much as just watching it and seeing the stupid shit he says. Because I haven't watched all of it. I watched about maybe a quarter, maybe half of it. I don't even know. But I watched some of it, and I know it's really bad. Big ups Paul for a super chat. Meerkat rage quit? Probably not. I don't think I'm gonna rage quit. I did rage quit these videos. I guess more of a bored quit than a rage quit, because it was actually really boring and not very infuriating.
there. Dark Side Phil here.
Okay. I'm gonna get my rolling stuff.
DSP for short. My real name is Phil Burnell. And today I'm doing something that is incredibly different from anything that I've really ever done before. In my 14 years of content creation. Okay. Today I'm going to be responding and reacting to a video / audio recording. We'll talk about that in a moment. That was put out over 6.5 years ago. Okay. You actually see the date right there. It was November 28, 2015 when originally this hit the internet. It was put out there by two people who, I guess you could call them former friends of mine, who essentially felt that they felt the need to respond to a lot of stuff that I had said on the internet about them since I had moved from Connecticut to
All right,
Washington
let's dive into
took
this
place
nonsense.
in June of 2014. And again, this is about 1.5 years later. What I need to do to really give you guys a full understanding of the situation is to give you our history. Because when this recording was put out on November 28, 2015, it immediately starts addressing topics and subjects and things. And without proper perspective of understanding the history of myself and John and Howard, you would not even understand the video. Let's be honest, this video is 6.5 years old.
Yeah, I don't think DSP fundamentally understands that video. I don't think he does it. And what makes it real funny is I don't have to understand that video because that video is not meant for me. That video is addressed to one single person, and one single person alone has to and must understand this video, and this is Phil. And I'm not sure he did. I'm not sure what his pretty much closest friends had to say about him actually resonated with him, because he didn't really learn a lot from this.
And many of you today who are viewers and or fans of myself and my content on YouTube don't even know about the history of myself and these gentlemen, because it is long in the past. Let's be honest here. This is ancient history. 6.5 years since it's really even been touched upon. Although admittedly, over the years, people always ask me about this. They say, Phil, what do you think about that video that John and Howard put out about you back then? Phil, are you ever going to talk to Howard and John again? Will you ever do content with them again? And I always kind of dodge the question or very briefly answer it. There's been a few times where people kind of goaded me into giving an answer during, say, for example, if I'm doing Battle Royale gameplay, and that's a lot of gameplay.
Oh, he remembers that very well, because as we're going to get to see in this video, he lied. He lied very much about this Battle Royale footage he was talking about.
Downtime filled when you're talking to kill time when you're gathering resources or whatever. And so I have kind of briefly answered and addressed it over the years. Quite frankly, never satisfactorily. I don't feel like I should have done it that way. I think if I was going to address it, I should have fully addressed it in a full-fledged professional manner.
Professional, by the way.
I have not to this point. Okay? And that's what we're doing today. All right? Today we're going to go through this entire recording, piece by piece. I'm going to tell you about a lot of stuff. All right? Essentially, what this video is a way for them to vent, because they never did that before. the two of them never really came out publicly or in
I don't think it's a way to vent though. I think it's a way to speak the only language that DSP understands, which is YouTube videos. I think they thought, since DSP addresses them in YouTube videos and talks about their relationship, like their friendship and Rambo going away from YouTube and stuff like that publicly, then they figured that they should vent their frustrations publicly because that's the only way Phil understands.
some cases even privately. They never really came out and said this stuff. And because of that, a lot of this stuff, quite frankly, I wasn't even aware of. All right? When this video came out, this was like, wow, news to me that some of this stuff was actually happening. Okay? At the same time, it doesn't mean that just because I was ignorant of it, that it's okay. All right? One of the major reasons I'm doing this today is to kind of give some closure to this subject. 6.5 years later, I have...
By the way, after this stream he did, he also talked about the thing that he was having closure about a couple more times.
Not spoken with these guys since then. Okay? We'll talk about that. That will actually be one of the subject matters that we will discuss today is why. Why haven't you guys talked in 6.5 years to hash this out? We'll talk about it. Okay? But what I want to do is not only clear the air, but fess up to a lot of stuff. Because I'm a different person now today in 2022.
Now, this is a very important point that we have to keep our attention on. The way he separates him as a person, to the point where the person that Phil was in 2016 is completely different. So only if it's a completely different person can Phil actually take responsibility.
Than I was in 2015, than I was in the years before 2015 when I was actively friends with these guys and doing content with them and hanging out with them behind the scenes and all of that. I'm a very different person.
And now we're also, by the way, talking about them being friends together, right? Also pay attention to this. They're all friends. Phil and Rambo and Howard are all friends.
Now. And
they're
if anything,
three
one of the
friends
things that really prompted me to do this was because recently I did a different React event that was DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. And in that documentary about me that's only about 30 minutes long, it really goes through my history of content creation and the ups and downs and the things, the really messed up stuff that I did publicly back in the day. Okay? This is an example of the messed up stuff that I did privately back in the day. And as much as you could say, well, the public facing stuff is the stuff that everyone deals with and cares about, obviously, the fact that all of a sudden these guys who had been a part of my content, in particular John Rambo, I will emphasize here, was a major part of my content for years and years. He was in multiple shows, playthroughs, travel vlogs. And for him to just suddenly not be there anymore, and then to have less and less contact, less and less mentioning, and to the point where now it's like, we don't talk about each other anymore. The viewers, you guys, all right, over the years, started to question, what the heck happened here? What is going on? And to be very, how can I say, basically, there's two sides to it. And what I mean by that is there's the public side and the private side, all right? You guys know what was made public. You saw the recordings. You saw the playthroughs. You saw the travel vlogs, okay? But there's a private side as well, right? There's a whole friendship behind the scenes that you guys aren't aware of. There's discussions and things that happen behind closed doors that are not broadcast. But you guys became a part of that with the public side. And what ended up happening was, I feel like over the years...
Big ups for the 8 months. Come along if you can sing along. Who says, Phil Burnell, pastor of Muppets.
Public became...
I get it. Because the play on words on master of puppets? The
major part of that relationship, because they wanted to see that relationship continue. They wanted to see the content continue to come out. And you will see one of the running themes in this video is that the public were urging us on to say something, to interact, to do the content we had promised, or to say something on one side or the other. That was always a factor, okay? Anyway, what I'd like to do to start today is just let everyone know, one of the running themes in this video is that I unfairly monetized John and Howard.
Right? Oh, we're getting into this now. Let's talk about this.
And there's a theme of money, There's a theme of I wasn't fair with money, but then I was fair with money. It's very confusing.
How is it confusing? You were there. You did this. How is it confusing to you?
One of the major points
Holy
it's actually
fuck,
said,
DSP.
like during and then at the end of the video, is that I tend to find ways to monetize them.
Yes, and you are doing this now.
I decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all.
That is false. That is false. The one thing he didn't do is put advertisements on the videos on YouTube. This video should not have ads on it. Now, I have ad blockers, so fuck him even if he does have ads on it, but he doesn't. This video, when it was a live stream, he was taking tips, taking super chats, taking gifted memberships, taking memberships during this segment. Okay? It's just the pop-ups did not come up. That's the only way it was demonetized, is the pop-ups didn't come up. He didn't give shout-outs during this. However, the stream minus ads was completely, everything else was monetized. So this whole thing goes in the trash because this is monetized and it was hyped and it's a result of a members goal that he had. So it was monetized twice. The first time for it to happen and the second time while it was happening. So thanks, Phil, for making up some bullshit, but that's all that it is. It's some bullshit.
And there will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
Okay.
I've disabled all pop-ups, any kind of leaderboard. There is nothing going on right now in the realm of contributions, all right, actively. I've decided that any portion of this should not be monetized.
It is monetized. You are making money off of it. And people that see your reaction to this and want to send you a super chat in regards to it, let's say that he reacts to John calling him a best friend and somebody says something relating to that, then that is that segment being monetized. So no, you're full of shit. And this is totally monetized. Not once, but twice.
This is a concern of theirs, that I unfairly monetize them over the years and I'm continuously monetizing them. It would be pretty dastardly of me to years later, okay, come back to react to this video and monetize it. So I'm not doing.
Also, by the way, super thanks is on this video. Let's see if he got some. That would be kind of ironic, actually. No, I guess not. So yeah, nobody thanked him. But you could super thank him.
Within my legal right to do so if I wanted to. I've decided against it. All right, maybe.
And it's also a brag. And the fact that he's bragging about it means that he learned nothing from it. He's just doing it because the first time he did it, he got in trouble. It's literally like a dog. When a dog does something bad and you, like, I don't know, tell him not to do it and you yell at it or whatever you do to a dog, and then they don't do it next time, it's because they learned that they get in trouble for it. It's not you learning anything.
Back in the day, again,
because if you learned something, you wouldn't have to be doing this weirdo explanation.
Things that's changed about me. Maybe back in the day, I would have been so stubborn, like, it's my right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a buck on it. I'm not gonna do that today. All right. I want to do the right thing. If I'm gonna address this, okay.
And also what he did, which was also scummier, because of course with DSP it's also can get scummier always, is that after this, the next day, he was begging for tips because this was demonetized. So he was making the argument of having to contribute to make up for the lost money, because that's what DSP does.
I'm going to do it in a proper fashion where it's not about that. It's about me, finally, after 6.5 years, telling you the full story from my perspective and allowing you to objectively make your own decisions. Many of you have no idea what this even is about because you've only been around for the last 7 years. In fact, looking at my history as a content creator, I have actually made way more content since I've lived here in Washington State than when I was back in Connecticut with these guys, okay? So for many of you watching this, you're like, I don't even know the situation. So we're going to start from the beginning, okay? Back in the day...
No. We're starting from when the actual video starts. I'm not having an entire segment where he gets to retcon his history. No.
That's, I mean, that got history. I don't remember the guy from back then. I mean, then again, I don't remember. How do I know you? Well, you used to go to an arcade back in the day called... If you were wondering, why am I doing this background? All right? Why am I going into the history of me?
Because I think the video by itself, the John and Howard video, the original one, I think it's perfectly understandable by itself without half an hour of an explanation.
Rambo and me and Howard. Why? Because in the context of this video that they made about me, if you just watched the video, all right, you would be of the impression that we were this close-knit group of friends who were constantly doing stuff together, who were constantly involved with each other on an equal level. That couldn't even be further from the truth. I was close friends with John. John was the guy who was in my content every week. John was the guy who I had the business relationship with to pay him for appearing in my content. All right? John was the guy who I considered a close friend. That never happened with Howard, ever. Okay? I never had a close friendship with the guy.
Okay? That does not mean that this person can't have a problem with you. That doesn't mean that he can't be outspoken about thinking that you're not a good person, that he can't be outspoken about you not being a good friend. That doesn't mean any of that. Because you look at me and I'm making this stream right now and I'm talking all this shit about DSP. You can say, I don't know him. We're not friends. That doesn't mean he doesn't bother me. That doesn't mean I don't have something to say about him to criticize him for. Just like fucking Howard, even if they weren't friends. So what? The guy thinks you're an asshole and he's outspoken about it. And he's gonna make it known to everybody that you're an asshole. Because that's what he thinks.
I was friendly with him. I knew him. I knew some of his family members, and you know, from going to over his house, you meet people or whatever. But it was never like we were all three close friends. It was like,
what if he thought you were friends and you thought you were acquaintances? What about that? Because I don't have people where I meet them and I'm like, yes, you are my friend, and they say, yes, you are my friend as well. We don't declare friendship. You just kind of, the people that you're close to, you assume you're friends, not acquaintances.
I was friends with John. John was closer friends with Howard than I was. And Howard would be involved in our content from time to time.
Well, now this explains it, okay? 3 friends. We got Phil and Rambo be friends, and we got Howard and Rambo be friends. And Howard, if he's a good friend, he's gonna see Phil for being a toxic presence and a toxic influence on his friend Rambo, and he can be outspoken about it. And that doesn't translate into Howard stealing his friend. That's just him being a good friend to Rambo and watching out for him when he's hanging out with a loser and an asshole like DSP who tries to take advantage of everybody.
So you might say, why am I bringing this up? Here's why. Because this video was the John and Howard video. And that shocked the shit out of me. Because if anything, I expected that if there was going to be anyone who would come out and say something, it would have been John. That John would have come out and said, listen, the reason why I'm not talking to Phil anymore is this. Here's the reasons, here's my gripes. This video originally was about an hour and a half long, and most of the stuff is from Howard. If you listen to the video, which we're going to, you're going to hear all these gripes that Howard has about me, all these issues he has with me.
Does it make it invalid, the fact that they weren't as close? I don't understand that. The whole idea of it, the concept of it.
Okay? Which is fine. I'm going to fess up to a lot of this stuff because it's true. But the point I'm making here is I wasn't close friends with Howard. Yet it seems like this video, the way it was made, is to spin it in that direction. Like, oh, look, both John and Howard were good friends with Phil, and now they're really destroying him in a public video. But Howard never was in that level of friend. I never was a close friend with Howard. Some of the things he says in the video, you'll see, he'll be like, oh, well, Phil never contacted me. It's because I never contacted you ever. Most of the time that I had contact with Howard was through John, okay? So we're going to get to that.
I never contacted you ever. It's a pretty bold fucking statement. Assuming that later on they talk about exchanging calls and texts. It's kind of weird. But okay.
All right, but I need to do...
It's just, I take it as DSP just over-exaggerating stuff, as he does.
Kind of give this pre-viewing information, because it has to put it into a frame of reference. All right.
A frame of reference.
John.
This is the one of the lamest phrases he uses to make himself feel smart. A frame of reference.
I feel had every right over the years to complain, had every right to slam me for shit. All right? He's the one who I had the close personal friendship with. But when people told me, hey, Phil, did you hear that there was a big video that John and Howard made about you today? I was like, John and Howard? Howard? How is Howard involved in this? You know? It blew my mind. Okay. I think I put it into enough reference. And by the way, one final thing I will say is we're about to start. Okay? Why am I doing this now in 2022?
Because you are desperate. Because you are doing the react thing. And you tested the waters with wings, and then you did your own, and it made money, so you're doing this. And you want to have closure for this, as in the way of justifying how everything went, and explaining everything to yourself, and basically coping while making a buck. And this is why I think he made it, and I don't know. I'm pretty convinced that's why. And he's going through this weirdo midlife crisis where he wants to like make peace with the shit he's done in the past and shit like that. With down the rabbit hole when he was talking about Leanna, make himself look like a massive fucking idiot.
When the friendship fell apart.
Basically it's a big cope. That's all that it is. It's a big cope.
In 2015. Okay? I'll tell you why. When this video came out, all right? It was so hurtful to me that I couldn't watch it. All right? Most of the information that I heard about from the video was through third parties who had watched it and would either come to my streams and tell me what was said.
This is literally the worst. This is the worst. You would hear it from other people and mostly trolls. What your not best friends, but your closest friends have to say about you. Really, Phil. And I get it was hurtful, but the way you want to learn about it is not through random people online.
My friends and or moderators at the time watched the video and came to me and told me what it said. I basically, when it came out, all right, I was already in a really bad place in my life in 2015. I mean, again, if you want a full explanation of all of this, go watch the DSP Reacts to the Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil video. That year, 2015, I had been swatted, DDoS attacked repeatedly. I had my channel destroyed by false copyright claims and lost millions upon millions of views. My channel was kicked out of the YouTube algorithm, so I was losing. Why did this just beep?
Oh my god.
I'm not using it, so turn off.
In the middle of the pity segment. Holy shit.
And we were supposed to be in this relationship, and it wasn't, okay? It was all this this storm of shit happening to me at once. So when this video came out on November 28th, 2015, all right, I couldn't watch it. I heard about it, and I was like, I can't. It wasn't until I couldn't even specifically tell you exactly when I watched it. I don't even remember. I just know eventually I watched it. You know, and when I did, like when I even heard the video came out, you know that feeling you get in your chest? It's not necessarily panic, but it's like true pain. You get that heart-crushing feeling right here. Like your whole body just droops, and you're like, oh. When I heard this video came out, I was like, wow. A video like that came out, and they really hate me to do something like that. All right? Because
and he missed the whole point. He missed the whole point.
And we're going to talk about this. And again,
like I said, they were just speaking his language, because his language is talking about public shit in public, talking about private shit in public. That's his language. So they did that, and they fucked him up, because he was hoping of keeping a nice name for himself.
In the video, over the years, abso-friggin-lutely, I spoke out of turn. I said things publicly I should not have said. I was an asshole. I'm going to fess up to all of that today for the very first time, okay? But I was always in the hopes that these guys would contact me privately and we could talk about it, okay? I was trying to contact John in particular, not so much Howard, but John in particular. I was trying to reach out to him over and over a course of about a year to a year and a half.
Hey,
and
what's
he
up,
decreasingly responded to the point where he started ghosting me, basically. No response at all anymore. And I was hoping that eventually they would reach out and say, all right, enough is enough. Let's talk about this, you know, respectfully. like friends, like men, whatever you want to say, and let's hash it out so we can put it to bed. And even if we can't be friends anymore, at least we can hash it out. That's not what happened. They chose to make a 90-minute long hit piece, I guess you could call it, about me. Most of it I wasn't even aware of, and I mean that for a fact. Like, most of the stuff they're going to bring up here, not that I didn't know the situations, but I didn't know that they had issue with it. There are a few things, and a few certain situations they'll call out here where absolutely John told me about them, and he'll even talk about that. Oh, and Phil apologized for this situation or that situation. But a lot of this stuff, I didn't know about at all.
Yeah, but when he was talking about it, the context was that you apologized a lot and learned nothing from it and just kept apologizing.
And it was the first time hearing it, and having the whole internet hear it at the same time as me was like, wow, that tells me they didn't want an apology. They didn't want a change in attitude. They just wanted that relationship to end then and there, done.
Because
right?
there's no apology and no change of attitude, you fucking asshole. They learned that it's not possible for you. So the only way out is to just have their closure and go away.
Because they could have, behind the scenes, reached out to me about to talk about it, and they never did. So I didn't watch this video right away. It was at least months, if not maybe even a year, till I actually watched the video myself, just hearing hearsay of what it was. And basically, I never really wanted to. I basically acted like it didn't exist. All right. Never really addressed it. Over the years, like I already said, sometimes I would just casually mention it in my content, which I shouldn't have done. I should have just ignored it completely, right? I should have.
And also his layout is terrible because half the time the screen covers half his face. Is the worst.
And then, you know, as time passes and all that, my life changed. My life got better. I always will say, like, 2017 was one of the worst years and best years of my life for various different reasons. But I changed the content I was putting out. I changed the format of the content. I met my now wife. I began...
You changed the format to something that you thought would make you more money. That was the motivation behind changing the format. The old format was not viable, so you changed it because of money.
Life-changing series of events. And since then, I kind of got a different perspective on life. And after years and years passing and all of that, I feel like today, as a different person, a changed person, that I can come back and do this and give meaning to it as a way to not only clear the air and apologize for the things that I did wrong, but also to clarify some of the situations here that aren't fully explained, because there's a lot of what I would consider half information.
But isn't this kind of a worse way to do it so long after the fact? Because back then, they criticized you for the person you were back then, and you should have responded to it back then in this style video, because you were that person they were criticizing. And not years later, when you believe you've changed, then you look back on that video. That's much easier. That's what some people would call a life hack. But no, you should do it on the spot. That's how people do apology videos. They don't do them when they got canceled immediately. They don't do them after the fact, like years after the fact. They do it after they get canceled.
Or misinformation that is not true. When people saw this video for the first time in 2015, some longtime fans of mine were shocked to the point where they said, "I'm never watching your content ever again," and they left.
Yeah, you were the same guy back then.
I can do about that.
They were right to do that because you were that guy that was toxic and an asshole, and you still are. But you claim you've changed, so okay.
I was of the impression that if I immediately responded,
let's see it
publicly, it would do more harm than good for everyone, not just for me. But at that point, John Rambo had his own channel and shows and things that he was doing. And the last thing that I wanted, if these guys already felt like my relationship with them had caused them pain over the years, the last thing that I wanted to do was react to this immediately. And then next thing you know, they're hurt even worse. We're going to talk about that because I really feel like it was the public. People asking, what's going on with this, with that? Is there content coming out? Is there this? That constant kind of nagging questioning about what's going on in our private lives was what led to me giving into the pressure and saying things I shouldn't have said, making mistake after mistake, and making this relationship fall apart, okay? So imagine me immediately reacting again, right, to this video would have just made it exponentially even worse. And I said, I'm just not going to say shit. And for clarification purposes, no, I've not spoken to these guys since this video came out. We'll talk about that. Why? Okay? But that's why it's 7 years later,
No.
6.5 years later.
This such a great frame. The body language, the t-shirt that is just obviously really old and worn out, the neck phones, fucking toilet seat, the background, everything is gold about this. Screenshot this.
And now I'm doing this. Why? Today, John Rambo no longer makes content for the internet. He deleted his Twitter.
Because now it's
and
safe.
He doesn't post on his channel anymore. He's been gone for years.
Now it's safe.
Howard
We can
very
do this.
sporadically posts up anything on his YouTube channel. Me talking about this today is not going to hurt those guys.
I'm going to talk about them now because now they're ghosts. I'm talking about the ghosts and they can't hurt me. They can't say anything because they're gone.
All right? If anything, all this is going to do, it's going to hurt me. All right? But the reason I'm doing this today is because recently I've been looking back at my past, okay? And I've been saying, here's mistakes I made. Here's fucked up things that have happened. Let's address them so we can move past them. I did that with the Down the Rabbit Hole video. And we're doing this with John and Howard today. So this way I can finally say, hey,
it's been a slow day.
You know, you want answers? Here it is. I did a react to it. You can watch that in its entirety and get your answers. And that's it.
What about the debunk stream? I thought that was the exact thing. That exact thing was the debunk. 7 years of slander, was it?
After today, I have nothing more to say on this.
Bill groomed 2 fangirls for sex and extra money. Never happened.
Subject, okay? After today...
That stream was iconic. I love that stream.
If you want to know about John and Howard...
Because he shit on Pro Jared, and he thought that people were warming up to him.
Watch this.
He was on level 1 back then as well. Wow.
Okay? All right. Without further ado. Ready?
Ready. Okay.
Let's get...
We're 4 hours and 20 minutes into this stream. We get started.
Starting with the video. Now, a little bit of background about this video.
More background. Oh yeah, now we get to know that a fan of DSP edited the video. It's the director's cut. It's the Snyder cut, basically.
Okay, because some people are confused about it. I am too, quite frankly. All right. This video was not released on John Rambo's channel. This video was not released on Howard's channel. There was a new YouTube channel created in November of 2015 called the Uncanny Not Men. Okay? This was the only piece of content apparently released on that channel. It was released at, actually, there's disagreements on what it was. Some people claim they've seen a video. There's video footage to this of the two of them sitting there like on a Skype call talking. Others disagree and say, no, it was always just audio. I don't know.
Also, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. When you get an influencer style person do an apology video or a debunk video, also known as showing the receipts, they do it in a very well structured and digestible way. So people don't have to sit through 4 hours of him rambling and giving backstories about every single thing. Right? So you could have a very clear stream of consciousness going into this video and saying all you got in your defense and then hoping people are going to understand it, right? Right. But instead we get a marathon, which is like, what? This is 8 hours?
Original. What ended up happening was this apparently was posted to the internet on November 28th.
Yeah, it's like 8 hours.
And within a day or 2 days was deleted completely from the internet. Not just the video, the channel, the YouTube channel, gone. So
Sure.
I don't know if these guys released the video and then immediately people started contacting them about it, you know, in a negative way, to the point where then they said, man, this was a bad idea, and so they deleted it. The problem is with the internet, they don't forget. The moment they released this video, people archived it. And within days, there was re-uploads, 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 left and right, up and down everywhere. Here's the really weird thing about this video, okay?
Oh my god.
It jumps around, and if
oh my god. I know that Ann Lee and Tevin for sure watched this live, and I can't picture what it must have been, because I watched some of Tevin's and some of Ann Lee's.
Listen to the audio closely. There's audio cuts.
I don't know how it gets towards the end. This is gonna
So
be.
what I don't understand
It's gonna be a long fucking night.
is if this was them having a conversation and talking, why are there audio cuts?
Oh, and in between, you guys. Now I'm gonna guilt trip everybody. You guys thought that it would be a good idea to vote yes in the poll, so now we're gonna watch the raw fill. Wah wah. I hope you're fucking happy. Let me see what I can play to guilt trip my audience.
It's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has.
You made everybody's life harder watching this stream.
Someone edit this? Was it John? Did someone else edit it after the fact? I've never seen or heard the original, because as I just told you guys, when it was released, it actually hurt me so bad to know that they did this publicly that I didn't watch it right away. I ended up having to watch, just like everyone else, I had to watch a re-upload of it at a later date. Okay? And so, I don't know if what we're about to hear today is the original or not. Since then, John Rambo has, like I said, deleted his Twitter. The original Twitter post was deleted, but you can find it on the Wayback Machine, you know, on the internet, excuse me, along with evidence that this Uncanny Not Men channel did exist.
Okay, bro, okay. It's not some conspiracy. They just decided to delete it. Maybe they thought it was too hurtful. They didn't think it would be this hurtful to Phil's reputation as an already being a lolcow.
Confusing. Now, just for full disclosure before we hit play here, this recording is the fullest version available on the internet with a small portion cut out. There's a couple minutes at the very beginning where they talk about their own Thanksgiving. They had, oh, I had a good Thanksgiving. Here's what I did. Here's what you did. And then immediately they get into the stuff about me. So there's maybe just a couple short minutes missing off the beginning of this that is not pertinent to anything we're doing today. There's no reason to include it. Okay? We're going to go right into it, right where they start talking about me, and we're going to go from there. Okay? So we're going to hit play, but there's a couple quick things that I'd like you to keep in mind. A few running themes that are going through.
Are you looking at your phone? Does he have notes on his phone? He better.
All right. The first theme is that the timeline in this video is all messed up.
Oh,
right?
no.
Even me trying to listen back to this recording and do this react for you guys is incredibly difficult because for some reason they're jumping forward and back in time.
Wow.
So they'll be saying, oh, I want to talk about this subject of what just happened to Thanksgiving, but then I want to talk about something that happened in the past, but then I want to talk about something that happened last year, but then I want to talk about something that happened in the past again, but then I want to talk about something that happened yesterday. But then they'll say things like, oh, but I told Phil twice about this. Like, but wait, what, when, where? It's very confusing. I'll try my best to clarify, but even for me, like, I get my head rattled listening to this because it jumps off.
Man, you know this is gonna be a mess when DSP offers to clarify everything. When he has to clarify the fucking timeline, you know it's gonna be a mess.
All over the place. And
it's
hard for me to put my
We're gonna be going back to him being in the womb before he was born. Now you see, when I was born, there were these types of arcades that people would go and like play the video games.
Figure out what they're talking about at certain time periods. Okay. Another running theme that you're gonna hear is about money, and John and Howard saying things like it's not about money. Okay, which is fine, but then they go into money over and over and over and over and over again, multiple times.
What if those are separate points that could be valid individually? Okay? What if that is a thing?
It's multiple subjects. So if it's not about money, why do they keep bringing it up? I never... Okay, that's a full lie. Already I'm catching myself in a lie. I almost said I never talked about money.
He literally already lied. He hasn't even started responding to the video. And he called himself out. He called himself out because he knew this was even too absurd for him.
With them, that's bullshit. I did. That's one of the major problems.
Okay, I did. It's a lie. You got me. Don't be calling me out, you fucking restreamers. I know you're watching. And they were. They called him out.
I, over the years, was accused.
Diligently did their job.
Of being bad to these guys. And people would think of reasons why these guys would not like me anymore. Didn't you pay them? Well, then I would say, well, actually, yeah, I did. John in particular got paid this and that. I never should have done that shit. You know, stupidity. We'll address that. But the running theme here is money. And man, if anything, by the end of this video, are we going to learn something about friendships and money? They don't mix. Okay? Holy shit. One final theme, trolling, troll bait, and responding to people who are just trying to get a reaction from you. Yeah. That's a problem that I've always had. I get baited like crazy by people, whether it's on social media, in the comments of my own videos, the stream chat, my forums, anywhere. People
still keep falling for it,
asking me the same question, trying to get information, and I should have shut it all off, and I didn't. Okay? So those are kind of the running themes. The timeline's very confusing. Money isn't an issue, but it is. And
yo, you know, this is the new fucking streak idea. Here's the new streak idea, straight from the source, which is me, I guess, because I made it up. We do a streak where we don't talk about the trolls. It's the no troll streak, right? And then, by doing this streak, he's gonna take away the power of the trolls if he doesn't talk about the trolls. And then he can have a little board next to him that says, or something on the leaderboard that says, days since last troll mention, 0. Wow, this would be so fun. It would be a new streak. And when he hits it, he can slap himself in the face with a baseball bat. Okay, that last part needs some work, but we could use this for now.
For troll bait, okay?
It would be a spectacular new thing for DSP.
You guys, you know, I'm not even gonna talk about them, not like one thing. And I'm gonna keep track of it here on the thing. And if I do it, it's gonna be like really cool.
In mind as we watch this, and it'll make a lot more sense. Now we can begin. Actually, before I'm just kidding.
And that would make it the most amazing cult ever.
Oh, I'm John.
Hey, what's up, James? And the Americans that are joining in on this American morning in a European afternoon.
Basically, this is a response to a lot of things, including a video posted by...
This is where the video actually starts, okay?
One Philium 2 days ago.
So what we tried to do here, and by the way, I have to give a giant shout out to a viewer and fan who basically put this whole background thing together here, as you can see. This person, who will remain anonymous because they do not want to be trolled for doing this, put together all of the supplementary information we need. So whenever John and Howard reference something that can be found on the internet as a direct reference, we have the information and we watch it together. That way you can objectively judge for yourself, okay? So John is about to reference something from an Ask the King episode.
I do think that is kind of fair, because it puts in all the context.
November 26, 2015, part 3, that I posted on my channel. Here we go.
Who decided to record himself scolding us like a high school gym teacher, saying that you're immature and you need to learn how to be men.
First question from Eric. He says, Phil, I admire your honesty and hope you can answer my...
And kind of funny that this is the highest quality piece of thing he's ever had on his channel. Ever.
Question, since you're quite open about this. I know you'll probably get this a lot, but what's up with you and John Rambo? Did you have a falling out? Is it because you two are far away? I'd like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
And I should have said...
Oh yeah, I know he didn't make it. I know he didn't make it. That's what makes it even funnier. That he didn't make it. And it's the best thing he's ever made.
If we...
This in Project 7, I guess.
If we ever decide to talk about it publicly, we will. And that's that. Here's what I did do.
The bottom line is this. I will be completely 100% honest with you. And, you know, people will...
I say that a lot. I'm going to be completely 100% honest with you. I also say I'm going to be transparent. These are mannerisms in my speech. When I say that, essentially what I'm trying to do is emphasize that what I'm about to tell you is a serious matter. It's not me joking.
So, okay. If I say I'm being honest, this could be just something that is basically a synonym of I'm being serious. But I don't have to be honest. What? Is that what he's trying to say? Let's run this by one more time, please.
I also say I'm going to be transparent. These are mannerisms in my speech.
They're mannerisms.
When I say that, essentially what I'm trying to do is emphasize that what I'm about to tell you is a serious matter. It's not me joking.
it's supposed to be an emphasis on he's serious and not him being transparent or him being honest. So he's trying to justify in a case where he would say I'm being honest and then blatantly lie that wasn't him trying to say that he wasn't gonna lie, but that it was a serious thing.
But
who writes this guy's script? Come on.
Some people over the years have misconstrued it as meaning other things.
Oh yeah, like what? Like you being honest?
I say that is I'm about to tell you guys something really important.
Okay, really
and
important.
It's meaningful to me, so please listen up.
Okay, so it just means listen up. He just wants to get your attention, not be honest.
Probably try to make shit up or say they don't believe me.
Amazing.
They don't believe drama queen shit. The bottom line is this: when I lived in Connecticut for years, John and I did co-op commentary, co-op gameplay. We did this show, Smart Guys. We traveled together. We did Street Fighter gameplay together. We did a lot of stuff, projects and everything together. In all of that time, all right. In all of the time that we did that stuff together, I could think of maybe 1 to 2 times ever that we ever had a disagreement on something. And even then, it was something that was minor and that was handled quickly. And it wasn't that we
It was
ever
a minor. They had a disagreement on Liana? Haha.
get to the point where business would hinder friendship. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of the big risk that you take when you go into business with someone.
And what I just said, oh, maybe 1-2 times we had a disagreement. Funny enough, those will be brought up in this video by John and Howard. So we're going to get to all that stuff.
That it might negatively affect the relationship that you have the person outside of the business. And even though we treated the whole YouTube thing that we did together as like just a casual, silly thing, there was money involved and there were other factors involved. The bottom line is, never in that entire period of time, before I moved out of Connecticut, did I ever get any, ever have any ill will or feelings toward John. Never did he have any real major ill will or feelings towards me that I knew of. He never said anything about money. He got paid for everything that he was involved in. He never said anything about money or anything like that. And we had great agreements that were going on. And when we left it, when I left Connecticut, where we left it at, was that I was going to move here. It was going to take me a couple months to get set up, everything with work or whatever. But I was going to contact him in early fall, let him know when I was fully up and running again, and that I wanted to continue to do stuff, whether it was Smart Guys via Skype and gameplay, cooperatively over the internet. And obviously John didn't have a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox One, and we were going to try to coordinate it and figure out what could he or couldn't he do for gameplay. Would we do stuff last gen? Would there be other stuff? We were going to figure it all out, okay? And that's where we left it. Now John came, he helped me pack all the stuff up. When I was leaving in June of last year, he came and helped pack up and helped me move out of my place in Connecticut, okay? And we stayed in contact. I talked to him via text a lot. We were talking about different things going on with the move. I talked to him about
echo is
TV shows and
his
stuff
end, by
going
the way.
on. I was asking him about what was going on with Schnozman a Hole Punch, and we stayed in contact regarding that. And the way we left it was that later in the year, once he was done with Schnozman and Hole Punch, we were going to talk again about the possibility of coming back together and doing, content over the internet again. And then in late 2014, finally we had a conversation. He says, listen, I'm going to make this abundantly clear, so there's no misconceptions. At this point, I'm kind of burnt out on the whole YouTube thing. I really don't even want to put a lot of effort into my stuff. I put all this effort into Schnozman and Hole Punch, and that's really where I exerted all of my effort, and that's what I focused on. And that's really all I really care about at this point. I mean, it was cool that we did all the YouTube stuff previously, but I don't really care to be, involved with anything from your YouTube channels at this point. And if that changes, I'll let you know. Okay, fine. I won't even, great. I won't even bring it up if you don't, right? There's no reason for us to really bring it up or anything any further. And then I remember as last year progressed even further, I would text him, and every once in a while he would text me back. It was like we were almost losing touch. We didn't have as much contact. Now, if you remember, traditionally I would be on John's podcast for the Black Friday episode. Every year he would have like a special Black Friday episode where they go through ads and stuff about Black Friday. And last year in particular, I hadn't heard from him, so I actually texted him and said, FYI, John, I'll be available if you want me to be on, but I haven't heard from you yet, so I'm assuming maybe you don't want me to be on or whatever. That's fine. And he never really responded. I didn't really hear from him much. I wished him a Merry Christmas later that year. He did respond to that. And then less and less I heard from him. It wasn't like there was any argument, there was a falling out or anything. None of that happened. So if anything actually happened behind the scenes with John or Howard or whatever happened with the people back in Connecticut, right, who I used to do stuff with all the time, it's 100% on their end, and it was never actually brought to my attention at all. So
This is how you don't address public drama. This is absolutely. You never say this is 100% on their end.
I am completely in the dark in this situation. What ended up
almost 100% true. I'm going to call out my own bullshit here. But there's a good reason why there's some bullshit here. There is a situation that John will address in this video where, along the lines of me trying to contact him in 2014 and get answers like, hey, you know, what's going on? Are you all right? Are we going to do content together? You said we were going to do the content, and now you're not, like, responding about it. And I'm curious because people are pinging me about it. So basically, I'm feeling all this pressure to make content with John because everyone had wanted it, and John said he was going to do it, and he's basically kind of just saying, no, I'm not going to do it, or just ignoring me, okay? At one point, I spoke out of turn, and I did reveal something that we talked about privately in a text that I should never have talked about publicly, and it will be in this video, I promise you. But here I say in this video, oh, I never have any idea why John would be angry with me. Bullshit. He was very angry with me when I did reveal some private information about him publicly that I never should have. So this is bullshit. This is me at this time trying to save face, because from my perspective, the friendship's already over. These guys are ghosting me at this point. This is late 2015. This is Thanksgiving 2015, okay? These guys are completely ignoring me. They're not responding to any messages I send to them. So to my side is, this friendship's over, so why would I act like there's lingering shit? Just tell everyone it's over. That was kind of what the point of this video was I'm trying to tell everyone it's over. Stop bothering me about it, right? Because from my perspective, they're done with me. They want nothing to do with me. So let's just leave it at that, okay? But I lied. I outright said there's you know, no contact and no reason why he'd be upset with me. I knew he was upset with me for that situation. I absolutely knew it, but I lied in this video. Okay.
Happening.
So this entire segment that he just did about 100% on their end was a blatant lie. And he acts this way when he tries to convince us about everything nowadays as well. How are we supposed to believe that he would say, I'm gonna be completely honest, and then lie very, very hard, and then do this shit nowadays as well, and for us to believe him?
Was I did continue to once in a while contact John on stuff, and sometimes he would respond and sometimes he wouldn't. And
it's the same shit that comes out with his relationship with Twitch, where he would say several times, he said he never got in trouble with Twitch, and then he said he got in trouble with Twitch one time, then he said he got in trouble with Twitch twice, and then he said he got in trouble with Twitch a third time, and people were having a problem with him, so he had to tone down on the fundraiser. So yeah.
Remember, the last major...
He's just the most inconsistent guy ever, to the point where now he's calling himself out for the lies that people even at the time would call out. Despite this, you can't call this out because this is their personal relationship, but stuff like this.
The time that I actually had any kind of interaction with John Rambo was in early 2015. He launched the DVD, the Blu-ray release of Schnozman a Hole Punch. And when he did release it, I retweeted him. I let everyone know, gee, you should maybe buy some of this. I bought a DVD myself. And he even signed it. You know, I guess every DVD he sold, he signed it. And he actually wrote on there, thanks for all the good times that we had together. You know, John. So that was the signature he put on the DVD. Does that sound like anything negative? No, that sounds great. Like, he's like, you know, it sucks that we don't do stuff together anymore because you moved, but thanks for the good times we had. That's literally like what he wrote on the DVD. And then after that, I have no clue. I've not heard from John since then. He doesn't ever write me. He doesn't call me. He doesn't text me. Nothing. And I did try actively to contact him and talk to him over the course of the year, and basically I heard nothing whatsoever from John Rambo at all since then. So I have no idea what happened, if something happened in particular that turned him off or got him angry at me. The bottom line is it's never been brought up. And I'm going to say this, and I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it, bring it up, hash it out. don't let resentment build up behind the scenes for whatever amount of time or whatever, because that's what happens. Is then if something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right? And the bottom line is, did I ever hear or even get wind of anything negative from John or Howard or anyone from that camp who I used to do stuff with in Connecticut until I moved? No, not once. And in fact, we even had remember that we had the big going away party in June of last year?
And this is also a lie by extension of the previous thing being a lie. Because yes, he did have problems with them. He just said Rambo was very angry. And he's looking at the camera right now, present Phil. We should call it new Phil and old Phil. New Phil is looking at the camera. He knows he's full of shit. He's about to call himself out.
And they all came. They were all there. We had fun. We had a blast together. We were drinking. We were playing games, eating, having a lot of fun. And it was like nothing's wrong. And then all of a sudden, once I moved, it was like, that's it. Well, Phil's gone. So now he's out of our lives. It almost feels like to me like they're saying, well, he abandoned us. And we used to do all this fun stuff together. He's not
Oh, no,
here
he was
anymore.
talking about before he left Connecticut. So I was wrong about that.
So now
All
we're
right.
mad at him or something.
Just correcting myself.
So, wow. Pretty messed up what I'm saying in this video. All right, for multiple reasons. First of all, yes, there were disagreements that we had in Connecticut.
Oh,
before I
so,
moved.
okay.
However,
yeah. So that was a lie.
those disagreements were pretty much kept private and were never aired publicly. So you guys didn't know about them until John and Howard put out this particular video that addresses them. So there were disagreements, but basically since they weren't public, why do you want to make
Oh,
them
you didn't
public,
count
right?
them.
And by the
They didn't count.
way, any disagreements that we ever had that we talked about behind the scenes were settled. It wasn't like, oh, here's an unsettled argument we had and there, we just left it linger forever. It was kind of like, all right, you're mad at me for something, let's talk it out. Okay, sorry, we'll fix it, done. And then move on, right? When I was living in Connecticut, keep in mind, John was in my content from, the Street Fighter days all the way through the very end of me being in Connecticut, okay? There was no point where John said, I don't want to be in your content anymore, or I don't like you, or, all this pattern of bad things, you're a bad friend. None of that ever happened, okay? So, from my perspective, yes, were there things that went wrong in Connecticut? Yeah, any friendship, you're going to have disagreements. You're going to have things that you feel like were messed up or one person didn't do the right thing. That always happens. You're never going to have a perfect friendship. But from my perspective, I'm thinking everything's good. When I'm moving, I'm being told by everyone everything's good. John, says everything's good. Howard, not so much. We'll talk about that in a bit. We will, okay? Because actually, in particular, that going away party has a story behind it that will be discussed in
Amazing. He was past Phil just said that the going away party was amazing and everybody showed up and they were super happy and there was absolutely no issues whatsoever. Now, new Phil is saying that there were issues, but they weren't public, so they don't count. And then the going away party, there's a story behind it and Howard wasn't happy about it. So, okay.
In this video, Howard brings it up and I will fully tell you the full story on that. But anyway, with John, seriously, I had no idea that he was angry about any of the shit that had happened in the past. From the way that we had talked about it, everything was water under the bridge. No issues, no lingering problems. Okay? So, that's fine, but why am I talking about this in the video, right? Why am I addressing this? Why? This is so stupid. It really is. It's the dumbest thing. And again, for me, 2015 was a really bad year where there was so much pressure on me from every direction. For some reason, 2015 was a year everyone hated me. I don't know why everyone hated me so much. I never really faced that much hate in one year, all the shit that had happened to me in that year. And one of the major things that people were constantly on me, all right, about was in particular that I didn't do stuff with Rambo. Why aren't you talking to Rambo? What's going on with Rambo? Not Howard, Rambo, okay? And there was
now,
so
if
much
you want the more recent DSP stuff, it's earlier this stream, up until like 4 hours in. It's him begging for a new PC and going trending on Reddit for being cringe.
Sure, I just kept talking about it. Completely wrong. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut. And if ever there was a resolution between us, great. But there was this lingering thing going on behind the scenes that was kind of breaking me down. I'll talk about that as well today because they address it. So that's all going to come up. All right. What I have to ask from you guys is tremendous patience. This is a very long process to get through, but there's going to be a ton of shit.
Why didn't you make a video instead of this nonsense and cut out all the bullshit so it's better for your fans instead of asking them for patience?
That has never been publicly revealed that I'm going to reveal to you today. All on my side. Shit about me, okay? All right, let's continue.
I don't know, but it is, again, it's speculation. Anything that I could possibly say about a John Rambo situation is pure and utter speculation.
That's true.
Because I've been completely in the dark over the whole situation since it began, if it even began. So that's why people want to start all this fucking shit, right? All this drama and controversial shit. They must have had a disagreement about money. Phil must have revealed something really personal or something. Nothing.
Which is hilarious because that's exactly what happened. That was one of the reasons why John was mad at me, is because of that text conversation we had, and I had revealed some of the information about that conversation to the public. He even yelled at me for it. I apologized, and now here I am saying, oh, that never happened. Great. Really transparent there, Phil, you fucking asshole.
Ever happened. At least from my side, zippo. I was never contacted, never told, never ever got an inkling that there was something wrong. So if there was anything that ever went wrong between my relationship with John or Howard or anyone back in Connecticut, it's on their side. They let it build up. They let the resentment build up on their side without ever speaking up. And I hate
what
to
a
say
terrible
it, but
fucking
in real
segment.
life,
Holy shit. Holy shit.
if you're mature, if you are a man, you will speak up about an issue. You will not let it linger and resent and build and fester into some kind of a negative thing where you don't want to talk to someone again, and then you're going to even at some points talk shit about them and stuff. See, I would never do that.
You see, the thing is, that's exactly what he did after they released the video on him, and that's what we talked about earlier, is that he didn't want to respond to it immediately, like he said, like a man. He wanted to fester up and become something negative that you don't want to talk about, like he said, and then shit talk them, like he did when he was playing PUBG. It's exactly, to the T, what he did. Exactly what he did. And this whole segment of Past Phil is a lie. All of this is a lie, and he called himself out.
Because I have no reason to talk shit about people who I have always had a great relationship with. So for me, I have no clue if there's any negativity, any resentment. I have no idea, and I'm still in the dark to this day.
Now, before we continue, wow. 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 Wow.
We go clown mode.
Wow.
Clown mode.
Wow. This is how you don't talk about your friends, right? Holy shit. What a stupid fucking fucked up, messed up, undefendable thing to say. Okay? Now, yes, I didn't really know exactly what had happened behind the scenes. Yes, I felt like there was a lot of passive aggression against me from John and Howard, and particularly John. Again, Howard interjecting himself into the situation here, but it was primarily John because he was ghosting me, not...
But Howard had separate complaints about you. He had separate issues with you.
Responding to anything. So obviously there's an issue. Wow, what a great idea. Why don't you say that they're not real men? That'll get on their good sides, right?
Are you surprised why they made a video about you? Why are you surprised?
I will.
You didn't think this could piss them off, so they can make a video just like you did.
Talk about this further later in the video. Why it all came to a head at this particular date, why it all happened this way. I will reveal later on when we get to some other subjects.
He just stalls.
Stuff that was going on behind the scenes that made me act like a complete and utter fucking asshole. All right, not act like a complete and utter fucking asshole. I was...
spoilers. He was drinking and spending money on mobile games, and that's basically it. And thinking his life was wrestling. And this can be very well summed up in just a couple of sound bites. But I don't think I have it. Oh, I have it.
I really think he's drinking.
I really think he's drinking.
I'm proud to be a loser.
And this one probably too.
Was a complete and utter fucking asshole on this date and time making this video. This never should have happened. You know, I wish we could erase this kind of fucking dumb shit from the internet, but then here's the thing. If you deny history, you don't learn from it. So I felt like if John immediately in this video was going to say, this is a fucked up thing Phil did, I had to show you exactly what I did and how fucked up it was. It wouldn't have been fair to just assume, let's see. I look at this today, I'm embarrassed. I'm fucking sad. I'm really upset with myself that this is the kind of way that I used to behave back then. I was so hyper defensive about everything, right? That I would literally
unlike
just
now
sit there and fucking talk dumb shit to try to make it so that I looked good. That
by the way, completely unrelated to this. Oh yeah, not Cyrax. That is completely unrelated to this. No, not this. The cringe thing. Streamer calls his viewer fucking idiot for explaining why he needs to go out to eat with his wife every week. This happened like what, 4 days ago. 4 days ago. And we're talking about how we're not talking shit to make ourselves look good and being hyper defensive. It's totally not this.
Caster Wilson did a $5 super chat saying, why do you have to go out every week to eat? Wouldn't you save money by eating at home? All right, so Lancaster, it's obvious you wouldn't understand this because the fact you're asking the question just proves the point that you have no idea what you're talking about, all right? When you and the dumb shit you fucking say and do every day, I gotta be perfect, right? Because I'm some fucking internet streamer. No, I don't have to be. I can do whatever I want with my life, and you can fuck off and not ask me dumb questions. Email, thank you so very much.
Oh, and then we collect the money. Okay, so this was a nice clip that was not related at all.
It's the worst possible thing you can fucking do, especially if it's for friends, man. Like, what did I think was gonna happen here? Well, actually, I do know what I thought was gonna happen, and again, we're gonna talk about that later in the video. But this is indefensible, okay? Right? Like, I look at this now. Geez, I mean, there's not even. Is there a single perspective you can take that you can say, oh, this was okay? No, I don't think so. At least now I could say that. I don't think so. That was just fucking stupid shit. Now, let's get back to John and Howard.
So that's why when people ask me straight up, what's up with John Rambo? I say, ask John Rambo, because I have no clue. I'm literally in the dark. Nothing was ever brought up, and unless John kept mailing me letters and they went to a dead address, but he didn't realize it, so I didn't know he had a problem with me. No, obviously I'm just being silly. No, it just never happened, so I have no idea. I mean, I'm literally in the dark. That's the bottom line. That's the whole situation. There is no situation. I don't know. And it's a shame. It's a shame because that was a long-standing relationship that I had.
What a disgusting fucking burp,
man. In the
man.
mid-2000s, I met John, and whether it was Street Fighter or us just doing other stuff on YouTube, I always had a blast with him. So I don't know what his problem.
Now, remember later on when he brings up people harassing John. Remember when he says, go and ask John. Go and ask John. This is very important.
And I have no control over it. He doesn't talk to me anymore. He won't even respond. If I text him or call him, I don't get anything back. So from my situation, from my perspective, it's not even a relationship anymore. It's over, and it's 100% on him because I had nothing to do with it.
Holy shit.
There you go.
And it was all bullshit. He called himself out. Fantastic. This entire segment was just lies. Just lies. And hypocrisy, because he would end up doing that same thing.
Yeah. So, you know, there you go. And
there you go.
The main things, like, people really want to know why we don't do anything with him anymore. And he himself oddly is saying that he wants to know why, you know. But that video that he put out, I think, is a perfect example of why.
Now, okay, fair enough. Touche, he's right. But from my perspective, okay, they weren't talking to me for an extended period before that video came out, okay? And yes, absolutely, I fell into the trap of being goaded by the public, goaded by the internet to keep talking about it. But that right there, that video, who would be surprised to say that ended a friendship? No one. But up to that point, again, I was never really told about issues. The issues they're about to bring up, 99% of them I'm not even aware of, or we talked about them already and were already hashed out. So I didn't know that these were lingering issues and things adding up for reasons why.
He was moving across the country. He was going away from them. And it is kind of assumed that they wouldn't be very close friends since they move a pretty large distance away. And they had this going away party, whatever stuff. You don't want to be telling the guy you don't want to be his friends or some shit like that or whatever. You don't want to be an asshole when he's about to leave. You just like let it go. But then eventually he pissed him off with this Ask the King bullshit.
why they wouldn't want to talk to me or be my friend anymore. Okay? So he says, oddly enough, Phil doesn't know why we don't want to be his friend. No, not oddly enough. They never said anything. They never said, Phil, listen, your behavior is toxic. Your behavior is detrimental to us and our well-being, and we would like to not be your friend anymore if you're going to continue this way. That conversation never happened. So when that conversation never happened, the resentment built up inside of me and prompted me to do something like that stupid video, basically saying, why won't you just tell me what's wrong so we can address it, right? It's called passive aggression. You're not actively being aggressive with someone, you're being passively aggressive with them. By not talking to me, by not responding, excuse me, to my attempts at communication, by saying that you were going to be in my content and then, oh, can't do it, oh, still can't do it, oh, another reason I can't do it, oh, can't do it, and now I'm the one with the public face to the public, getting all the requests, where's John Rambo, why isn't he in your content, what's going on, right? That's passive aggression against me, okay? I'm not saying that they were wrong to do it, I'm just saying that's what happened. And because they said nothing, it boiled to a point where people absolutely demanded answers. Personally, I was ready to move on from it, but people were all over me every day about this. So it kind of boiled to that point where finally I'm doing an Ask the King, and I basically made that segment that should never have been made. Completely incorrect that I did that. Okay.
You know, so if you really like examine it, it's a video he put.
So he tries to take as much weight off of that video he made as he can. So now it could be the public's fault. It could be a discussion that never happened about their friendship and all these other things that made him do that video. So it's kind of not really even his fault, right? Huh?
It's out on Thanksgiving Day, which I don't really understand. And last year, Thanksgiving, he decided to unfollow me.
Okay, now, here's where the timeline already is skewed. He
didn't even let him finish his sentence, bro. Come on.
That's basically going to explain the things that I did that were messed up, okay? That caused them to not want to be my friend anymore. Let's start with the video he just made on Thanksgiving. Oh, wait, let's talk about last Thanksgiving. Wait, what? But you didn't, can we get to the video about Thanksgiving? No, he goes back a time a year. And this video is very confusing because he does this a lot. They jump around the timeline, and it's like, so what, in what order did this happen? Did this piss you off first that led to this, or did this happen, or this?
Oh, why does he expect this video to have, like, bullet points that they're gonna go through? It's just two guys that want to get something off their chest about their former friend, who they don't like anymore. That's it. They didn't make a highly structured fucking video. There's no video to this. It was a blank black screen. Come on, DSP. It's just things that piled up, that happen at different times, that don't really matter all the time. Sometimes it doesn't matter. It's just something that he did that annoyed them, that contributed to this whole thing.
I'll do my best. I really will. But this is the first instance, and it keeps happening, that they jump all around. So now we're going back in time, Thanksgiving 2014. Okay? Here we go.
Which caused some issues. So something with Thanksgiving. I don't know if he's eating something that doesn't agree with him. Maybe he needs to follow your turkey recipe.
Yeah, it really, I think for me, it really started with that, because not only did he unfollow, like the way I noticed it was when I was on Twitter, I looked at his people that he was following, and he unfollowed both of us.
The way I noticed it is that I was on Twitter, and I just happened to be looking at the people that Phil was following on Twitter, and I noticed that he had unfollowed both of us. Huh? That's confusing. So you just randomly go to @TheyCallMeDSP and look at who I follow randomly and noticed? No.
This would make some sense coming from DSP. If Twitter didn't show if somebody follows you, if you go on their page, you can actually see. So all he had to do is go to DSP's Twitter page and see that DSP is not following him back. And then maybe he thought to himself, hey, I wonder if he's following Rambo, or maybe he was just like, it's personal. And then he saw that he wasn't following Rambo.
Do you do that? Do you go to someone's Twitter profile and just check who they're following constantly and like see, you know, that's confusing to me.
And now the way he framed it, you check who they're following constantly. Like he was obsessively checking DSP's Twitter. No, he just noticed it. He just noticed it.
I know exactly what happened. I unfollowed them, and the internet trolls.
Oh, the
messaged
internet
them
trolls.
about it,
Oh yeah, of
likely
course.
spamming their comments.
But Phil, you just said in that video, go ask Rambo. Go ask Rambo. It's all 100% on them. So don't talk to me about it. Talk to Rambo. And then these people who DSP sent, apparently they get converted to trolls along the way. I guess they have like a PDF conversion tool or some shit. And then they are trolls, and now they are harassing them.
Leaving tweets on their Twitter accounts.
Oh, yes.
Etc., etc.
Yes, yes.
And it bothered them. So then they went and looked and noticed, oh, Phil unfollowed us on Thanksgiving. Now we're getting harassed by a bunch of people on the internet about it. And that's not fair. Okay? So, fair enough. Okay? Here's the deal on that is this is kind of a pattern where I do something that you would think unfollowing someone on Twitter, anyone, doesn't matter if it's your
Twitter.
friend, a celebrity,
This is a terrible thing
one of
he
my
does.
viewers, you know, would have zero impact on anyone, right? But in the scheme of things, when you are online stalked by people 24/7,
And now it's trolls.
like,
Yep.
seriously, if I misspell a word on a forum post or something, they'll call it out. Something as innocuous as that, oh, that'll never do anything. There's a negative repercussion no matter what. Okay? So was this, oh my God, Phil is doing a horrible thing. He's unfollowing his friends on Twitter. What a huge dramatic. No, I never, ever thought of it like that. You can argue, oh, maybe it's passive aggression or whatever. I never thought of it like that. It's actually directly addressed in this video later on, the whole situation around it, which we'll get to that when we get to it.
This is actually not really that deep. It happens to all the celebrities in like check marks and stuff, and fucking basketball players and stuff. Usually when there's drama, they unfollow each other on Instagram or whatever, or change their bios. It's just internet etiquette that people catch up on if they're into the drama. So this was bound to happen. And maybe he didn't intend to do anything like personal by unfollowing them. Maybe he did. Maybe he was drunk. Who knows?
But basically, to me, I wasn't thinking of it like that. And by the way, I didn't just unfollow Rambo and Howard. I unfollowed a bunch of stuff that day. I remember sitting down and I was getting bombarded with negativity about them for not being on John Rambo's Thanksgiving show. And with that, he addresses that later. So I don't want to jump the gun on that. But I was being bombarded by a bunch of negativity, both from my viewers and trolls. Why aren't you on John Rambo's Thanksgiving show? You're always on John Rambo's Thanksgiving show. I don't understand. And so I was getting bombarded in all kinds of shit, all over the place, on social media, in the comments of my videos about this. To the point where I was like, you know, this is so fucking stupid and frustrating. Like, I don't want to deal with this dumb shit. This is so stupid. And I went on Twitter.
Now, if he had any sort of awareness of being on the internet and stuff like that, the proper way to handle this without drama is to have some weird last stream with Rambo or something like that. That it's not gonna be any drama stuff. It's just gonna be I guess a send-off for the characters of Rambo and DSP. And then from then on, they're gonna both go on their separate paths. It's like with Paul Walker and Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious.
And I was like...
And that's how you make it without drama. Because otherwise, of course, this is going to happen. This happens to all the bigger YouTubers as
Social
well.
media thing is fucking dumb. I'm so annoyed at it.
Yeah, but you have to participate in it. You got that check mark. You have to. It's your job. So you got to be more aware of these situations when shit like this happens, and then you go on your own podcast and talk shit. And how much drama that can make.
Because people can spam me about bullshit like this. Who cares? You know, to my knowledge, there was no animosity between us for me not being on this show. So, not only did I unfollow John and Howard, I unfollowed a bunch of other shit. Because at that point, I remember I was looking at my Twitter feed. And here I am. I'm trying to follow news. I'm trying to follow gaming trends. I'm trying to follow shit going on the internet. And I got a million posts about John Rambo and Howard and how John Rambo didn't have Phil on his Thanksgiving show. Wow, Phil must be a real piece of shit, and he really must have insulted John behind the scenes. I'm like, I don't want to do any of this at all. I want none of this. I don't want to be involved in any of this bullshit, toxic nonsense. So I unfollowed them, but there was other people too. There were people who I've been following who were also in on that, and I unfollowed them. But there was other shit too that I unfollowed that day. I just remember that Thanksgiving, I was sitting around, having a personal day, kind of relaxed. It was a day I didn't make a lot of content. And I'm like, I'm just going to go randomly, on Twitter and just see what's going on in the world. And all I see is a bunch of toxic, dumb shit about me not being on John Rambo's Thanksgiving special. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. Unfollow everything. Just unfollow all of it. Fuck this. I don't even want to follow any of it anymore. Okay? What happens? I get made to be like a villain for unfollowing people on Twitter. To me, like when you say that to someone, you're a bad person because you unfollowed someone on Twitter.
Yeah, DSP. Yeah. I know. It is like that. But also, it is like that. And you participate in it, so you gotta know how to handle it.
Do you want to talk about first world problems? If being unfollowed by someone on Twitter is a problem for you, that's a pretty good problem to have, I think. If that's a problem for you. Oh God, I was unfollowed by someone on Twitter. All right? I don't ever look at who follows me, who doesn't follow me. I couldn't give two flaming shits about any of that. It means nothing to me. It never has and never will. Okay?
Oh, by the way, today, earlier in the stream, we watched him cry about getting not a lot of likes on his tweets, and then proceeding to get 14 likes on his next tweet. So that was a good segment.
Okay. So this part, like, you want to say Phil made a video,
and you can only respond to his tweets if he's following you. So that's a thing. But he doesn't care.
Speaking up, saying messed up stuff, 100% I'm gonna agree with you. When you say, wow, Phil did a really awful thing, he unfollowed me on Twitter, I'm gonna say, what in the fuck?
Oh yeah, and he cried about the Burger King.
Like, what?
The Burger King, that's a good point.
That one I don't get. That one throws me for a loop. All right, that's an issue for anyone being unfollowed on Twitter. Now, being harassed by trolls about it, I can understand. But you notice that's not what was said here. Howard's like, oh, I noticed it when I was just casually checking who was following me on Twitter.
What does being harassed by trolls mean, though? In the context of this, what, people tweeting at you, asking you about Phil? Is that being harassed? Let's talk about first world problems. Being quote-unquote harassed by trolls for Phil not being on your show. That's not very much harassment.
And Phil had unfollowed what? Like, no. That's not. I know what happened. They got harassed, and this is this is a running theme.
Of course,
these guys are friends of mine.
But go ask Rambo. It's 100% his fault. Go ask him. Please go ask him now. That's what he was saying.
Real life and are associated with me and make content with me. They are now the subject of the ire and the focus of thousands of internet trolls.
Thousands.
At a moment's notice, they do something.
Even
they're
millions.
Criticized. They're slammed on for it. I do something. They're criticized. They get attacked. That's not fair. No, they should not be bothered on Thanksgiving because someone unfollowed them on Twitter on Thanksgiving Day. That should be the last thing they're contacted
this
about.
guy's so cringe.
That should be the last thing they're bothered with. But this is you're gonna find the trolling gets both sides, me and them. It leads both of us to kind of do.
I like how he just assumed it's trolling and then took it from there. That's fact. Let's carry on. The trolling is really bad.
Shit, I feel. And this is one of the situations where I just think this is completely off base at all. That this is something that was even an issue. Someone unfollowed me on Twitter and a troll messaged me and told me, fuck them, block them immediately. Don't deal with them. Why are you addressing? It's nonsense. It's internet nonsense. Just it should not be bothering you. And I'm sad to know years later that dumb shit like this, that who would have thought? I didn't think that unfollowing someone would be something that would affect them, and it did. That's fucking terrible that it did. I never intended for that. Okay.
And there was no really no rhyme or reason.
I think the proper way to handle this would be Phil reaches out to Rambo. Fuck Howard, screw him. He's not a friend, like we say. Reaches out to Rambo, tells him, let's set up a Zoom call. Let's talk about where we stand because people are asking questions. We make content together, and you know, let's just talk about what's going on. And then they go and they, I don't know, they have a conversation, I guess, in a civil manner. And then they make an announcement that they broke up or something. I don't know. But they're media personalities, and they should handle this first privately and then have a very brief and clear response on social media or YouTube or whatever.
To it, which I thought was, I think that was the first shot.
I just explained the rhyme and reason.
I'll be honest with you.
It's weird stuff. Like,
yeah.
Especially when you work and you work hard and stuff, you look forward to certain days off. And like Thanksgiving is a certain day, like with your family and whatnot. And then like to do these things on Thanksgiving, it sounds silly. It is just a day, but you're showing no concern like for the other person. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna cause shit. Like suddenly you get inundated with messages.
So here we go. It's Thanksgiving. I want to spend a day with my family and friends, but I'm inundated with messages. So ignore them. I get messages every day from a million different.
He was just talking about in the previous segment before he let the video play. He was just talking about how he was sitting there on Thanksgiving, having nothing to do, and scrolling on Twitter and reading what trolls were posting. And now he's telling people how to handle stuff.
Sources, and if it's bullshit, I ignore it. Now I'm much better at doing this today. Back then, not so much. Admittedly, this kind of shit would get to me. But it's Thanksgiving. You're spending it with your family, your friends, you're having a meal, you're sitting down. Why are you on the internet reading messages about people?
You didn't, though. You were doing that exact thing.
Saying that Phil unfollowed you on Twitter. That, you know, like, what?
What?
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. That's exactly what you did.
Again, these guys...
You just said so.
...were bombarded with trolling and didn't know how to handle it. They weren't like me. Unlike me, they didn't have this public face where constantly they were attacked in a negative way. In fact, I would say probably the years that I moved and everything, that was when the negativity started, where my trolls would go after them as a way to get at me, and they just couldn't take it. And again, that's bad.
Wait, what? Really? I don't really believe this. My trolls went after them, and they couldn't take it. That's a really bizarre scenario that takes a lot of responsibility off of Phil. Somehow.
It's nothing I intended. It's nothing I wanted to happen.
It almost sounds kind of like it's a little bit contrived.
I'm very sorry that it happened, but sadly...
In a cope? Maybe he's coping, you guys. I'm not sure.
That's something that I couldn't have helped. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what, these idiots were going to go after these guys. And that sucks to know that just because they were my friends, because we made content together, you know, they're going to get attacked for stupid bullshit like that. You know,
they're gonna get attacked and harassed.
I didn't want them to be bombarded on Thanksgiving with messages about Twitter. At the same time, they shouldn't have cared. Like, you ignore that shit. The moment you give attention to a troll is the moment that troll feels recognition for what they've done and now continues to troll. The best thing they could have done is said, what is this dumb shit? Delete everything, block every moron, and move on with my life.
DSP, you don't follow this advice. You don't. Why are you giving out this advice?
Any heed to this. If I had entertained every troll that ever harassed me with shit like this, I would be in a nut house, you know? But again, this is my fault. This is directly my fault. It's me, my internet presence, my friendship with them that's causing them to be harassed. And this is the kind of shit that I don't know. I don't know that these guys are being harassed because I unfollowed them on Twitter. If that were the case, I never would have followed them on Twitter to begin with. Seriously.
Twitter?
If I knew it was going to do that kind of shit, fuck Twitter. Who gives a fucking Twitter? You know? But sadly it happened. Okay.
And people, you know, while you're trying to enjoy a day with your family.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand completely. I just, yeah, there's there's going to be a lot of things talked about, you know, and again, we're not here, and we just want to reiterate this, we are not here to defame anyone. This is just to let people know our side of the story, because people have a tendency to just view one thing and not look at it from another way and trying to understand the other party's view on it.
And I'm not angry.
I agree with Howard, okay? Absolutely. They have the right to make a video that's not defamatory and give their side of the story. Good. Please do. Because they weren't giving me their side of the story, right? They weren't speaking to me at all. So by all means do that. Okay? However, as you will see as we get further and further into this video, we delve from the realm of the public to the private. There's many things discussed in this video that have absolutely nothing to do with the public. And every once in a while, the public would try to pry into our private arrangements or whatever. And then a lot of times, I was the one who misspoke and brought that stuff to the public and shouldn't have done that. Okay? At the very same time, there's definitely some stuff in this video that they made that I would feel is completely hitting below the belt. And in fact, there is one segment that I can't believe they made. There is one segment in this video that is incredibly hurtful to me, and I don't know how I'm going to get through it publicly with you guys because it's really fucked up. Like, beyond belief fucked up. Like, we're going to get to it. I'm not going to skip it. We're going to do it, okay? But that's the thing. Oh, we're not here to defame him. Okay, fine. But understand that when you made this video, it doesn't matter what your intentions were, that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay? When you're going to make a video, instead of addressing it with the person privately, you are going public with information that is defamation. It doesn't matter what your intentions were. Oh, I just want to stick up for myself. Fine. And you have the right to do that, but you're also defaming the person at the same time. And absolutely, that's what happened, is this video was viewed as, here's the evidence from all the years that we said that Phil's a piece of shit.
It is when he cries.
And Phil's a scumbag and Phil's an asshole. Here's the definitive evidence. Even his closest friends hate him. And that's exactly how this video was presented on the internet.
It's not presented, that's how it is. They don't like you, and they're your closest friends. Come on.
For many, many years.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to connect all those.
Again,
come on.
I knew that if I responded to this video, all right, it would just hurt these guys. At that time, they had internet presences and everything, and I didn't want to do that at the time, okay? Now it's different. Times have passed. They don't have internet presence anymore. They don't really care about it. They moved on, thank God. I'm happy for them. I hope they have great lives outside the internet. But to this day, I am the one who gets questioned about this every single day. Why they make this video? Is what they said true? Yada, yada, yada. And again, some of the stuff in here, absolutely, I will fess up to. There's some stuff, there's one segment that I feel is so below the belt, so actually like ridiculously fucked up and off base that I don't even know how to respond to it. But we'll get to that.
Like, I don't know about you, I'm not angry with the guy. We've said before publicly, like, we wish him the best, don't wish him any ill. You know, I hope he, like, makes a ton of cash and has a great life, man. You know?
Yeah.
Why would I not feel that way? What is it? How does that affect me?
Why is he glancing at the camera like this? Pay attention now. If you didn't pay attention,
makes a ton of cash.
And if you're listening, then I don't know, go away.
And has a great life.
I'm
man.
kidding. I love you.
Yeah.
Why would I not feel that way? What is it?
The awkward glances.
Yeah, and going back to what we were saying before.
There's a weird running pattern in this video as well, where John basically says, I just wish everyone the best, everyone rich and famous and make money and do well. How does that affect me? He doesn't just say it about me, he says it about others too. And we're gonna get, that's coming up actually, but let's continue.
I don't make money off of this, and I don't know about you, John, but it's not something that bothers me. It's just something I enjoy doing.
Yeah, man, until this point, which is a good, it's been a long time. Until this point, we've not said anything against him because, like I said, I wish him the best. I don't want to hurt him. And saying anything negative about him, I feel could hurt his livelihood. And the other thing is there's a lot of history. There's a lot of good times, man. There's a lot of really good times. And you kind of you'll piss on a lot of that stuff by doing this. And I feel like things should be kept in-house amongst friends. You know, a circle of trust amongst friends, Howard. Do you believe in such things with people?
No, I wholeheartedly believe in that. And that's why I'm a little ticked off about this, because
Howard, why are you ticked off? Howard, how are you involved? Howard, hello, Howard. You're not even in this. This is between me and John. When I moved, it was about me and John having an ongoing relationship. Me and John having content.
An ongoing relationship. This man is unleashed. Hello, Howard. Hello. He didn't like you. That's the problem. That's the thing. That's all he has to say is why he didn't like you. Why he had a problem with you. Just like fucking people like me do. We don't have to have an ongoing relationship, Phil.
We're going to make together and still be friends and contact and all of that.
You don't have to.
Howard was not in our circle of friends. Howard was friends with John. But he was not a direct friend of mine who we even discussed having any kind of ongoing relations of any sort. Seriously. Like, there was none of that. And again, I think people assumed this from this. Here you go. Here's the example. A picture of the three of us together from a video we made. A picture from the three of us together from a video we made. And you would see this on the internet, and you would think, oh, you know, Howard is just massively involved in this. But Howard is not massively involved in this in any way. This is me and John's relationship, and Howard interjecting himself into this situation, likely for the purposes of this video, to try to accentuate reasons why they had a falling out with me.
No, not why they had a falling out. Why he didn't like you. That's the whole thing. This is what you've been asking for, right? For people to tell you what problems they have with you. Well, there it is. There it is.
Because, quite frankly, there's several times here you will see another running pattern in this video. Howard seems to get very upset with me over things. He gets very, very over the top, extrapolating, exponentially angry.
Yeah, okay? That's really funny.
And that's fine.
It's a great bit.
You know, if he feels that I wronged him. But this is supposed to be in reference to why is John not Phil's friend anymore? Why is John not showing up in Phil's content? That was the discussion. When this video came out, it was all of a sudden it's John and Howard. Wait, what? What are you talking about?
But why do you get to decide what the discussion should be? What? Kind of seems to me like this video, from my frame of reference, which is, I guess, not being delusional, maybe, for the most part. It seems to me like this is two guys who just wanted to say why they don't like a third guy. That's about it. And not about John and Phil's ongoing relationship. Let's just call it like that from now on. You know what I mean.
Why are you in this video? Really? If he could have made his own video. But it's like double piling on of this is it's so the circle of friends, the circle of trust. Yes, between me and John. Correct.
How is that a circle?
When did I even ever publicly talk about Howard? Go ahead and you know, maybe I'm wrong, and you can call me on this. I want you to call me on this. Go back and look during that time frame of me moving in 2014 and then 2015 and trying to talk to John, get an answer from John, right? Where did I even talk about it? It was me, always me and John. So this is like weird that this video is John and Howard reacts to Phil or responds to Phil. Phil wasn't talking about Howard. Phil wasn't looking to have content with Howard. Phil wasn't looking to have an ongoing friendship with Howard. He was our Street Fighter buddy who we brought in for certain projects and events and you know, parties and things. And basically, and again, I'll tell you this, we're going to get to this point. We basically kind of had a falling out at the end of when I moved, all right? And I never expected to even talk to the guy ever again. That's me being real talk with you guys. Like, I never thought that he would ever want to talk to me again.
Yo! Like, what is it? Probably 45 minutes ago. 45 minutes ago, he was saying how the things before he left Connecticut was okay. And then now he's saying they had a falling out. That's fantastic. And I never thought he was going to speak to me again. So it's real bad.
I really didn't have a desire to talk to him again because of the way that things went down at that last event that we did together. And that's going to be...
Yeah, so this is why he's in the video. You had a falling out with him, you fucking idiot.
Pulled out here and extrapolated.
Wow. Howard, why are you in this video?
upon later on in this video because he brings it up. Okay. So again, it's weird to me. And by the way, I'm not trying to dump on Howard. I'm just saying this is weird that when this video came out, people were like, wow, Howard was really mean to you. Howard.
You already dumped
Again,
on
like,
Howard
what are you
a lot.
talking about, Howard? Like, I never heard a negative word from Howard. I'm serious about this now. Never did Howard call me and say, I'm mad at you. Never did Howard text me and say, why did you do that? Never in person did Howard say, man, you did something fucked up. Any complaint I ever heard was from John. And it was always an issue John had with me. It was never, oh, Howard is mad at me. This is literally the first time that I heard everything from Howard was this video. Okay? So let's make that clear. This whole situation was between me and John, not Howard. And it's weird that he interjects himself so often.
I love the Joe Budden reference in
he
chat.
was not involved.
I love it.
He just wasn't. Every once in a while, he'd be in it. And it's just so odd to me that that this was put out like this. Okay? Okay. By the way, I need to split the part soon, probably another 10 minutes.
And now we're going to split them.
It's one
Split
of those
them wide
things where,
open.
like, you know, you can't even trust him in terms of, like, sending a message, like a text message, because you don't know if that's going to get publicly put on, like, YouTube.
Howard. Hello, Howard. You never sent me a text message outside of one or two, which will be addressed in this video.
But bro, this is like, he's literally telling you, I don't trust him with sending him a text message. How can you respond to this with, you never sent me a text message? Do you need to actually break his trust once for him to know not to send you text messages? Fucking, come on, man. What the fuck?
We never had conversation like that behind the scenes ever. I never revealed a text from yours ever public. This is all John. He's literally talking and projecting John in what he's saying as if it happened to him. It didn't. This is John he's talking about. John, we would text back and forth. John was the one who I should not have, and I revealed some private information on one of my streams. Not Howard. But he's talking...
Okay, do you think this is why Howard wouldn't trust you with private information? Because you revealed John's?
Like it's him.
It's just like there's no common sense with him. Everything needs to be told to him exactly. Every single thing.
It's not. This is a complete misrepresentation of the situation that happened to try to make me look worse, and I don't appreciate it. I just don't. You can say I'm bad because I did bad things, and here's the bad things. He's saying I did things to him that never happened. Okay?
They never happened.
Or if he's going to make a video about it. Because it's something, you know, if I send you a message, I don't expect you to the next day or 2 days later or whatever make you know, during your regular vlog sessions,
didn't.
you go ahead and you publicly read the message.
That happened once with John, not
And
you.
That's a great point, because like what we're going to be doing today is kind of maybe revealing some things, and I've kind of really held against doing that, because it does make you such a hypocrite to be doing the same thing that has caused you pain or caused you, you know, to be pissed off.
Now, you guys might give them a hard time for this. You may not. You say, well, it's true. They were angry at Phil for doing this, right? Then why did they make the video? Okay? There's a lot of theories on this. What they say outright in the video is the reason they're doing this is to save face, to basically protect themselves. Because I said a lot of things that are false, and they want to clear the air and defend themselves. And you'll see by the end of the video, they seem to say that they want me to contact them about this to hash it out, okay? But again, the video has a lot of stuff in it that's not true or half-truths. The whole this Howard stuff is wrong, okay? That, again, there's one thing in this video that is so hurtful to me to this day that I'm gonna have a hard time getting through it today, okay? And they know that. It's not that they didn't know. They knew that was going to hurt me, and that's why they included that in the video, okay? This, you could, as much as you could say this is for them to defend themselves, all right? From my perspective, I feel like this is a final goodbye. Like, this is them saying to me, listen, we tried to ghost you for a year, man. You're not getting the picture. Here's our side of the story. Stop bothering us. We're tired of you. The toxicity of your trolls is ruining our lives.
Oh yeah. Okay, keep going.
Us. Just fucking move on and leave us alone. That's how I take this. To this
He put words in the mouth of this entire video.
day, when I watch this, I still feel that way.
Maybe
you guys will watch it and feel different, but
yeah,
again, you don't
I
understand
do.
the perspective that I have because you haven't heard it yet. You're going to hear it, okay?
All right.
But it gets to play like enough is enough.
Sure,
Man. At this
DSP.
point, it's really jumped the shark.
We're all
And,
here
things
for
gotta be
his
put
frame
out
of
there, man.
reference.
Sadly.
Yeah. Yep.
And the thing that's like, it's another thing that's sad about it is no one listens to this kind of stuff, and then, or listens to like him talk about us or us talk about him, and then goes, "Oh, these guys are fucking cool." You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
It's disgusting stuff. It's sad. It's not. You're not creating content. It's freaking garbage content for the bottom of the barrel, man, and it's what it is. But you get dragged into it.
Why do you think I avoided doing this for 6.5 years, right? For as many people that are watching this right now and just want to have clarity on what happened, how the hell did this friendship fall apart? There's another half of the people here who are just drama hound idiots who just want to fucking laugh at the situation and make fun of us and say, "Oh, Phil's a scumbag," and this and that. It's fucked up. He's right. This is not. There's no winners in a situation like this. There just never is. All right. That's why I'm trying to approach it from a point of view to let you guys know I know I was wrong with the stuff that I did, but I also do have to call out the things in here that are pretty ridiculously unfair, of which we will address, and we've already started.
You know. So, you know, getting back to his video, it's really full of which, as I said, it's an example of the problem itself. You know, it's full of what's been a long history of him saying things publicly, out of turn, exaggerating things, or saying just saying shit that's not just not true.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna split the video here. Okay. By the way, now we're gonna make headway because I don't have to give that giant half an hour to 45 minutes of, you know, backstory. We're gonna.
You wanted to do the backstory, asshole. Let's move on to number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Not today.
Based on that, it is. And the Phils, you have to agree.
Any form, if you see it, it's not me. Someone claimed the video. I'm not doing that. Okay, let's continue. Here we go.
About me, about others, man. So, and again, if people get pissed listening to this, as a consolation prize, if you really think about it, if you're a fan of Phil's, you have to agree that I did, and I know you did to an extent, everything you could to help him over the years. You know, and so much so that to this day, he makes money off of videos that we're in to this day, every day.
Yeah.
Whether it's, 10 cents, whether it's $10, whatever the hell it is. He's making money off, off the work we did for him every single day.
Mm-hmm.
He's right. He's still finding new ways to monetize us.
Well, not today.
Based on that video.
Not today, John.
Yes, today, John. Yes. We already talked about how this is bullshit. It's bullshit.
Maybe up to this point, but not today.
No. Today.
If I was going to do this react, there was no way I was going to monetize it.
Yeah, you did. You're receiving super chats and tips as you are saying this.
For good reason. Like I said, that's the major point he says.
No.
Not monetizing this whatsoever.
No.
And it's too important. It's too important to monetize. It really is. Okay.
Video and other things that go on.
You still didn't get it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And by the way, again, running theme money. Oh, I don't care about the money. It's not about the money. But then they keep bringing up money being monetized. We'll talk about that because John will directly address it later. So it's weird that it's an ongoing issue if there's no issue. Okay.
No, what? Yeah, in this case, it's an issue. There are different points that they're trying to make for different things that happen at different points in time.
Oops.
And then I think, I really think that, like, it's really like a testament as to what he held our friendships for, because it seems that the money was more important than us being his friend.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you feel.
Yeah.
I'm sad that they feel. I'm really sad that they feel that way. I really.
That's exactly how it looks like.
Really am sad that they feel that way.
Yep.
Because as I said over the years to you guys, to me it was like we were friends. We would hang out. We were gonna hang out regardless and have fun. So if you can put a silly camera down and record what you're doing and make money doing it, why not? Right? Like, to me, I was doing YouTube as a hobby for 2.5 years before I could even put ads on my videos and make a living doing it, right? John was in my content before I could monetize it. We were having fun already. So to me, it was like, let's hang out, let's have a good time together. Hey, by the way, we can make money doing it. Why the fuck not? Right? To them, it seems to be like that's not a case. That because there was money involved, that wasn't like friends hanging out. To me, it was. The entire time we did Project 7, was it work? Yes, but was it a bunch of friends working together and having a shitload of fun doing it? Hell yes. That was a really cool experience. So, what's the issue with the money-making part of it? That I didn't understand. And again, never brought up. It wasn't like they complained and said, Phil, you know, we really don't have enough stuff that happens without the cameras on. Phil, it would be great if we could hang out today.
Hey, big ups for
and you
the
didn't
sub.
record.
Lance
And by the
Sabbath.
way, that did happen a lot. You know, we went to a convention. I wasn't recording every moment that we were there. When we went over to Howard's house to play Super Turbo frequently because he had cabinets there.
That's the thing he's complaining about. Of course they would think it's about the money. Because, as we know from all the vlogs he's made, he records everything he does. Because at that point, he had a series for everything he would do. He would eat food and he would go around and he would play video games. So he has to record all of that stuff. And Rambo and Howard were in that. So it could feel from them, seeing his lifestyle of recording everything, uploading it and spamming a bunch of videos a day. It doesn't take a stupid person to know that he's just making a bunch of stupid shit for money. And the quality of it all was really bad.
Recorded and broadcast all of that, not me. I didn't record while we were there at all usually. That was just me having fun with those guys. Okay? So it wasn't like every single interaction I had with these guys the camera was on. They definitely are saying that in this video many times. That wasn't the case. But
and of course we come to the point of absolutes. It needs to be exactly every single time they've been together, the camera has to be on. Every single time.
That's definitely like how they're spinning it.
It's not just about the general vibe and how it feels like being around a person. Because he can't kind of take a hint. He doesn't know what like social awareness is, I guess. So he doesn't know that, but maybe they were feeling a type of way of him recording all the time. Or a lot of the time.
John Rambo came over to do a weekly co-op with me, which we would do Smart Guys, our wrestling commentary show, and then we would actually do gameplay co-op. We would have like an hour to 2 hours of conversation before we ever even took a camera out. Just shooting the shit, hanging out, having a good time, talking about our lives, right? Like I said, I felt like I was actually really close friends with John Rambo. I don't know if he felt the same way, you know, or that it was reciprocated, but I felt that way for sure. Like, he was the guy who I kind of opened up to about stuff. Was that on camera? No. A lot of stuff was on camera, but that was the fun part. Was, oh, let's play games and dick around. Let's talk about wrestling and make a buck on it. But not the other stuff. And there's private conversations we had over the years that none of us have ever talked about publicly. You know, private shit about me and him about him. And we would never talk about that publicly. Like, we were friends. To me, when they say, oh, you know, it was only about the money for Phil, that gets to me badly. That hurts because that's not the case with John. With Howard, again, we never had that close personal friendship. He would come over to be in other co-op shit we were doing or Project 7. But John, I don't know how he could possibly say that. Really. That's really hurtful to me for them to say something like that. When John and I feel, did have a real friendship. We were hanging out playing Street Fighter together before I ever turned on a camera for YouTube from 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. How can you say we didn't have a friendship and it was only about the money? When we had that friendship way before YouTube was a thing. That blows my mind. You can go watch the videos that are out there, but understand that there's history behind it that you didn't know, you know? And it seems like he's just saying, oh, we were only friends during the YouTube years. That's completely false. It's completely false, all right? But what I will say is this. When I became a full-time YouTuber, I became a workaholic, and I worked my ass off.
Workaholic means abusing the YouTube algorithm for money. That's what it means. And recording everything you can so you can make shitty little videos and upload 30 to 60 of them a day. That's what a workaholic means, by the way. Because he puts a lot of prestige on that.
Constantly making videos, 7 days a week. I did not have a day off when I started monetizing my videos on YouTube in 2011, 2012, it was Mr. No Days Off. I'm just here to pump out videos for the internet and make money on them, right? That was my life. I loved it. I loved gaming and everything, but that was absolutely, positively my life. Was there time that I made to hang out with these guys outside of that? Every once in a while, if I went over to play Super Turbo at Howard's house and we were all there together, or going to a convention. We went to several conventions and events together, and even though, yes, I filmed there, the vast majority of the time that I spent at those events was not filming. It was spending time hanging out with these guys, okay? So, again, this is, I feel, a misrepresentation of the situation.
But you see, I don't think he admits to exploiting Howard for money. I think he's implying that their whole relationship was this, I don't know, business relationship where they did stuff so Howard could get exposure because, you know, people don't know about his channel, and Phil could have a co-op guy, I guess, and not pay him.
There was a ridiculous amount of filming.
I think this is how he would believe it. And Rambo is his friend, so he pays Rambo.
Monetization of the time we spent together, but there was definitely friendship behind there as well. Again, Howard, whatever. Say whatever you want.
Howard, whatever.
We weren't close friends. John, we were. And that's incredibly hurtful to me that he says this. Like, all we ever did was record and make videos together and make money. That wasn't the case at all. And sadly, after I moved, it just got worse because now he's not there to be in person with and have the conversation. So instead it became text messages back and forth, and he didn't like that. He wanted me to call him, and I really couldn't. And we'll talk about that because he's going to bring that up later specifically, and we'll address it at that point, why there were no phone calls between us after I moved. All right, we'll get to that. But anyway.
Oh yeah, I think in a general sense, since from the start of this video, he dismisses any way that Howard can feel because they weren't friends. So if you're not close, you can't have an issue with somebody and have it be taken seriously. Not like Rambo.
Let's continue now because they're going to get to a certain point.
That's how.
So Howard is basically dismissed, and also on top of everything, Howard is the one who goes over the top with the "you have no respect."
Because, you know, I don't know. There's like a whole bunch of things that we got to talk about, and I don't want to go ahead and go out of turn.
All right, I got you.
Yeah.
We'll try to keep this, keep this rolling here.
Yeah.
In that video, he says, this is the Thanksgiving video I'm talking about. He says,
we just watched.
He says they talked shit about me. I don't know if you caught that part.
I didn't say that.
Oh, he's playing Fable today.
Video, or actually, it was part one.
I
didn't say that. What I said was, you know, if you, and this was me being very stupid. Essentially, what I was saying was, don't be passive aggressive. If you have an issue with someone, come out and say it. Don't talk shit. Don't hide the truth. I never said that they did talk shit about me, okay? I never actually outright say that in the video. Can you say that I insinuated it? Yes.
Oh, you
Can
see?
you say that I said it?
Oh,
No,
this is
'cause I
so
never said it.
pathetic,
What
Phil.
I was saying was, I'm
This
not
is
the
so
kind of person
fucking
who would...
pathetic. Because we saw the clip earlier. In real life, if some people, if you're a man, you come up to me. You don't let stuff stew up and brew. Get the fuck out of here.
That's actually how I phrased it. I said, I wouldn't talk shit. I
Oh,
wouldn't do
yeah,
that.
yeah.
If I have an issue with someone, I tell them to their face about it.
You said if in real life, if you're a man.
Okay, that's the point I was making in that video.
Was I insinuating it? Yes. You see, this is how I beat you. This is my secret weapon. It's semantics.
However, John did talk shit about me, and we're about to watch it because he glosses over it in this video, without actually showing the actual evidence of like what he's talking about. And now you're going to see it because, by the way, this is really where this video is where the big problem started with my trolls getting interjected into the situation. It was this very video you guys are about to see that started all the problems with the trolls harassing us on both sides. Let's do it.
It's a, I mean, it's a godlike video. Yep. You should all know it.
Yep. And I'm not exactly sure what that is in reference to. Now, there was a video I put out, Pay Me Tons, parody, right?
Yep.
Hi,
here it is.
My name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. While you're following the average path of working a traditional job, attending school, or perhaps both, I'm following my dreams and busting my ass. Talking over video games, posting breakfast pics, and vlogging about movies that I hate. Creative things. And as we all know, creativity is fueled by pure cash. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you.
Wow, and he pulls out a fucking dollar bill.
Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50. And then together, we'll make sure that the world, well, my world, is a much more creative place.
What a fucking clown. Well, when he was talking about, when Rambo was talking about people vlogging about movies and taking breakfast pics, DSP, you do all of this because it makes you money. Like, you decided to do this. He's talking about separate people that also do this. But you also do this, because you did everything back in the day. Of course you're gonna relate to a lot of shit that's in this fucking video. And when they said dark side, my god, this is about DSP. That was, though, it was a diss. Come on.
I'm not
the
sure.
dark side, it was like a rapper would do in a song. When they would do wordplay on some other rapper.
Where we talk shit about him. I mean, we made that Pay Me Tons parody that says dark side in it. But I'm not sure where we talk shit about him, okay? Now, for the record, I think this is funny. I do. I laugh at this. I think this is fucking hilarious. This is a razz.
He's so triggered because he relates to all of these. Because he's an e-beggar who used to do a lot of content about a bunch of different shit that made him money. And he can relate to this, so he thinks it's about him.
Okay.
And they almost name drop him there. So yeah.
This is a razz.
I could see why.
That happens, okay, in early 2015. It might have been late 2014, but I'm pretty sure it was early 2015. This happened on John Rambo's podcast. This was an open, like a cold open to his podcast, okay? At the time, no, and now I know it was early 2015 because that's when I opened my Patreon. So it was early 2015. At this point, it's almost a year has happened, okay? Almost a year has happened, all right? Or since I moved. I've been trying to have constant contact with John and have conversation, figure out what's going on with him. Is he okay? Figure out where we're going to make content. And every time that I texted him, I felt like he felt like I was always about asking about videos or content, and that wasn't the case. I never felt like every time that I would reach out to John, it was about, let's make videos, let's make videos. I was genuinely interested in how he was doing and everything that, because he was in a very stressful time where he was making Schnozman a whole bunch and a lot of other stuff was going on. He actually talks about this in this video, so it's okay for me to say this is not private. He already talks about it in this video, okay? So this was the time frame, like mid to late 2014, early 2015. John stops directly responding to me. He stops responding to my texts and everything, okay? People are constantly asking me, Phil, what is going on with you and John? Why, are you going to do content with him? Is he talking? What's going on? All right. I should have said, fuck off. None of your business. That's where, okay, maybe not fuck off. That's kind of harsh. Maybe I should have said, none of your business. Don't ask me that question. It's between me and John.
His first response is to be super toxic. That's his go-to is toxic. Fuck off. I'm not telling you anything.
Oh, I don't know. Everything's fine. Maybe we're going to do content later this year. I'll let you know. Oh, John. And then sometimes I would, sadly, reveal information. If John did text me back, I would say something out of turn I shouldn't have said. That was private.
Stupid
My
ass.
fault. All that I'll
He
take.
was in his 30s. Couldn't keep his mouth shut about his boyfriend.
Responsibility for. Okay?
I'm sorry, his ongoing relationship with John.
John's not talking to me actively at all.
It's like
Everyone
they're in a
suspects
boy
there's an
band.
issue there, but I'm not being truthful. Truth is, I don't know what the issue is, but he's not talking to me anymore. After months of not talking to me, he puts this out. So what do you think the people on the internet think this is? Even if he's saying it's not about me, even though it says dark side in it, it's about me, okay? What do you think people think? Wow. John out of nowhere, out of left field, just slammed Phil. Phil hasn't said anything bad or insulting about John, but John just slammed him. Wow. He fired the first shot. And that's the funny part, because they said in this video Phil fired the first shot. Okay? Me unfollowing them on Thanksgiving was firing the first shot, according to Howard. No. I was not trying to hurt them by unfollowing them on Thanksgiving. This is a direct, intentional, concerted effort, a produced segment of a show slamming me for opening a Patreon. Has my name in it. You can't dispute it's about me.
No,
Sorry,
Phil.
you just...
Look, semantically, you can. They never said Darkside Phil. They never said Phil Burnell. They never said Burnell Productions. They never said...
the company's name is Burnell Productions.
Yeah, I said it right.
Content.
Why are you playing? What the fuck? They never said DSP. They just said Darkside, man. Semantically, they never said Phil. Why would this be about Phil?
Can't, okay? Now, the funny part is, in that Thanksgiving video that I made in 2015, I never said that they talk shit about me. I said if I was someone in a situation that had an issue, I would be public about it, confront someone to their face about it, and not talk shit. I never said they did. They did, but I never said they did.
You see?
All of a sudden, they're...
And we follow up immediately with him explaining his own semantics.
Bringing it up in this video. They're even referencing this Pay Me Ton segment. Why? Because either one of two things. They're feeling guilty because John made the segment and it absolutely was about me, so this is a way for them to try to deflect that and say it wasn't, or because everyone construed it as thus and messaged the shit out of them saying, why did you make this about Phil when he hasn't said anything negative about you? Why are you slamming him?
Because this thing that craps on a lot of different people relates to you in all these ways because you do all these things because you're goofy like that.
In this video,
you're Richard.
I don't understand. Okay. Now, personally, I didn't take this as a direct insult, and they're actually going to talk about that. So let's continue. Let's switch back over here.
Let's switch back.
Okay. Here we go.
And it's a parody, man. I've done parodies in the past, just to give you...
It's a parody that has my name in it. If it has
Your
someone's
name.
name in it, it's not a parody. A parody is a caricature of a person making fun of something. Not... So you directly reference my name. So it is actually a slam on me. It's not a parody. A parody would have been, you know, a cartoonish content creator who isn't me, but maybe could be construed as me. You said dark side in the video. That's not a parody anymore. You passed the realm of parody when you name drop someone.
Yeah,
okay?
whole idea I've done parodies about machinima. I did a YouTube parody where YouTube was a
I do believe it was a diss.
Vagina robot.
You can use semantics to justify how it wasn't.
That ran YouTube.
His parodies in the past, Machinima, the partner network that everyone knew that I was with for the longest period of time.
Okay.
YouTube, the website that I put videos on for a living. You see the running
And
pattern.
so do so many other people, DSP. It's not all about you. But he has this problem where everything has to be about him. Everything.
Here. Oh, I've done parodies in the past. Oh, by the way, every parody just happens to also be related to Phil.
Yeah, because you're all these things.
Dink, right? What a shocking coincidence that they all actually are related to things that have to do with Phil. Those others didn't name drop me, though. This one did. Okay.
Done GameStop, you know, etc., etc. Comes out, man.
Oh, and you missed that. He said GameStop, etc., etc. He did do a parody on GameStop. GameStop unfairly fired him because he was in my videos. We were at a tournament way back when, I think it was, I want to say 2009, 2010. We're at a Street Fighter tournament together. I'm filming. He's working for GameStop, and in the video, we're in a different game store, and he's basically saying things like, this is the best game store. They used that video,
isn't this private information?
My video, as grounds to terminate.
That he got fired?
Now, it's completely wrong. Shouldn't have ever happened. They were in the wrong for doing that. He made a giant later on. He talked all about this in his podcast.
Oh, so it's public.
He did a big parody segment about GameStop.
I've learned, you guys.
What does he do parodies about? Things that he feel have wronged him, or things that you know are bad in relation to him, and all of it has to do with me somehow.
Well, maybe you're a toxic influence on him.
Crazy about it. So
maybe you're a little bit
2 weeks later,
toxified.
you know, you and I were on doing the show, and we explained it wasn't singling him out. You know.
Has my name in it.
It was about many things, and not necessarily in a hateful manner. Like, I think you can make fun of something
that I agree with.
And really not feel negatively about it at all, actually.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Like Saturday Night Live, you know, Phil Hartman would dress as Bill Clinton. I don't think he wanted to assassinate the president.
Very, very bad analogy, okay? Because he's saying Phil Hartman impersonates Bill Clinton. He doesn't want to assassinate the president. True. That's absolutely true.
Oh my god.
He's
not even live yet.
This was a different situation. No one was asking Bill.
He's like 25 minutes after he's supposed to start. This guy is fucking ridiculous. So fucking goofy.
Hartman. Hey, Bill Hartman, didn't you used to have a friendship with Bill Clinton? Phil Hartman, excuse me. Did you have a friendship with Bill Clinton and you're not talking to him anymore?
Hey, DSP is live. And he has a new intro. Or at least the one that I haven't seen before. Dark Side Phil presents.
Deathful. Is that how you say it? Darksy Deathful? There's a Darksy Deathful.
What?
Darksy Phil.
Hi, my name is...
Oh my god. No.
Darksy Deathful.
No. Who made this? Boo.
Darksy.
Is this new?
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage. You get a real fucking job. You're still on mission 1. You're begging you're begging for $10 and $20 to pay your rent.
What a terrible fucking intro. Come on. You can't try and own the meme. You are the meme. And we're having an arrival. Wow. What a comedic segment.
I didn't see you come in. How you doing?
Whoa, I
everyone?
didn't see you come in. This is like the Nostalgia Critic in 2010.
I'm Darksy Deathful. Oh, that is so funny. Oh my god. How you doing, everyone? Well, that was a really interesting way to start today's podcast.
So funny, bro.
Messy.
This guy's a
What I mean by
massive
that
comedian.
is, I don't have that as a local file yet on my computer. I had to screen capture it off of YouTube, but I should have that soon as a file
You know,
that I can
Das
just play
Bullshit made this.
here on the Level 1 podcast.
You know
Shout
he
out
made
to Spartaneous One, who apparently was the
Oh, the
person
spontaneous
who paid
one.
for that cameo video to be made over 2 years ago by Andy Dick, the comedian. And you know, we've heard about this over the years that, you know, basically Andy Dick had absolutely no idea what he was talking about when he did his cameo video. Did zero research, didn't even pronounce my name right. It's a pretty funny video.
He's not supposed to
and
do
so
research,
this is
Phil.
an edit of that to do a cool intro for the podcast, which I like. And the thing is, this is nice and quick, but undoubtedly maybe there'll be, you know, some tweaks and variations over time. I don't even have it ready for the show. Like I had to, like I said, screen grab it from YouTube, and what I'm gonna try to do is get that as a file I could just play on the podcast. But pretty good, huh? It's a pretty good start, I would say. Certainly better than the dead air, right, that we've been starting with. So welcome everyone to the Level 1 podcast. Today is Saturday,
What an
the
amazing
16th of
opening.
July 2022.
I'm so happy I'm watching
How are you
this.
doing? I hope that you're doing well. And so far the week is treating you well. And you're ready for some streaming fun today because we've got a lot to do, a lot to talk about on today's podcast, a lot of gameplay. It's kind of a really chill day. And what I mean by that is everything today is going to be, I feel, more relaxing, more interesting, no pressure to make big progress, no multiplayer stuff today, which is always a good thing.
No pressure for the tips goal? That would be a relief.
Based on how today goes,
But
it
no.
may actually determine
We're gonna beg.
what we end up doing tomorrow night on the late stream. We'll talk about this in a moment as we get into the schedule for the rest of the week. This is basically kind of the calm before the storm because there is new releases coming out starting this Tuesday. 2 new releases actually on the same day that we'll be checking out together. So we will have finally some new games, new release games, I should say, in the rotation for the first time in a long time. It's been a while since we've had new release games because there just haven't been any. Not to say that's a bad thing. We were having a ton of fun playing all these retro games over the last month or so, right? Like really, it's been about a month now that I've been juggling all these classic playthroughs of Castlevania and Sonic the Hedgehog, and now we're into games like Final Fantasy VII and Fable, and we're having a great time, right? So hope that you guys are enjoying it as much as I am, but yeah, after a while, you're kind of like, all right, so great, but what gives? Where's the new games? We like it when Phil plays new games. And finally, we're going to satiate that craving this week a bit, which is exciting, okay? So, we'll get into the schedule in just a moment for what we're doing for the rest of the week. Keep in mind, this is an extended streaming week for me, meaning I'm here for 5 more straight days, including today. Normally, my streaming week is around 6 days. 7 straight days of streaming this week, okay?
Wow.
In addition to that,
So dedicated, man.
we got some stuff to talk about.
I need to
so
tip him.
yesterday, I went in detail about my situation regarding my PC essentially being outdated and having issues, technical issues now, and talking about
Somebody
my
volunteered.
situation, looking at getting a new one this year. You know, some options that I currently have. To recap very quickly,
Options
I
are
was
you
offered
buy it for him.
a PC from a fellow YouTuber.
Oh yeah,
Music
Rich.
USA.
Yeah.
It's a 5-year outdated PC.
Oh,
Not
no,
saying
it's 5
bad.
years.
It's not. It's powerful, but it's 5 years outdated. It's not a thing with up to the date.
It's free, though.
Hardware, anything like that. It would
it's free.
certainly serve.
You're not gonna
essentially
take
a
it?
short-term fix to my problem, meaning I won't have to worry about my PC dying on me. I'd have something to actively do my capturing, my streaming, and everything, and not have to worry about hard drive failure or something like that.
Wow, that's
right?
so pathetic.
But ideally, it's not what I want. I want something new and fresh that's going to future-proof. I don't want to be upgrading frequently. I don't want to have that PC and then within 2 years have to upgrade again. So
Why not? You might be in a better
I've actually
situation
been, you know,
then.
talking with various people, and one person offered to help finance getting a new PC and
Wow.
or set up here because they like my stuff so much. And so what we talked about yesterday was if I were to do an upgrade, what would I need? And it was hilarious because, like I told you guys, someone wrote me an email over my day off earlier this week and said, Phil, I strongly urge you, do not leave the decisions in the hand of your viewers. Do not just let your viewers dictate what you get. I've seen numerous
fucking
other
terrible,
content creators do stuff like this, and they all regret
Your viewers are
it because
trash.
They all say they end up with stuff that either wasn't good enough or ends up being too good for what they needed, too expensive, and there's issues. Don't do it, okay? So, rather than me rush into anything, okay, what I would like to do is start a ongoing discussion regarding what kind of stuff I would need for my new PC setup and my new setup in general. It's not just about the PC. It's also
You need to
about
tell him everything.
lighting. It's also about a
Everything.
new camera. It's about
Oh,
all
wow,
these things coming
camera.
together.
You're gonna
to making
finance
this all
everything.
Look much better and more professional.
Wow.
This webcam is supposed to be 1080p. Does it look 1080p to you? If you're watching this,
No,
full
it's
screen
blurry
right
as
now at
fuck.
full resolution, does this look like a full 1080p webcam, or is every single other person
Yeah,
out
it's
there
on 1080.
who does
No, it looks
content
like
creation
trash.
for a living have a better camera than me? Let's be
Oh
honest.
my God,
right?
buy me
I mean,
everything.
this camera's so outdated. It's
Buy
over 10
me
years old.
everything.
So, I mean, no surprise that it doesn't look great, right? So, that's
Buy
what I
me
mean. Like, these are
everything
things we
and
have to
pay
talk
my
about. Now,
bills.
no exaggeration.
No
Since we
exaggeration.
just talked about this on yesterday's Level 1 podcast, I had numerous people reach out to me with their suggestions. What I'd like to do is actually go over this a little bit today. And what we should do is maybe go step by step. Like maybe today we talk about the processor, because I don't even understand the
What?
processors today. I haven't looked into these in a million years. I've got like 4 different people who suggested processors to me. that
We're gonna
we can
talk
look at,
about
see if they agree,
processors.
see if they all disagree, see if they actually describe the process. You see what I'm saying?
Yo.
Like, this could be like a whole
Somebody stop him.
PC learning
Stop him, please.
experience
Tranquilize
for me
this
and my
man.
viewers, because man, I don't know shit about shit anymore. I used to. It used to be Intel versus AMD, and it started out as Pentium, right? Versus
no.
I forget even what the AMDs were called during the 90s.
Get a pre-build
And
at
in the
this point.
2000s,
Come
that
on,
all changed.
Phil.
There was no more Pentium, right? And then they started doing the multi-core, dual cores. How many cores does your processor have? And it was like Pentium, or not Pentium, but Intel did it one way while AMD did it another way, and there was always a debate about which was better. Ultimately, I think at a professional level, most people at that time agreed that Intel processors were better and they were a little bit more pricey than the AMD. But basically, if you bought an AMD processor and you tweaked your computer in a good way, you could essentially
Oh
get
my
the same
God.
performance out of an
DSP.
AMD processor as you could out of an Intel.
There's
But this was,
websites
like,
that let you
a
see the components.
ridiculously long time ago. I mean, we're talking 20 years.
And they
A lot
let you
changes
build
in the
a
realm of PCs.
PC.
Who knows what
Oh
the
my
heck
God,
is at the
DSP.
top or bottom of the spectrum today? I don't even know. Is there another company competing with Intel and AMD, or are they still the two?
He wants all of this for free. And he is too lazy and has zero proactivity to actually do something about it. You need to guide him every step of the fucking way.
On
Every
today's
step.
Level 1 podcast, okay? So, excuse me. I hope you're all having a good weekend
This
so
is
far.
tragic.
My first 2 streaming days this week have been great. We've had chill fun with Final Fantasy VII and Fable Anniversary. We've had some interesting night streams for sure, finishing Zelda 2, doing impromptu Q&A, doing some Capcom Fighting Collection last night, which, by the way, this was so funny. So last night, we're doing Friday Night Fights, which is my weekly late night session of old school Street Fighter, okay? We're doing Capcom Fighting Collection, and I announced to my audience, I say, hey guys, listen, I've definitely noticed that since we started playing Capcom Fighting Collection around 3 weeks ago, it's the new game that I'm playing for old school fighting games every week now, we're playing way less of old school Street Fighter. There's other games in this collection, like Darkstalkers versions, like Vampire Savior, and there's Gem Fighter Mini Mix. I'm noticing we're playing those games a lot, and we're playing Street Fighter a lot less. So I made an announcement. Here's what we're going to do. I normally have a goal set that if we raise $100 on any given stream of crowdfunding, all right, I will put on a hat of your choice. But when we've been doing Street Fighter stuff, I've been saying, by default, I'll put on my M. Bison hat, and then I'll pick M. Bison in the game.
The M.
I'll
Bison
try to go
hat.
on a win streak.
It's no longer the
playing as
Nazi
M.
hat.
Bison. This worked for about a year.
Or the
Playing
military
the Street Fighter
hat.
30th Anniversary Collection, because 3 out of the 4 games in that collection that we played had M. Bison in them. In this new collection, only 1 out of the 3 games we play has M. Bison. So it was hilarious because we were hitting the goals, I was putting on the hat, and then I never played as Bison because we never played Street Fighter. So I announced last night, okay, we're doing away with that. All right? We're going to go back to you guys vote on what kind of a hat I wear on every stream, including Street Fighter, you know. Okay, great, Phil. We hit the goal. People vote. All right, let's see you wear the, what hat did I wear last night? Oh, the digital, this one. I never wear this one. The digital camo hat. I almost never wear this one, but you guys wanted something different. I put the hat
This
on.
guy is
What did we
terrible.
do?
Move
We
on
played
from
like
this.
5-6 matches straight of Street Fighter. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Of all things. That, of course, it has to make me look stupid that I've decided to phase out our old practice, and then immediately it could have been used. It is what it is. That's life, right? It's seriously
Such a
Murphy's Law
stupid
around here.
anecdote. Such
So,
a stupid story.
Anyway, so far, so
Such a
good.
worthless
Had a
podcast.
great week streaming for you guys.
The
for
week
first
has
2
been
days.
great.
There's
He's been
5
begging
more
for a
coming.
new
Holy
PC.
crap. Let's talk about that, okay? So, today's main gameplay stream is the continuation of Fable Anniversary. Now, when we played this 2 days ago, it was like night and day from the premiere stream. People showed up, engaged, meeting. They were talking with me about the game. We were interacting. You were giving me tips and help, suggestions on what to do in the game. And it felt so interactive and fun, which is exactly what I look for a playthrough like this, okay? I already played Fable Anniversary for myself 8 years ago. This playthrough is very much for you guys. It's for us to do an interactive style playthrough over streaming, which is not what I did 8 years ago. It was me ignoring my
Interactive
stream,
style.
basically just playing it kind of an offline style.
This is
That's
when
not what I
people
wanted
didn't
this
show
time.
up.
That's why when the
When
premiere
he
stream
played Fable at the
happened
premiere.
earlier this
And
week,
it
I was so
flopped and he made a
disappointed
video
when
about
people
it.
were basically not paying attention to the game or me, and were acting kind of bored. So
They weren't
days
paying
ago when we played
attention
the
to
game, it was
me.
The opposite. You guys loved it, and I really enjoyed the fact that you guys engaged with the content, supported the content. I was excellent.
Get this
I was like, wow,
man in
this
a
is good.
clinic.
Let's keep it going then, right? Let's keep the playthrough going. So let's hope for the best today. Let's keep that going. I had so much fun, and it was chill and relaxing and interesting, even though I raged a bit because the game's design is kind of outdated. I mean, the gameplay is very basic, and on top of that, some of the mission structure is ridiculous. I'm in a side mission where you have to go through an entire tunnel full of enemies called Hobbs, get into a room full of more Hobbs, plus a boss. Then when you free this person who's a prisoner, you have to escort them out of the cave, but they literally throw 20, 30 enemies at you at once, and you have nothing to stop them. They just mob you and kill the person. Oh, by the way, if you happen to fail, you gotta do the whole fucking thing over. What? And it pissed me off, of course, but at least it's just a side mission. So I'm hoping for the best today. I'm hoping that you guys will chill with me today and give the game a further shot. I'm really enjoying it, and I hope that you guys are too. and let's see how it goes. I'm ready for some chill interactive fun on the first stream.
Chill interactive fun.
Now on tonight's
this
late
is my
stream at
favorite
6:45 p.m. Pacific time, it's a little
catchphrase.
different.
Chill
We're
interactive
doing a
fun.
PlayStation Plus
This means
exploration
nothing, really.
stream. Haven't done one of these in several
Nothing.
weeks since the PlayStation Plus premium program launched. Essentially, what we're gonna do, we're gonna play 2 games that I've already pre-downloaded on my PlayStation 5 that I've wanted to try.
He
and
put
then
in
we're
the
gonna jump
extra
back
work
into
of
PlayStation
downloading
Plus to
2
pick more
games.
games to try tonight. Already, people have been making suggestions. Someone was like, "Oh, would you play Lord of the Rings on PS2?" If it's on there, yeah. I'm open to suggestions. Whatever you guys want to explore. That's kind of the advantage of having these subscription-based services, is you just can mess around with games. There's no risk to anything. There's only possible rewards, right? You find something good, you want to end up playing it in the long term. That's great, right? So let's see what happens tonight. The 2 games we're definitely playing are the original Siren, which is a survival horror game, and then War of the Monsters, which I think is a follow-up to King of the Monsters, an arcade game from the 90s. I could be wrong. It looks like it's exactly the same style of game.
Out of
So I
all
don't
the
know if it's
games
actually
on
like the same
PS
dev team
Plus,
or studio or not, but it looks like it's a
or
spiritual successor.
Game Pass or whatever.
I guess we'll find
Same
out.
thing.
And then after that, we'll try some new stuff. So that's tonight, 6:45 p.m., exploring all kinds of fun stuff in PlayStation Plus, okay? Now, tomorrow, we're swinging back to Final Fantasy VII on the main stream, which would be fun, okay? And then on the late stream tomorrow, we're starting something new. Now, what do you think I should do on Sunday night? I'm asking, honestly, your opinion. Here's some ideas that I have in my head. Idea number 1, we could start up a playthrough of Super Mario Bros. 2, the English version. And what I mean by that is, Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan was very different from what it was outside of Japan. In Japan, it was just a sequel to Super Mario Bros. 1 that played very much like it, had the same graphics. It was just meant to be like an ultra challenging version of the game. While worldwide, they actually felt that game would not do well. They thought it was too challenging for a worldwide audience, so they released a totally different game called Doki Doki Panic, and they skinned it to have Mario characters in it. It doesn't have Mario music in it. It doesn't have much Mario gameplay at all. It's a completely different animal. It's still a great game.
Stop explaining stuff. Just
on the NES back in the day, and it was actually one of my favorite NES games of all time. I played the hell out of that game when I was a kid, but I never knew it wasn't Mario 2 until much later. So that would be interesting, because I've never played that before. And by the way, if I play it, I will not cheat. What I mean by that is
he's not gonna cheat.
Warps. That game has so many ridiculous warps that you can skip ahead, but when you do that, you miss out on a lot of the gameplay. So I'm not going to do that.
He's still gonna cheat.
I'll be playing it legit and trying to beat each stage normally so that we can see the entirety of the game. All right? So that's an idea. That's one idea I have. Okay? Another idea would be MotorStorm Apocalypse. This is a game that I played, 10 years ago? It's one of the songs that I play every single day in my intro, pre-stream, roll.
Yo, he's gonna beg so hard. Nobody's gonna care about this.
Remix. And there's another one too.
What are these games?
And then here we go, MotorStorm.
MotorStorm.
The reason I think this would be a good idea is because MotorStorm Apocalypse was one
Maybe
of the
I'm
most
just being
difficult games that I ever did back in the day. For those who didn't
whatever
watch it
I
back in
am.
the day, this was before I did direct capture and live streaming, and it was hard as shit. No one was helping me to play it. There was no tips on how to beat it. It was just me slamming my fucking head into a brick wall like this, trying to beat this game. At first, it starts off.
Oh, it's
like
just a driving game.
Like, okay, it's a little difficult, but it's fun. Then all of a sudden, when you get like into the medium difficulty, like, okay, some stages.
It's literally a driving game, Phil.
Then you get to the hard difficulty.
How are you gonna cheat in that?
Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? You feel like you're being slammed and smashed and beat the fuck up. You feel like you're in like a boxing match, only it's a 2-on-1 match with Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield both punching you from both sides. That's the best way that I can like describe this game. Okay? Now also, it was actually, in my opinion, one of the more fun playthroughs I ever did back in the day because it's creative. You'll be driving on a stage and all of a sudden a fucking tornado shows up tearing up the stage. All of a sudden you're jumping from broken skyscraper to broken skyscraper doing this crazy stuff. It's actually quite a fun game, for sure. And redoing that game as a playthrough would be quite interesting. I mean, you would definitely see me lose a ton and rage. I know I will. Now, I tested this game streamed over PS3 service, because you cannot download PS3 games. You have to live stream them via the PS Plus premium service. It worked really well. I played the intro stage and it worked fine. So this could be a playthrough that we do. I think it would be fun. Or tonight we're jumping into PlayStation Plus further, right? Maybe one of the games we play tonight, maybe you guys will really like Siren or War of the Monsters, or another game that we tried tonight, and maybe that would be a good suggestion for a playthrough. All right. Essentially what we're trying to do is find a game where there's absolutely no commitment to rushing through it and beating it in any kind of a short period of time. Something that long-term can be like a night stream that I balance with all my other playthroughs. Okay, that's what we're looking for.
Big ups, King of Prominence for 5 months support. Wow,
right.
This is a retro fusion throwback style stream.
Okay, then on
It
Monday,
is. It's all the buzzwords.
Basically, Monday is
All of
you
them.
pick what I do day.
You pick what I do. That's
Excuse
every
me.
day.
What I mean by that is
It's every day.
you will have control. I'm going to probably do a poll.
Everybody else has
determine
control
the
of
two games that I
DSP's
play on
life
Monday.
except DSP.
It's either going to be
basically everybody
Fable
else.
Anniversary or more Final Fantasy VII on the first stream, okay? And then on the late stream, it's either going to be a second session of whatever I started on Sunday night, or it'll be more Capcom Fighting Collection fighting games, okay? So it'll be your choice. So I'll likely do that as a poll overnight, Sunday into Monday, and you guys will probably vote on the community tab here of DSP Gaming to determine what it is that you want to see. All right. So what I would say is, right now, start thinking about what you want tomorrow night. And I don't think we'll have a clear picture of what we want to do until I finish tonight's late stream. But get an idea, and then I need to decide what we're doing Sunday night, and then if we're, again, you'll determine if we do it again Monday night or if we do fighting games, okay? Now, starting Tuesday is when the new stuff comes out. We've got Stray, the game where you control a cute domestic cat that is basically investigating crimes in the future. People are gone. All that's left are these like cyborgs or robots that are kind of like impersonating humans, I guess. I don't even know how to say it. Just robots are the only thing left on the planet. And this cat is investigating crimes or something like that. Certainly looks like an original premise in an original game, which is great. Originality is good in the modern era when most games are just copying each other. This one actually looks like it's doing something completely different. And then we've got As Dusk Falls, a narrative choose-your-own-adventure style game involving, I believe it's supposed to be a family that gets wrapped up in some kind of a crime or robbery, and then this just spider webs out like a butterfly effect style deal story with dire consequences for various characters depending on your choices. Apparently this game has people working on it who worked on Heavy Rain, and even an actor from Heavy Rain is in the game. Scott Shelby, the detective, is in the game as a character. So this is a pretty awesome day because we're gonna have a good variety of new stuff on my streams, and I'm gonna be doing that both on Tuesday and on Wednesday. All right, so 2 days of fun new release content this week coming up. All right, and then Thursday will be my day off, and then when I come back on Friday, essentially what we're gonna be doing is one of those new games as the daytime stream every day, with various different things at night, like Friday night fights on Friday, then maybe alternate between. I don't know if we'll do Final Fantasy or Fable as the night streams. We'll see. Okay, so good stuff, right? It's a good week coming up. I hope that sounds good to all of you. No, Plum Girl, the actor who plays Scott Shelby, plays an actual character in this new game. It's him. He's an actor. He acts out in this game. It's not Scott Shelby. No. Can't be Scott Shelby. Scott Shelby dies at the end of Heavy Rain. So it's not actually Scott Shelby the person.
Hey, spoilers.
It's the actor who plays Scott Shelby playing a new character in this game. There you go.
Okay, let's move on. Can we do that?
All right.
Oh, we can skip to live. But live is here.
Trying to check off everything on the list in my head, the mental list.
The mental list.
Members.
Oh, and
Thank
we're
you
gonna
guys for
show
your support
members
recently. We are at 548 members.
Man, this is the most tedious thing ever.
Members goal for the month. We already hit our tier 1 members goal, so we already have a reward on deck, which is What's in DSP's Closet, a special event, a marathon style event that is, where I'll be
some nonsense
cleaning out
probably.
My closet here, which I've not done in 8 years since I moved
The
here.
next streak.
Okay, there's so much stuff in there, and it's gonna be fun going through those bins, looking at different collectibles, maybe some old games I still have, accessories that probably have zero use, things that maybe I can add to the setup behind me, things that maybe
Why
I
would
want to throw
you
out,
put
things that maybe I could like go
trash?
trade in for trade-in value at like GameStop or something.
Oh
you know,
yeah,
we'll see.
he's not doing that. Not doing that, and he's gonna
But
make 1,000 excuses why
this
not
should
to
be
do
good.
that. Plus, he
I
already
don't
knows
care
what's
if
in
this is
there.
True or not? I'm just banning you now.
It's not a loot
Seriously,
box.
don't,
He
you
knows
asshole.
what's
Trying
in
to
there.
spoil games and shit. So fuck off. Okay, so
Oh, I didn't see what he said. Oh, fuck that.
all that being said, this should be exciting. It's an exciting event, tentatively scheduled for July 30th, a Saturday. All right, so not this coming Saturday coming up, but well, wait a minute. Let's think about this. Not next Saturday, a week from today, but 2 weeks from today. There you go. 2 weeks from today, it is What's in DSP's Closet, the special event. Okay. Chris says, would I be willing to play any of the games that I potentially find? Here's the thing. Depends on the games. If it's a game that's like an Xbox 360 game, a PlayStation 3 game, I guess. Xbox 360 games, can't you just put those into either your Xbox Series X? You know, I think you can still play those if you put them in. But I don't think, like PlayStation 3, excuse me, I would have to get up and running again. I haven't used mine since like late last year. I don't know. And the thing is, I get the feeling if I have anything in there, it's probably old games. Like I probably got some old shit that I can't capture. You know, I do all direct capture now. So ultimately we won't even know till we look what's in there, right? So anyway, that's going to be an exciting event. We'll also have a feasting with the king and maybe some other special stuff based around it. That's in 2 weeks. We'll talk more about that as we get closer to it. Okay, cool. That was our tier 1 reward. But then, because we hit the members goal, oops, what did I click? I clicked the wrong thing. Because we hit our members goal so quickly this month, we had a tier 2 goal in effect of 585, and that's been a lot harder. We really have made slow progress. Are you surprised that we're not gaining new members when there's no new games? No, I'm not at all. How do you gain new members when there's no games out at all, right? It's like, so maybe this week with Stray and with As Dusk Falls, maybe we'll see some kind of an increase. Maybe not. We probably won't see any significant increase to members until more high-profile new games start coming out, and that doesn't even happen until like late August, September. So, you know, what can we do? All I can tell you is, if we do hit 585 members this month, first of all, think of all the benefits you get being a member of the channel. Chat crown badge to show you're a member and you're a supporter. Highlighted name in chat. Not having to listen to the slow mode rules of the
This
chat.
dude is a piece of fucking
getting access
garbage.
to all of my emotes. Getting priority access to special events. For example, we just did Viewer's Choice. Members were able to exclusively nominate and vote on a game into the Viewer's Choice poll. And as I told you guys, one playthrough that we're likely doing over the summer is Batman Arkham Asylum Remastered, and that's the game the members picked. You see? In addition, for Ask the King, when I do my bi-monthly Q&A show, members get high priority to get their questions answered. I just did Ask the King last week. The vast majority of questions that I answered were for members. So there's many benefits to being a member of the channel, all right? But if we hit 585 memberships, we're locking into the next React event. And as I've told you guys, some of the things we're considering doing, number 1 would be reacting to the original This Is How You Don't Play. From way back when, over 10 years ago, when people started making fun of my gameplay on the internet, I never actually watched it in its entirety. I've seen clips of it, I've seen snippets of it, I've never actually watched this thing.
No, don't do this.
Ever commented on it.
Don't
so
do
that would
this.
definitely be an interesting opportunity, right? So that'd be fun.
What's something else?
And what I would say is that, or maybe doing another documentary style react, for example.
Documentary
Frederick
style
Knudsen
react.
did many more down the rabbit hole videos.
Oh,
particular,
no.
Some people I know, like Spoonie.
Oh yeah, he
Otherwise,
wants to
there's other
feel good
people
about
I've never
himself.
heard of that he did
Oh look,
ones
this
on.
guy didn't do
That
his
would be
Patreon
interesting.
pledge.
And
It's like
then
me.
June the King is also someone who has done documentaries. He's the one who actually
June
did
the
the
King.
follow-up documentary on Wings of Redemption that continued from the one that I watched many months ago. You see? So there's different things I could do as a React event. I know you guys like the React stuff. For over a month now, I stayed away from the drama. I figured,
But the
hey,
follow-up
now that we've
makes
broken it up, I
Wings
did
look really bad.
Game reacts to gaming events, and now I did a react to the Rob Gavigan YouTube channel. Maybe now we can do something different and go back a little bit to the drama stuff, right? Which I'm okay with. As
Let's
long
go
as it's
back to
not
the
constant
drama stuff.
I'm
The
okay with
drama
it. I
stuff.
just don't want to do it constantly, especially when I did the John and Howard video. I was like, dude, I got to take a break from this. That was like, that took a lot out of me, honestly, to do that.
Yeah.
So it had to be done, but man, I'm glad we moved away from it for the last month and a half. but now I'm ready to dump right in headfirst, right back into the shit-filled toilet, okay?
Yeah, let's go back
I'm
into
ready.
the drama.
So,
fuck yeah.
if you're not a member, what are you waiting for, man? Consider joining the channel. You get so many benefits, and it helps out overall in the long term, and unlocking the ability to do the next React event, right? So let's do it. Thank you very much. All right. Before we get to a discussion of PC components, I would like to do a brief news story. Okay, brief.
Hey, it's Twitter news. It's your favorite segment.
It has been reported. Now, obviously, I don't know actually how accurate this is, all right? But it has been reported that since the launch of Cyberpunk 2077, for those who don't remember, came out in late 2020, right?
Oh my god, not this topic.
CD Projekt
no,
Red, the game
not
developer
this.
that made the game, also the game developer that made the Witcher series and other popular games before
Please don't.
has lost 75% of their company's value. They went from the biggest game company in Europe at one point to a tragedy of epic proportions because of the mismanagement of the company. Yeah, in fact, there was even some discussion that Techland, that company that makes other games... What does Techland make? Is Techland the developer that makes Metro? I think it might be. That even they now have more market share than CD Projekt Red. Now, you may say, now, wait a minute. I don't understand. I thought that Cyberpunk was a really great selling game. Didn't they say it sold a ridiculous amount of copies? Well, it did, but they sold those copies based on pre-orders. What happened was, the game released, everyone had their pre-orders in place, they made a bunch of money initially, and then what happened? It flattened. Now, what ended up happening eventually was when they started fixing issues or whatever, they saw another spike in sales, and then it went again. It's just funny to me because, oh, Techland does Dead Island? Never mind. Techland does Dead Island, I'm being told. That's not Metro. I have a different company in mind. Who does Metro? What company does Metro? Because that's a good company, too. They're Polish, right? And they do a good job with their games. Okay, Techland is the Dead Island devs, I'm being told. Okay. I got them confused. No, but
ESP is also
thing.
Polish.
And this is what people don't understand.
Of course.
Is it doesn't matter how much you sell.
A quarter.
It's more
but it
about
still counts.
Public opinion,
Yes,
and
DSP.
interpretation,
Yes,
and
just
things
like
like
you.
that when it comes to overall health of a company.
You upload
It
a
really
bunch of
does mean
videos,
that.
they're all bad, so your stock
Because
value
what
is
ended up
trash.
happening was when Cyberpunk released as a broken piece of shit, literally everyone on the internet slammed the shit out of the game, laughed at it virally, became a meme to hate on Cyberpunk. And it got so bad, Sony pulled it from its store, its digital store, unprecedented. That's never been seen from any kind of a major game before where it's been completely pulled from a digital store. So it made history for all the wrong reasons, right? And then, you know, it took them so long to actually try to do any kind of fixes, right? And to this day, with the fixes that they've instituted, some people say it's a much better game, but it still doesn't live up to the promises that they had laid out. It's nowhere near the game that they had promised over the years when they were developing it. There's no multiplayer mode, which they promised would be part of the game.
ESP is nowhere near the
there
person
hasn't been
he
any
promised
DLC
to be when he
expansion
was begging for
like they
money
promised.
for all
It's
these
just-
years.
They've been working
He's
their
still on
asses
level
off
1.
to just get the base game to be a game. You know? And again, just to recap for you guys, maybe you didn't watch my playthrough of the game years ago. Personally, I don't think it was the worst game ever. Personally, I don't think it was a great game either. It's a very disjointed, unfinished
couldn't
game.
finish it.
There's portions of the game like story missions with major characters that are quite well written and interesting. And then there's a bunch of content in the game that's terrible. Just like tossed in garbage, repetitive nonsense. And the gameplay elements of the game aren't very good. The game plays like a mishmash of other franchises. Like it's got some Borderlands, it's got some Deus Ex, and none of it's executed very well. If you play Borderlands or Deus Ex, you get better gameplay than playing Cyberpunk. It doesn't feel like it has its own identity. It feels more like, hey, let's copy what everyone else has done and try to combine it with this plotline we want to really emphasize, and hopefully people will like it. And it didn't. It's just not very enjoyable to me. I hated it. Not even for the fact that it was a bug-filled mess, which it was. I just didn't like the game at all anyway. I thought that I thought there was 1 or 2 characters that were interesting, 1 or 2 side plot lines. Like there's a side plot line where you do like a investigation into a serial murderer, and then there's an investigation into a conspiracy involving a politician. Those missions are actually really interesting to me, and I really enjoyed them. That's what resonates when I think about it. That's what resonates about the game. Literally not the main plot or any of the main characters, but like the side stuff, some of it was really well done. But anyway, the game was panned for a long time, and then that people, like about a year ago, right, after all those fixes were released or whatever, they tried to stage a comeback. They tried to start selling the game again. It was re-added to the PlayStation digital catalog, and at that time, a lot of people bought it for like 1 month. It was a best-selling game, and then it went boo right back down again. So here's the thing: initially great sales, and then literally no sales after, because word of mouth was the game is terrible. Then a year later, a spike in sales, and then no sales again. This is the kind of game that what they were hoping for was initially really good sales, but then via word of mouth, everyone would praise the game, and then you'd get more sales over time. Take a look at Witcher 3. That's literally what happened. The initial game came out and sold a lot for fans of Witcher, but then over time, people kept praising the game, saying, oh, it's one of the best RPGs I've ever played. And then they had more sales, more sales, more sales. That resulted in a television series and all these big wins for CD Projekt Red.
All these big W's.
Cyberpunk literally has been the opposite.
Why is he pointing out the obvious this whole time?
And so even though they initially had those sales that were sky high, everyone was like,
this
oh,
has been a story from like 2 years ago.
They'll be fine because they sold a lot. No.
This is over.
No, that's
it's
not how
done.
business works. It's all about public perception. It doesn't matter if you initially in the short term made a bunch of sales. It's about that ongoing
How
revenue
is he gonna
stream,
make
which
this
they
about
haven't had.
himself?
And now it's about faith in future projects. Who has any faith in CD Projekt Red? Like right now, they're talking about we're making another Witcher game. By the way, they never planned on doing that. The reason they're making another Witcher game is because they're kind of going back to the drawing board and trying to make something that people will trust again. Because no one trusts this game dev company at this point. The faith has been crushed.
Oh, I know why they're doing this. This is why they're doing.
Now, do you actually trust? Do you trust that when this new Witcher game comes out, it's going to be any good?
Probably.
No, I don't.
No?
I really don't.
I mean,
and the thing is, we
why?
know how to make a good RPG.
What?
Witcher 3 was one of the best games I've ever played. I just don't have trust in them anymore.
What?
They need to regain our trust as consumers with how badly they failed with Cyberpunk. You see?
Fuck off, DSP. Fuck off with this bullshit.
Stand up again.
He's
and
holding a
present
personal
something
grudge.
great again, to rebuild that confidence in them as a game dev company. Then market share will come back. But what a shame that they were literally the biggest game development company in Europe. They had the biggest market share. They were the highest valued company. And now they're only worth 1/4 of what they were worth just a couple years ago.
Okay. They can come back.
That's
you
sad.
can't.
But it just shows how mismanagement will destroy things, you know?
Hey, big ups Blackmate for a super chat. Witcher show is based on the books, and Cyberpunk is getting an anime.
Messages in the chat. Darziak says, from what I heard,
big ups.
Witcher 3
I saw
devs have already left the
there was
company.
a trailer about it.
So you got a new team of people making Witcher 4. Does it mean it's going to be any good, right?
Okay. Does it mean it's going to be trash?
Amplatory said a lot of dumbasses think Cyberpunk was a
Does it mean
masterpiece.
you
I'm
should
sure
just
they
shut
still
up
have
and
some
wait?
The thing is, you will always have the fanboys. You always will.
Oh,
And
yeah,
you
the
wanna know
fanboys.
primarily who they were? PC gamers. Because PC gamers, for some odd reason, felt this, like, weird loyalty. Like brand loyalty to CD Projekt Red. Probably because initially CD Projekt Red was making the Witcher games just for PC and then later would port them to console. Well, you know, it's so weird to me. It is, because the game was terrible at launch, man. Even if it's better now, no one can deny the game was a piece of shit at launch. Yet the PC game, it's still pretty good. Fuck you, man. Why you gotta lie to everyone?
Because
and say
they had a good experience with the game.
Do you really think you scored kudo points with CD Projekt Red? Do you think you're buddy with them now? You think they're going to send you advanced copies of their games for free? You think they're going to invite you over to Europe for a European Castle tour for Witcher 4? They actually did that for Witcher 3. They invited content creators to Europe to a castle.
Sure,
Anyway,
Witcher 3 was great, so why not?
You see the point I'm making is...
I mean, it's all marketing. In the end of the day, you should be aware this is all marketing. What the fuck, DSP?
Everyone knows the game was shit, and seriously, they need to regain our trust with a good game. I hope they do. You know what? I don't want to seem like I'm a cynical jerk, and I'm being overly negative about CD Projekt Red. Listen, I loved Witcher 3, and I didn't expect to like it as much as I did, and I thought it was such a great game at the time. I want to see them come back strong and recover from this. I actually do. I would like to see this be a story of success, failure, and regaining that level of success again. I would like nothing more than that. So let's see what happens.
But you just said.
All right, folks. Let's get to the segment you want to see.
What?
Let's watch the intro to the Level 1 podcast again. Here it
Again?
comes. Ready?
What? Why?
My name is... Okay, no, we're not doing that again. But
what?
We'll do it tomorrow. I got to get it as a local file.
You just said like 2 minutes ago, when the new Witcher game comes out, do you think that's gonna be any good? No.
I wanted to.
So that contradicts what you just said, with wanting their next game to be good, being optimistic about it, you fucking loser.
What we are going to do is we're going to begin discussions.
Oh no. PC
what
talk.
kind of components I'm looking for in a new PC setup. All right? The first thing I would like to do, all right, is discuss the processor that I would need. I literally don't know anything. This is like Phil doesn't know shit about shit, and he's trying to get a basic understanding. Okay? So I have 3 emails. I have someone also who sent me a bunch of stuff. Let's take a look. The first person suggesting this.
First of all, there's no way we're watching anything else but this. I want to see exactly what this is. What this is.
This computer that suggested, the processor is
an
AMD Ryzen 5
Whoa
5600X
Yo
3.7 gigahertz.
It's like this NASA processor.
How
it's
exciting.
a quantum processor.
What
so
is
he
that?
wants
I don't
he
know,
wants people to go and look it up and tell him if it's good instead of looking benchmarks like a normal fucking human. Yo, what the fuck? And this is a part of a podcast.
All right, and of course they were called different things over the years. Ryzen's
I'm not
are
gonna
good,
be
so
looking
I'm trying
this
to get
up.
everyone's opinion.
No, I'm not gonna do the
Ryzen's
Dent
are
head's
good.
job. Oh, they're good.
Is this the latest AMD processor?
Yeah, I need the latest one.
Ambulatory says AMD processors are fine, but I actually wouldn't recommend a GPU. That's a graphical processing unit.
It's a graphics card, you fucking loser.
That's only a 6
That's a graphical
CPU.
processing
Oh, God, I don't know.
unit.
Okay,
Wow.
Ryzen 5 is a budget CPU. Really?
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Go
a
for
that's
Ryzen
a
CPU.
graphics processing unit, by the way.
NVIDIA GPU.
Let's rewind to that because this shit is worthless.
Really? That's only a 6-core CPU? Oh, God, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Ryzen
I might
5
need
is
16.
a budget CPU. Really?
What?
Really? Go for a Ryzen CPU and an NVIDIA GPU.
GPU.
It's a mid-range one from AMD. The Ryzen 5 is considered a mid-range.
Bro, this guy is
Holy
so
shit.
lost. This is content. This is content.
So
Let's
here's
play
someone
some
who broke
sound
it down
bites.
a little bit more for me. They said
Always
the
going
current
broke.
Intel processor CPU generation is called Gen 12. So it would be anywhere from 12,000 to 12,900. Current AMD is a 5,000 series. That varies from 5,000 to 5,950.
What?
And here's the link. Let me click on this. It's supposed to break it down, apparently.
Oh no, it's gonna catch your IP. They're gonna steal
Here's an
your
article
champion's
from
account.
January. The 6 best CPUs for streaming in 2022.
You didn't look this up before this?
And here's a bunch of ads. Fuck
You didn't
me.
click the article?
Seriously, anytime you try to go online and do anything now.
Oh my
ad in your
god.
face.
Oh my
What the fuck
god.
is this? I can't even see
This
your...
is the penultimate
okay,
boomer
no, I
stream.
gotta rant.
The penultimate
Sorry.
one.
I have
and
to rant.
we're getting a rant.
What is the purpose of having a website that has articles if I can't read the fucking articles because you have
Dude.
10 pop-ups in my face and I can't even close them? Like, all I want to do is read the article on your site. You may have really interesting information. You might have a scoop. You might have things I need or I want to know. I can't read your
Yo, this
fucking
is a-
article.
Old man yells at
Here,
clouds.
an ad popped here, a banner splits apart, a head pops up from the bottom. How do I close all this shit to read your fucking site, you jackass motherfuckers?
Wow.
If you can't operate a
Mega
business,
toxic.
all right, that doesn't have insanely intrusive shit in my face, and I can't see the content of the business you're trying to present to me, if it's not profitable enough that you have to block your content to make money, then quit. I mean it, just quit. Your business model is outdated and broken. Don't fucking operate the site anymore. Because there's other people who I can go to their sites and I can read them. Why is it that so many websites have all this shit in my face? Fuck off and go do something else with your life. This business model doesn't work anymore. This would be like me sitting on YouTube and complaining that I can't make a living on ads anymore, right? This was 5 years ago when it changed, and I changed my whole model to make sure that I could still do what I loved and I could still make fun content for you guys on a daily basis. I changed with the times. These fucking websites don't want to change. They were, oh, we still want to have a website.
How did we get here, Phil?
So we have 14 unblockable, unclosable ads in your face.
You run ads
I couldn't
too.
tell you how many times there's a fucking article that's even a news site. It's supposed to be a mainstream fucking news site. Here's breaking news from your local area. Oh, cool. Let me read. I can't even read it. Okay, let's continue. Oh, guess what?
The dude just wanted to vent. This is what the Level 1 podcast is all
Oh my god,
about.
it's playing another video! So what I'm seeing here,
This guy is
the
seriously
AMD
demented.
Ryzen 9 5900X is rated the top processor. And then number 2 would be the Intel Core i7 12700K. And then just below those would be the Ryzen 7 5800X. And then the Intel Core i9 10900X. And then it goes to the Ryzen 5. So yeah, like you guys were saying, the Ryzen 5 seems like it's mid-range. I guess that's essentially what this article is saying. It's about mid-range. They would recommend 7 or 9, obviously, which are the ones above it. Okay? So there you go. Okay, I gotta close this article before I have an aneurysm. I can't take that shit.
You can't even read a fucking article.
Valid business model.
What a
You have to be
loser.
a fucking jackass.
Big ups Lunar Guardian for
Okay.
the super chat. Not the theme of lolcows.
So let's
Why
see.
not? It's Whiterun music. Come on.
All right. So, and by the way, I just want to let you guys know I am reading a few different emails from various different people. If you
Ooh,
guys, if
he's
you're one of the
lurking.
people who sent me one of these emails, thank you for this information. Don't worry, I won't disclose who you are, but I do want to read some of this info. It seems pretty informative for everyone. Okay.
It's informative for everyone. It's a lecture. You need
Okay,
to tell
so
everyone. Go research.
Processors follow
Go.
similar naming schemes.
300 people
For
are
Intel,
watching this right
12 is the
now
current.
on his
Gen
stream.
11 was last gen.
I don't know how many on this one.
12,900 or 12900
But yeah.
is the highest tier.
This is time
Going down
when
is less powerful and
none
less
of us
expensive.
are
The AMD
ever
current
getting
gen is the
back.
5000 series. Last gen was 3000.
We're never getting this back. Just sink in the moment. On this Saturday afternoon or evening. We're never getting this time back.
To the bottom is core count, which you guys were just talking about, the number of cores, right? Okay. Interesting. So, it gets more complicated than that because companies are changing up their names and numbering schemes, but this is a general idea on the way that parts are numbered. Okay. So, this person is suggesting a setup like this could work. So let me click on this and see what they're suggesting. Let's see here. Interestingly enough, this person is suggesting a CyberPower PC, which is what I have. The one I have here is a pre-built. I mean, I chose the components I wanted, but that's CyberPower PC is the company I've used for the last 8 years. That's
Oh
the
my
PC
god.
So
Yeah,
interesting this person
he's not even telling his viewers what to buy him. What is happening right now? In case you just tuned in and are confused. He wants to go through emails of people that contacted him about PCs and open up the articles and read components to you. And you should go and do research about what he should buy. And now we're talking about CPUs.
Yeah, see that? It's considered medium. An i5 12600KF. Right? Okay. So basically what I'm getting is some conflicting information already, which I'm not surprised. Some people are saying you can go mid-range with a processor, meaning if I was doing the AMD, I guess it would be considered the Ryzen 5, or Intel, it would be i5. That would be mid-range. Some people are saying you go mid-range with that, but then you go high-end on your GPU. What you care about is your GPU, which is your graphical processing unit or graphics card, not your CPU. Interestingly enough, all right, just to let you guys know, my current setup, which of course is 8 years outdated, is using my CPU, for sure. I have an external capture card that's USB 3, okay, and that external capture card runs through OBS, and as I'm capturing and everything, it uses my CPU. It doesn't use, I'm pretty sure it's not even using my GPU. All right, I don't know how. I don't know how this was set up.
Turn it on
8 years ago. But
you can turn it on.
That's what I'm thinking is that's how I'm doing it now.
Huh?
And I'm not saying that my next setup would do the same at all. I don't know. Already now we're just talking about, literally we're talking about step one. The first part of the PC.
Level 1.
We already have disagreement on what I should do. Should I just
Of
go mid-range and then
of course.
go all out
How
on the
fucking
GPU?
stupid are you?
Or do I need to?
How do you expect your chat to tell you all this? Of course you're gonna have disagreements. They're all fucking idiots.
From my own knowledge, I would get a more powerful CPU.
And he
but
knows
my CPU is
nothing.
doing all the workload on my PC right now. You see? I'm not. There's another.
Okay, what background
here. Hold on.
song goes with this?
I want to take a look at what they suggest.
What song should I play in the background that is appropriate for this? Because this is some experimental content. We don't even like live in the age where this kind of content is a thing. So we don't even know that this in the future is probably going to be super popular.
Let's take a look at this one.
Okay. Burnell.
This person also suggested.
Oh, we got a lot of
mid-range
requests. Okay, let me
CPU,
check out the
AMD
first one.
Ryzen 5. Yep. I'm trying to find the exact stats.
Let's see, what is this? Power Rangers. What?
I don't care about your rate. Here it is. AMD Ryzen 5 5600X,
Oh, yeah.
6 core. This is the same one the other person
This is
suggested,
great.
actually, right? So immediately I'm being told, don't get the Ryzen 5, you will regret it. Oh my god. See, now do you guys understand? All right? Do you guys understand the complexity of doing this as a content creator? And do you understand why that person wrote me an email earlier this week and they said, Phil, do not rely on your audience to tell you what to get. I behoove you. I've seen other content creators do it. And
Oh my
they all end
god.
up disappointed.
He's just
You
making
see?
his audience feel like shit. And he said this
God.
streaming week is gonna be super chill. Super chill, relaxing, and now we're blaming them for not coming to a conclusion in a fucking streamer's live chat. Come on. Wow. Do they work for him?
I should reiterate what I'm looking for in my PC because I think some people are confused. I do. I feel just reading the stream chat. I feel like some people are confused. Okay?
I think you're confused.
This PC that I want is going to be part of an overall full setup upgrade. This is not
Full
just
setup.
for streaming and capturing. It's also for for an upgraded webcam and maybe green screen. This has to have flexibility. It has to have enough power to not only handle 1080p 60 frames per second video from a console, okay, streaming and capturing, but also a 1080p webcam / digital camera camcorder with green screen capability. So essentially it needs to be able to handle 2 video feeds at once.
And a green
That's
screen
gonna need
cam.
a lot of power.
Fuck yeah.
Right now when I try to do that,
This is gonna
it
be
doesn't
so
even work
much
that well.
money.
Like for example,
He's gonna
I'll give you an
milk like
example. Let's switch over
$5,000
here.
from
Hold on a
people.
second. We switch over
5,000.
here, okay? And right now, as you can see, hello. Behind me, I've got my gameplay feed, and right now I've got a 1080p webcam. If I try to play a game right now, my CPU will max out and everything will get choppy. Okay?
Yes,
That's my
we've
current
seen
setup.
that happen.
I have to make a 480p webcam to do face cam over gameplay. I tried doing 1080p and it wouldn't work. It was chopping up and everyone was complaining it looked terrible. So I need a setup powerful enough to do 1080p 60 frames gameplay, 1080p 60 frames webcam on top of each other. All right? I got to emphasize that. So I don't know if skimping, right, is going to make any kind of a sense here.
Oh, don't skimp. Don't skimp, you guys. Don't skimp.
Powerful.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. And he just said it without batting a fucking eye. I don't think skimping is a good idea. Are you serious?
Is going to make any kind of a cam on top of each other. All right?
You know other people are paying for this.
So I don't know if skimping
Skimping
is going to make any kind of a sense.
Wow. What a fucking god. A god. This is gonna be like $5,000 for him to release content like this, where it's fucking trash, and the gameplay is boring and he fucking begs all day. But don't skimp.
So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. But I do want to emphasize this. This is not meant to be a gaming rig, because I think some people are getting the wrong idea. I'm not trying to buy a gaming PC. Okay? I don't want a gaming PC. We talked about this the other day. Okay? We actually talked about it yesterday. So, in 2014, I bought this PC. It cost me $3,000 at the time. $3,000 for my current PC. All right? The idea was that I was going to be able, out of the box, to play a PC game.
Oh, he's going to complain about this other thing.
60 frames per second.
From the past.
That never happened. I tried doing it. It lagged, it chopped up, it looked terrible. Then I started doing console gaming, okay? And that worked for the most part. But then when I started instituting things like face cam and the like, that's when I started seeing my limitations, you see? So I definitely, this time around, I'm looking for a PC. Again, I got to emphasize, I'm not caring about gaming on it anymore. Why? Because for 8 years, I didn't do PC gaming, and I didn't miss anything. We actually had this conversation yesterday on the Level 1 podcast where people were like, oh, well, actually, when people make the jokes about PC Master Race and all of that, oh, they're not actually saying that you're missing out on games. What they're saying is you're missing out on the best quality. You can't play games in 4K on a console, and you can't do this or that. And you know what I have to say to that? I do have a very honest response to that statement. Okay, you ready for it?
And he's gonna shit on them.
Bullshit.
How is it bullshit?
Bull fucking shit.
How?
8 years ago when I bought that PC for $3,000, everyone was like, oh, you gotta get top of the line because you're really missing out. You're missing out on so many games that are PC
so
exclusive,
fucking mad, man.
and you're just gonna really be behind the times. Everyone who's in the know of content
It's almost
creation
alarming.
plays games on PC, and if you don't play PC games, you're really missing out, man. And now all of a sudden, here we are 8 years later, and the narrative has changed to, oh, we were never talking about that. It was more about playing it at the best quality. Oh, fuck you. Fuck off.
Who says
That is
this?
such bullshit.
Who is saying
That
this?
is the complete opposite
The
of what people said 8
PC
years
gaming
ago.
community?
People change their tune.
Who is saying
in the
this,
last 8
Phil?
years, haven't you noticed?
Who?
There's almost no PC exclusive games besides maybe
People said this.
strategic-based combat games.
Bro,
like,
you can always shit on people.
Variations and shit.
What the fuck?
Outside of that, name me one PC exclusive game that I missed out on and did not play, and it really, really was a huge loss for me because I didn't play it. Honestly. I don't think you can even fucking name one. Okay? This is bullshit.
Well, you play only the
It really
AAA
is.
shit.
Everything
There's
that's
so
in-
much
that's-
indie
that's a
games that
big
are just PC.
high-profile
So
game
many.
has been on console. Have there been viral games that for 5 minutes were really popular and I didn't jump on the viral trend because I didn't have a high-end game?
Oh yeah, the
PC?
viral trend.
Yes, I don't care. I didn't miss out on
I
anything.
don't care.
Oh, people saying Valorant. Oh, I didn't play Valorant. Who the fuck cares about Valorant? It's another
Who
drop
cares
in a
about
bucket
Valorant?
full of the same kind of fucking game. The
Wow.
reason Valorant's popular is because people who are PC gamers need new games to claim are interesting because they're PC exclusive. No one fucking cares about
What?
Valerie.
No.
That's nothing. That's such
What?
a isolated game over here out of left field that no one gives a fuck about.
But what
really.
are you talking
In the scheme
about?
of mainstream gaming,
What?
who the
What?
fuck is talking about Valorant?
What?
But I think you see the point I'm making.
Oh my
is
God, no!
I don't need to be playing PC.
Stop it.
games. I just don't. And if it's not
Okay.
a concern for mine anymore.
But you're trying to convince people to buy you a top of the line fucking PC.
My lesson.
And you're shitting on it. What sense does this make?
8 years ago when I massively overspent on this PC and did not get what I wanted out of it. All right. So what I want is a PC that I can capture and stream at 1080p 60 frames per second smoothly. No issues, no frame drops. I want to have a webcam / face cam that's 1080p 60 frames per second.
This is his
Beautiful
wish
quality.
list. All of it for free, by the way. This is the one thing he misses out on. All of this you will buy.
That I can do
You buy
over the
this.
video, and it's all good quality. All right? No chopping. There's no loss of anything. I also want a setup that's going to have better lighting. I'm literally using, you guys have probably never even seen this. I just realized you guys probably don't even know what lighting I have here in my office. Do you even know? It's fucking hilarious. You'll laugh your ass off.
And now he's thinking about how he can show it. I thought you couldn't show it. Are we gonna show the office? Oh yeah, now we can do it. What about when you were doing push-ups? You couldn't do push-ups?
That's my lighting. Look at it.
Sure.
It's a fucking piece of shit college lamp. You see it?
All right, now we want a light.
Or else it's gonna oversaturate the webcam. It's literally a piece of shit like $20 college lamp. Like that's what I use.
Wow.
Just call me Mr. Professional, right? Like my setup is the most bootleg fucking thing possible. I've been using that lamp since I lived in Connecticut.
Look, when he wants to make the case of you buying him something, everything he has is trash. But when people were criticizing him throughout the years of having a trash setup, there was nothing he can do and it was good enough. You don't even need green screen. Come on, I have this backdrop. It's real cool. The gameplay, that's okay. You don't need like 1080, 60 gameplay.
Lighting.
In a good fucking camera. You don't need a good layout. Come on, this is raw. This is more like a normal guy. And now everything sucks because we want money. Everything sucks. Buy me new stuff.
So can you imagine if I actually bought good lighting?
And he can't even read a fucking article about stopping and ranting for 2 minutes about ads.
Set up in here in the room that makes me look good on camera like every other content creator. Because let's be honest, you take a look at it, you're like, oh my god, look how professional they look. It looks like
yeah, because they care
stars and shit with the fucking cameras they've got set up.
Because they care,
Phil.
Phil.
Looks, barely
You don't
looks
care.
Human. I look like
You think you can buy professional. You think you can buy that shit. And you keep snorting in the camera and belching in the camera. And burping. You can't buy that.
Super Mario from fucking Super Mario Brothers on the NES. I'm so pixelated. Right?
You can't buy professional.
Right.
Are we done? Can we leave?
The lamp is a relic of the channel. It is. That lamp is absolutely a relic. It absolutely positively is. What's funny is someone said, if I'm trying to future-proof, don't I want to get... Well, first of all, we're not even talking about this. They're saying, don't you want to get a capture device that does 4K? Here's my opinion on 4K.
Oh, and no 4K.
By the way, now I'm not centered. Well, actually, now I'm centered, but the background isn't.
Yeah, it still looks terrible. It's whatever, DSP. It's not gonna fix anything. It's just
I guess we'll figure this out. I'll leave it
just
for now.
Nothing. I'll figure this out
Here's
later.
my opinion on 4K. Okay? Absolutely positively right now, it's not needed at all. No one is watching streaming video. No one is watching a playthrough person like me.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say
like me at 4K.
it's needed.
No one is. If I were to do 4K quality right now on YouTube, which I could,
But-
YouTube has the capability to stream.
But
and
now, since you're buying all this shit, just buy a capture card that can do 4K for the future.
upload in 4K. They
So when people start watching it, you can be one of the first guys who has just 4K from the beginning.
absolutely do. Okay?
Yeah, this makes sense.
0.001% of my viewing audience would
Since
watch.
you're buying all this shit.
Why? Because we're just not there yet. And what I mean by that is when it comes to a little better, when it comes to internet, when it comes to the technology we have, no one can handle that shit. The bandwidth is tremendous to watch 4K video, and you know, most people complain, as is now with 1080p, that sometimes there's issues with the internet and choppiness and all of that. Okay, now I'm not saying that 4K isn't the future. Who knows what's going to happen? But in my opinion,
who knows what's going to happen? Of course, it's going to be the future.
Opinion,
it's just going to get
to hit
bigger.
4K quality, we have to have a major internet infrastructure upgrade. The current internet we have, especially in the United States, cannot handle 4K.
And he becomes a fucking system administrator.
Okay? I'm not saying eventually it won't hit. I mean, who would have thought that today we'd have insanely high quality video streaming like we have now? Just think about in the 90s, did you ever think we would have today what we have now? Of course not. No one would have ever seen the future like this. So it's very well in another 10, 15 years perhaps, maybe we'll have giant technology upgrades, everything will change, and now all of a sudden we'll be able to handle 4K video everywhere. Right now it just ain't there. And, you know, am I looking to future-proof? Yes, I am looking to future-proof. You're correct. Am I looking to future-proof for 20 years? No. No PC lasts 20 years. You know, I'm shocked this PC lasted 8. So what I'm looking
is he serious about 20 years until 4K becoming a standard?
And it's going to last hopefully 5 to 8 years. I don't foresee in 5 to 8 years 4K video becoming the standard. I just don't. Maybe
Why not?
We'll have incremental upgrades, you know, but I definitely don't think we're going to be there.
What if it becomes easier to
like I said, for me,
stream it?
I want
the format. It make
right
better
now,
algorithms.
I just want to fulfill the promise that consoles promised us like 10 years ago. 1080p, 60 frames, silky smooth. And then I want this to look good. What we're doing right now with the podcast, and when this becomes a webcam or face cam for gameplay, I want this to look really good. And then I want the flexibility that maybe
he's talking about this like he's ordering it to somebody to do it for him and he's gonna pay them. You know, it's like, I want this, I want that. It's like you buy a car.
I could have like a pop-out green screen behind me.
But it's just like literally a choosing beggar. This is something that somebody else is gonna buy for him.
And I could do green screen.
0% humble.
Stuff
Zero.
If I so choose. Not that I would do it all the time, but that if I choose to do so, I have that
choose
option.
to do so.
Right now, I have 0 options. I'm incredibly limited with what I can do. Okay. So that was what I was saying. So if you're saying to me, okay, you should get a mid-range processor. Okay, mid-range.
And he's mocking them now. This is getting mocked.
That's doing all the work. I'll counter that, and I'll say, if you're just talking about capturing and streaming the gameplay video, okay. But what about when you factor in, I want also really high quality, you know, face cam, webcam for the podcast, for the
wants everything.
Face cam over the gameplay. You're talking 1080p 60 frames over 1080p 60 frames without any frame drops. Now I think you're getting into the territory of you probably need a better CPU. And again, I'm just guessing. I could be completely wrong.
But hold on, this was supposed to be your counter.
Hey, you might say this, but here's my counter.
And now we're ending it with I might be completely wrong. When thanks for the fake ass counter. You can't even like
all right. All I'm going off of is my own experience here where I know I can't even do 1080p webcam right.
And this is our break in the middle of the fucking John Rambo bullshit.
Right now, the game
what a phenomenal marathon.
Okay.
Wait, we're on the wrong screen. I forgot.
No, JJNS06 says, a month ago, you changed your settings on your webcam. It looked better. Now it seems you reverted back to the lower quality setting. No. Okay.
No.
Okay, here's what happened.
Here's what happened.
All right.
Oh, so much things happening. With his simple,
There's a setting on
bare
the
bones setup.
Okay. And it's called...
He is so low effort. It's just like a negative effort at this point.
Colors and light. When I click on that, all of a sudden the webcam becomes choppy and a piece of shit. I can't use that. Okay, I don't know what it is. It's some software thing. It's garbage. I tried turning my webcam on 1080p, which is widescreen like you're seeing it right now, and I tried doing that over gameplay. Now, at first I did it over my React content. If you remember, I was 1080p when I reacted to the Down the Rabbit Hole video for Wings of Redemption. I did it for my own Down the Rabbit Hole video, and I even did it for the John and Howard video, correct? That works, and the reason it works is because all you're doing is you're watching a static video, and there's not a lot of motion or anything in it.
Oh my god. Why do you have to explain everything?
You start doing
everything.
That
because he want to make himself feel smart and feel like he has something to say. But you got nothing to say, Phil. And you got nothing to say for an hour and a half straight. What's the problem?
I tried it for a few days, and all that happened for 2 straight days, my videos were choppy as hell, and everyone complained and said, nah, this is not good. You basically need to go back to your old webcam 480p. And that's what I did. So now my webcam, when I'm playing games, is still 480p, so that I can still get, you know, not choppiness. And even then I still get choppiness. All right, don't get me wrong. I still get choppiness, but it's only in really high action situations. For the most part, the games I've been playing recently, we're not seeing that kind of choppiness, okay? So, I don't know what you mean by, oh, you upgraded your webcam settings. I mean, no, I didn't. What I did was, I did notice that I had it on auto zoom in, which I've now disabled, because I did have it like auto zoomed in, which is digital zoom. Digital zoom is shit. Do you
So
guys
the guy in chat was right?
Digital zoom. I'm just curious. So...
Yes. One is the lens, and the other one is digitally zooming in the image in like post-production, basically.
See, I'm zoomed all the way out. Here's digital zoom.
You can see this
See
in
that?
movies. Yeah,
That's digital zoom.
This is digital zoom.
And I'm zoomed all the way out now. Optical zoom means that you have a camera that has a lens that physically moves in and out, creating zoom on a shot. When you use optical zoom, you do not degrade the quality of your video or picture. You get the same quality no matter what. Even if you're zooming in and it gets closer or bigger, it's really good quality. Digital zoom is fake. It's not real zoom at all. All digital zoom does, it cuts the border off of what you're looking at and blows up the middle.
Yeah, DSP, you
So when I'm
just
doing
fucking
digital zoom,
showed
I'm
it,
not
man.
adding any new pixels or anything to the video or audio. All I'm doing is getting
stretching
closer
the image,
to what's already
yes.
on the screen. What happens when you get closer to a picture? It gets more blurry.
Yes,
So,
Phil.
I had
Are you
this
12?
webcam on digital zoom by accident, and oh shit, and I turned it off, and now there's no digital zoom on it, so you're seeing the highest quality that this webcam can possibly do. That's the difference here. Okay. All right. So today our discussion on the Level 1 podcast was about a processor.
You didn't come up
Here's what
with
we learned.
anything. You learned nothing.
For AMD, it's called
Literally
the Ryzen
nothing.
series.
Oh,
you
yeah,
get, like,
really?
Ryzen 5, which is mid-range. Ryzen 7, that's a step up. And Ryzen 9 is like top of the line, right? And then we learned about Intel side of things. There's like i5, i7, i9. Those are their cores. And i5 is more mid-range all the way up to an i9 12,000 series or whatever. What I'm being told is that, yes, I could skimp on the processor, and I could put a lot of the load on the GPU, all right? But some people seem to be under the impression this is a bad idea for what I want to do. That if I want to do full 1080p 60 frames, both the video and the webcam, and not have frame drops and no issues, that I'm going to want to have a high-end processor, okay? Now, who knows? Who knows what the truth of the matter is? At least I learned something.
Who knows?
I don't think
What
we
did
have
you
a
learn?
definitive answer yet.
You didn't
But
learn
at least I
shit.
got a small...
You learned you didn't want to fucking skimp, so people have to pay more money for your stupid ass. That's what we learned. That's exactly what we learned today. And the only thing we learned today is that you want expensive shit.
Education on...
So you don't have to worry about maintaining it or doing anything. You just want to plug and play and make tips.
Processors. All right.
That's what we learned.
Perhaps tomorrow we'll do something new. Maybe we'll do the GPU tomorrow. All right. Like I said, this is going to be a very slow process. This is going to be step by step every day. All right. We learn a little more. So now people are arguing and they're like, okay, you don't need the highest end processor, but do not get mid range. You see? Okay.
Are we going to do a poll for the thermal paste that he's going to use? Are we going to do a poll for the case?
It's time to do shout outs.
So this whole segment was a complete waste of time, by the way. This whole looking at his phone
Our
and telling
first
you
shout
what
out for
kind of
today
shit
is
he
from
wants to buy.
Brian27, who re-upped his membership for 2 months. Is what's up, Phil? Hope all is well.
Fuck Brian.
Did a super chat saying maybe during the next React event you could consider watching the original Andy Dick cameo video over 6 minutes long.
1000%.
Yeah, probably. I don't see why not. It seems innocent enough. It's nothing negative. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's rambling. It's really funny. So maybe I'll do that. It's a good suggestion. And then Spartanius One actually became a channel member. Thank you for that. Wicked Grom is here. Did a $5 super chat. It says, take Ricardo's PC. Tell him to relax his. But seriously, he's being genuine. Rick is a man. I do not question Rich.
He's gonna try and mental gymnastic himself out of taking a free PC. Free.
Review Tech USA. I look how he's from Review Tech USA. Rich is Review Tech USA. I don't question that he's trying to be nice. I don't. But my thing is, I don't want to accept a PC that maybe isn't going to be able to do everything I want.
Of course, it's not good enough.
Something that
the literal choosing beggar.
I was aiming to do to
How
begin with.
pathetic.
But in addition to that, like I said, if I have the opportunity to get something brand new with the latest components and everything,
Whoa, I want the latest.
Myself for many years, that's probably the better option. But we got to figure out what it is I'm looking for. Today I learned I probably don't want a mid-range processor. I don't need top of the line. Maybe, like you guys said, a Ryzen 7 or an i7. There you go.
What? Wait. I don't want a mid-range, but I don't want top of the line.
X Shooters did a super chat, says, what is going on, Phil Bro? Got a lot and very little. It says, what did you like and dislike about that intro? Should I extend it? Wow, excuse me, that is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, why did you do
like it? What do you guys think? I guess here's the question.
Help himself.
What do you guys think about that intro?
It was
I'm sure many will see
lame.
now on
it
demand.
was lame.
Would you any feedback
pretty disingenuous.
from Spartanius One on what he can do for this intro to improve it? Should it be longer? Should there be more of Mr. Dick? Right?
That was a pretty bad clip too with the Andy Dick.
Let's continue. The last super chatter. The $1.50 and says, love the Fable playthrough. Would also enjoy Fable 2 if you choose to play that as well. Interestingly enough, we were just talking about this in chat before I started the podcast today.
No.
I thought for sure people wanted to see Fable. They would want to see Fable 2, and here's why.
Big ups
Fable
Chris
2
Danks for the
was one
2
of
months.
the very first games
I've known actual beggars who beg less than
this. On my
this.
original Dark Side Phil channel.
But he's not an actual beggar.
Way before Direct
He's an e-beggar.
Okay? I didn't even do a full playthrough. I basically did like excerpts or highlights of my playthrough of the game. Which was fun. People liked that at the time. It was something different. And I've never gone back and actually played a full playthrough of the game at all. All right? I thought people would want to see that. However, in the nominations for Viewer's Choice, more people nominated Fable Anniversary. So that's what we're doing, you know. I'm playing what people nominated. It's Viewer's Choice. I got to go with what the viewers nominated. I'm not saying we would never play Fable 2 again. I'd be interested in it, but no time soon because we're already playing Fable Anniversary. So, okay. Xi Jinping. Give me $1.50. He says, I have a custom 3,000-pound CyberPower PC. It's very good. The PC they sent me had a dud graphics card in it. I emailed them. They apologized, sent another graphics card and a free set of headphones.
Oh my god, okay. That's great. Let's move
That's
on.
nice.
Can we move on from this? Yes, we can.
And it's still working fine. I never in my life have I owned a PC that I used as much as I've used this PC.
Because you're an animal.
Suckle a vampire. I begin to just suck the blood of everyone I see on the street.
Exactly.
And I convert them all into my thralls. And then we go into downtown Seattle and we destroy as many Starbucks as we can find.
Of course. Sure.
I think you'll be in the near future reach the point where you no longer have to keep your finances super strict and tight.
Oh,
I don't know.
let's see this. No.
The thing is, you know, with the kind of business that I have, it fluctuates. It does, okay? It does. It goes up and down and all around. Sometimes I have a string of really good months where I'm making good money on YouTube, on things like ad revenue, memberships, super chats, super stickers. I'm getting good tips, and then sometimes it slows down. You know, right now, I'm kind of middle. I'm not slow, but I'm not good right now. That's why things have been kind of tight recently. With no new releases, it's very hard. Being honest, you know, with the new releases essentially make things easier And then when they slow
my
down, so
God.
does the support. And there's nothing you can do about that. That's not me blaming anyone or complaining. It's just natural thing with the kind of content creator that I am. All right. Now there absolutely could be in the future a way to alleviate that. When there's less new releases, I lean more on variety style of content. I just started doing things like react content, right? So you see what I'm saying? It could definitely change in the future. I can tell you this, the channel is growing, all right? And hopefully within a couple of years, the channel will continue to grow, all right? I personally don't have credit right now, right?
Of course.
I mean, it was just a little
Of
over 2
course,
years ago.
of course.
I declared
Of course. The first thing we're gonna talk about is credit. Credit. The free money, you guys. Free money. All I gotta do is declare bankruptcy eventually.
bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is something that lasts 7 to 10
Wow.
years. And then financial institutions start to
You shouldn't be fantasizing about credit. You don't deserve credit.
maybe give you a chance again.
No.
Perhaps in
No, they shouldn't. No.
many years, I could do something like try to refinance my home, right? And use some of that equity in my house to do things like, finance shit. Which I can't do because I have no credit right now, you see? And I'm not going to have credit for at a minimum at least another 5 years,
No,
So it's
no.
like kind of hanging in there, trying my best to make this channel work and grow and improve and branch out from what it is, right?
With people's money.
And then kind of hang in there until I get to a
And
point
zero
where
effort.
I can
Zero.
maybe do something, but that has nothing to do with this business, but it would help me to get back on my feet financially. I just think that sadly, there's nothing I could really do about it right now. Doing my best to hang in there.
Your best
and
is
keep
really
things
bad.
going to flow. It sucks because there are weeks that are incredibly tight when there's nothing I can do about that.
That's the new keyword
And
is tight.
I've kind of come to accept that. It sucks, but what can I do? All right. Anyway. Any other final questions or anything, guys? Any other final topics to discuss? I got allergies today. My whole face is itching. My mustache.
No, that's disgusting. Carry on.
A giant 2-hour discussion about PC shit. Oh,
what?
It's a little mini separate scheduled streams for the PC discussion. No.
Scheduled streams.
I really don't want to do a whole
No.
stream about it. I think bringing it up into little mini half-hour discussions like we did today over.
But it was terrible. Today we didn't come to any conclusion. We don't know what kind of CPU he wants to get. So therefore we don't know what kind of GPU he wants to pair that with. And then we don't know what the other components are going to be like. So we didn't learn anything. It was just that he wants it to be expensive. That's what we learned. And he wants more lights and a good camera.
Is the way to go. I really don't want
That's what we learned and what we
to
discussed.
do a giant 2-hour discussion about PC shit.
But not 2 hours.
I'm glad
Only
you're feeling
half
better,
an hour,
Jake.
that's
I'm glad
okay.
to hear this. What's for dinner today? You want to know the truth? So yesterday, my wife tried a new recipe. The way that we've been
they
doing
fucked
meals on
something
days
up.
that she works is that she tries to make a recipe that has leftovers, and then we'll eat the
What?
leftovers on the day she has to work.
Look at himself trying to make himself a broke boy. He's suffering the way he's telling you. Oh my god, man. I wish you didn't ask about what I had for dinner. It was terrible. It was leftovers, man.
Can't cook. Well, she tried a new recipe yesterday that was terrible. It was
You can't
supposed
cook. Why can't you cook? Why are you so helpless?
to be a new kind of bake. It was called a chicken and ranch bake, and what it was supposed to
Chicken
be
and
was grilled
ranch.
chicken with a little bit of bacon, green onions, a bunch of seasonings, a creamy sauce, and then
Ranch?
bake biscuit dough into it. So I guess it was supposed to have a crispy, fluffy layer of biscuits on top, and then you scoop it and serve it, and it was disgusting. It came
Wow,
out
she
horribly.
fucked it
Even
up.
though she cooked it exactly like they said, the biscuits were only crispy on
Well,
the very
so
top.
she didn't.
Underneath, they were completely gooey and disgusting. And we were both trying to eat it, and we were
No.
ooh.
So you got takeout.
This is not good at all.
You got takeout.
So we barely had any of it.
Say
And
it.
That was supposed to be my leftover for dinner today.
Oh no.
I might have a sandwich. I might
Oh,
just make myself a
no.
sandwich for dinner.
Oh no.
I don't.
Phil
even
might
know.
have to
I
make
honestly
himself
don't
a
even know what I'm having
sandwich.
for dinner right now. It's like the last thing.
This
on my mind.
dude is a
Quite
piece
frankly,
of fucking
I'm
garbage.
not really thinking too much about it. It sucks.
What
'cause
a fucking victim. And this is right after the fucking segment when he was ordering a multi-$1,000 fucking computer. Holy Jesus. This is wild. I might have to eat a sandwich.
On the flip side of that, the day before, she made homemade meatballs.
What a fucking
that she baked
clown.
in the oven. They came out amazing, and we have extras, and I'm having that as leftovers over the weekend as well, and I can't wait to do that. It's just that I can't really do that today. Today I'm in kind of a rush.
Oh yeah, we're in a rush.
Today's the day when I have to.
What are you doing?
Work out and shower and do other things.
Workout? I have to work out. Now we're calling it workout. He's walking around the neighborhood. It's called workout.
So I don't have really time to cook today. That's why it was supposed to be like a quick leftovers day. Tomorrow I think I'm gonna make
Quick
pasta.
leftovers
and I'll make pasta
day.
with the leftover meatballs, and that's gonna be like really, really good. So.
What a leftover life.
Okay.
I have to work out. I have no time, you guys. I have to go play golf. I have to go swimming. How much do you expect me to fucking believe, DSP?
Snow Carl, I mean, what a ridiculous question. For
Oh, and Snow
what's
Carl.
The first thing you'll
Let's
do when
take
you
the
get
bait.
Credit? First of all, why would I tell you? It's none of your business. And how would I know? I mean, we're talking, I'm not even exaggerating, probably 5 years minimum. How on earth would I know what's going to be going on in 5 years, right? I can't answer questions like that. It's ridiculous. Okay.
So, nothing more?
0.
What? Skipping through this shit, sometimes it's fascinating.
What's my credit score right now? 0.0. Or it might as well be. It's so low, it doesn't matter.
I guess I'm proud to be a loser.
Your credit score is so low after
This
bankruptcy.
dude
it's like
is
you
a
might as well
piece
have
of
a
fucking-
0. You might as well not even be existing. Oh, let's see here.
Yeah.
Fairest to me, $1.50.
14 credit cards, man. At some point, it becomes a choice. It's not a mistake anymore. You gotta learn from
Well,
it.
the problem isn't your PC, but OBS settings. I notice other streamers with
Yes,
a
I'm
comparable
proud
setup to you
to
don't
be
have
a
the issues that you have at times. Their streams look better at yours at lower bitrate. I have absolutely.
And yeah, this gets dismissed. What was this?
Oh, let's see here. Fairest to me, $1.50. Is it possible the problem isn't your PC, but OBS settings? I notice other streamers with a comparable setup to you don't have the issues that you have at times. Their
Oh,
streams
you
look better at
see?
yours at lower bitrate.
Oh, you see? This gets completely dismissed. When it comes to DSP getting his settings in OBS wrong, completely dismissed. Mocked and discarded.
I have absolutely no idea.
Straight away.
I don't know. I'm not a super technical guy. My settings.
I don't know anything, man. Buy me a new computer. What is so hard to understand? Buy me new stuff.
Are what they are, and a lot of people say my settings are good. I've had people over the years ask me for my settings. I give them to them. They use them, and they say, "Wow, you improved my setup." No, I think what it is that I'm using things at a very base level. I'm not using shadow play to capture while I also use my CPU to capture my video. I'm not doing an elaborate, crazy thing behind the scenes. It's the most base level usage that I can use. By the way, I'm using an external USB capture card. I don't even have an internal capture card. I'm sure that's affecting things in a negative way. The capture card's 8 years old. This capture device is so old. Okay. All right. I think it's time to end.
Yeah, what a fucking
the level
tiresome
1 pod-
stream.
I have to use the bathroom.
And we gotta go to the bathroom because the boy needs to potty. And what we're greeted with
Be back and
is
we'll jump into Fable Anniversary. Thanks. I'll see you in just a few.
the rainbow slide, which is the best slide he got. A word from the king, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all for being a part of this community. I know that this is a safe space for all, and you are welcome and loved for the perfect and unique people each of you are. My streams have and always will be a place for fun, adventure, and friendship. You are what makes this community great. Dark Side Phil.
When you scratch your nuts, do you do the manly thing and sniff your fingers after? What the fuck? That's ridiculous. Phil's ball.
Well, you know what time it is. Let's go back in the bullshit. With guess who? Darkside fucking Phil. I don't know if I should have an intermission or something. We could watch Christian or Cyrax for like 5 minutes after this fucking colossal disaster of pre-stream. But I don't know if it's viable for the business. I don't know. Let's just watch this.
He's saying he wants to talk to you. You're ghosting him, and now all of a sudden you drop this video on him.
Oh no, we're
It's-
back into
it's
this.
context. The
Oh,
context
this is so
there's a sketch
gross.
comedy show at night that makes fun of everything equal and isn't ill-intentioned at all, versus someone who everyone wants to know why you're not talking to Phil. You won't tell.
Yo, actually, let's since I mentioned Cyrax already, let's see Cyrax's rap. Now, Cyrax is an inspiring and aspiring rapper, and he put out this fantastic song. And the music video, he didn't make the music video because he's a Dent, but the song is so good.
So all y'all motherfuckers singing these songs me. Y'all ain't doing shit, man. Cause I'm on the rise, fucking. What you gonna do? Nothing. Little punk ass motherfuckers. Sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. And listen up. Time to teach you a lesson, little boy. Let's go. Haha, Scarface, bitch. Yeah.
Baller alert. Call.
I'm so sick of these motherfuckers always looking at me like they wanna get a motherfucking piece of me. Everybody always wanna try to keep me from making motherfucking history of my motherfucking name.
I'm
Here
lurking.
I am looking right at you.
This dude
names acting like you gonna fucking do something when
this dude
you ain't gonna motherfucking do shit. Here I am making a name for myself. Ain't no way I'm ever gonna stop. I'm going straight to the
He's a low, Kyle.
motherfucking top, and I got no intentions on motherfucking stopping. And here I am right over every single.
This man is kidnapping children.
Acting like you're gonna do something. Hell nah, you.
Yeah, this is so bad. There's no rhymes, no flow. What is this? Cyrax edibles. Yo, this is a banger.
We know of a way to
Come on, I take edibles every day.
against it.
Pop them like
THC in him.
whatever you
that
call it.
calms a person down. It was in a little gummy bear, and I gave him one. He didn't want to take it, but he took it.
What? This is a good video though.
If you know what I'm like, controlling the rhythm, I told them I'm different, I play my position, I'm holding the
Yo, that's not actually Cyrax. Come on, it's a scam.
Feeling incredible, then had an edible.
Oh, I was prepared for some super quality rapping, but I guess that's it. Yeah. Fuck it, let's go back to fucking Phil.
Phil or anyone else, and now you make a video that could be construed as a negative video about Phil. It's a completely different situation that he fails to really understand why it was construed by the internet like that. Again, I don't think it was actually intended, all right, as a video to be hurtful to me. I think he thought it was funny. I think it's funny, but you have to put it in context of the time. If he had released that video 2 years prior when we were still active friends and he was in my content or whatever, that would have been different. This is a situation where he's ghosting me, he's not in my content like he said he would be, and then he puts that out. Of course the internet is going to say, that's a hit piece on Phil, why'd you do it? And
Bro, I can't with this. This stream is over, fuck this. I can't. After this pre-stream, I just have no more energy
I'm
for
looking
this.
at some comments on my videos.
Yo, no, shut up. Okay, let's watch this. I guess this is gonna get me blocked. Okay, we're not gonna be this extreme. I don't know, go away. Oh yeah, Mama Burnell. Let's listen to Mama Burnell. I'm gonna spam it in chat. Thanks everybody. This was a long stream. Go away now and have fun and stay safe and don't try this at home or whatever they say. I'm Schwartz and Burnell, and this is Jackass.
Why she gotta be so, like, she gotta have that, she has to have that attitude.
Hey, stay picking at his neck, gin all on his breath. My son is called Philip, you know him as Dogs, I feel on the net. I just wish he would've stayed corporate, I wish he didn't have to flex. He still looks like a loser, he thinks begging equals respect.
Go blow his stuff up.
My French, mon fils tu es. You only giving Philly a couple dollars, you have to do it like Atlantic Jeff. Give money from your wife's death, you know he gotta eat rust. Stick Jack's rack so you can take the bus, kid, cause you know how sticky it get. Ayy. You know how sticky it get, ayy. You know how sticky it get, ayy. You know how sticky it get, ayy. He still owes money for his tax, ayy. He buy feedbacks for his cat, ayy. You know how sticky it get, ayy.
You're begging.
Derek, he gave them girls some range, cause
He's
those
a low
looking
cow.
strange, and you'll be put in a cage, and you think it looks cool, but you look like Phil in 10th grade. Every girl thought he was a lame, so he started acting strange. Yeah, decided to Medicaid. Ayy, good parenting was a wave. Ayy, should've given him away. Ayy, now I see him every day. Ayy, begging hard for JPEGs. What? His wife gaining weight. What? 5 pay pigs left. What? All that talk about the best. What? You know how sticky it gets.
You even beg for money. I mean, I have plenty of money, so why not spend it, right?
Yeah. EVSU, can he still need one? If she alone, she getting it sweet. Her never an escort, can't even speak to one.
This guy's a bitch.
Detractor spill tea, said nothing too steep. Come keep coming through, say left the steep. Some back in the vortex, you go, it's a deep one. 5 shots in his feelings, then turn tail, act like a civilian. You say he changed, he says for the better. He did. He couldn't stand the fact he held back, respect the pack, trying to come back, howling in the trash. Now he just ranting down to the void.
I'm lurking.
Damn.
I'm lurking.
He meant something to me, thinking he was gonna
I'm lurking.
take from me. I didn't meet live.
I'm lurking.
When he came back and he said
I'm
he
lurking.
had something for me. I thought he already had
I'm
a
lurking.
job set for me. Why invest in a bachelor's degree? Tractor's gotta do a fact check for me.
Baller alert. Baller
Everything
alert.
is put to rest, and your channel takes its last breath, and everything gets addressed. It's you alone with your regrets. All that pumping up your chest, all that talk about the best. You know how sticky it gets.
Like we weren't.
Baller alert. Calling out baller alert.
You know, like something happened.
Baller alert. Calling out baller alert. Got no problems with baller alert, but everybody on baller alert and anybody else out there talking shit about me.